not as bad as some people maybe expected. So we still haven't really seen them compete against as tough of an opponent as Notre Dame consistently this season outside of Ohio State. So I like Notre Dame in this game. I think that the weather does, I think, favor them. I think it's going to limit some of what Indiana likes to do at Curtis Rourke. And I think that Notre Dame's defense is ultimately going to be the difference here. But, the snow that we're seeing and just the way these two teams play, I think it'll probably be, an ugly game. But I do kind of favor Notre Dame in this spot.
We're talking about college students here. And Notre Dame has always been the big dogs over Indiana. Indiana has always been the little brothers. That emotion and that those feelings could come in this game and change it up too. Do you think it's any chance that Notre Dame overlook them?
Well, I think that's I think it's an interesting point, and I think maybe as we talk about some of these other games, in the playoff, Ohio State's one that comes to mind for me. That there is a unique level of pressure. This is the first year of these home playoff games, so. We don't have any data yet. We don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Obviously, you think it's a good thing, but there is pressure at playing at home, being the favorite in this situation, as you mentioned, going up against kind of the little brother that, if a team like Indiana, if they get up early, you start seeing that, Notre Dame get a little tight. Does what happens to that crowd? I think that's one of the things that I'm very interested in some of these, bigger matchups. But, I think there's been enough of a gap. They've had multiple weeks to prepare for this. I really strongly believe in Marcus Freeman. He's a guy that has gotten NFL interest already. Recently signed a big extension at Notre Dame, but he's a guy who I think is, really good. He's lost some games he shouldn't have, but I think he's in a good place right now with this team. And so I don't think they'll overlook them. But to your point, when you have young kids involved, that certainly things can start going upside down pretty fast.
For sure. Talking with John Talty here, CBS Sports college football analyst. He's in Columbus for Tennessee, Ohio State. I mean, what a heavyweight matchup that is, and probably two teams that don't play all that often, I assume. That's the night game tomorrow night. Let's go. Let's start there, and then we'll hit the other two. But Tennessee's D-line, dude, I know how good Ohio State's receivers are, but I think Tennessee's D-line might control this game. I kind of like the Volunteers here.
I think it's the best game of the first round, and I have picked Tennessee in this game. I think certainly whether they win or not, I like Tennessee getting 7.5 here. I think that their defense can keep them in this game. I think that front is going to give Will Howard some problems. Ohio State's offensive line is injury depleted right now. I think that's a problem for them. We saw Ohio State really struggle to run the ball effectively against Michigan. I think it can be a problem again against Tennessee. They've got a top 10 run defense. This is, I think, a really fascinating game. And I think it's one of those where, kind of like I was saying earlier about Notre Dame, I think it's even more apparent with Ohio State that we're seeing this fan base already start to turn on Ryan Day. And it's at home. There's been all these stories already about, Tennessee fans kind of invading Columbus, coming in. I haven't quite seen them yet.
How real is that?
Yeah, I haven't really seen it yet, but I mean, I got in yesterday. We'll see. After I talk to you guys, I'm planning on kind of just, roaming around Columbus to see how real it is. I mean, there's been talk of a decent amount of fans coming. We'll see on Saturday for sure. But I just think that there's an opportunity in that stadium for things start to go bad, for people to start booing Ryan Day, for the players who have been so win a championship or bust all season, where you could see them really start to play tight. I think it was a factor against Michigan, a Michigan team that was inferior in many ways that still found a way to win. And I think that's a real thing that Ryan Day is going to have to figure out. Is he able to handle the pressure of really having to win this game? Or does he let Tennessee hang around? And I think between Tennessee's defense and its run game of Dylan Sampson, Tennessee can win ugly games. And I think Ohio State's going to have to put the ball downfield of some of their weapons and try to knock out Tennessee early. Because I think if you let them hang around, you're just going to feel that stadium get tighter and tighter and tighter.
Well, the thing about him, he wins a lot of games. He loses to Michigan. If he happened to lose this game in Tennessee, how much pressure is on him at that point?
I think a tremendous amount. And we've already seen the athletic director say that he'll be back next year. I think you take him at his word. But this was a championship or bust season. They've been open about having a $20 million NIL roster that puts them in the top 3 or 4 in the country. They have a lot of different guys who are really, really good. They went out, they were very aggressive in adding talent like Quinshon Judkins, who was an SEC Offensive Freshman of the Year. They added Caleb Downs, who is SEC Defensive Freshman of the Year from Alabama. Like, this was the team. This is the team that's supposed to win it all. And I think that when they play at their best, they still have that potential to, but they just seem to shirk in big moments where they do not play up to their potential. And, you have to win games like this. And so I think if Ryan Day were to lose, I don't know that it leads to anything massive happening this year, but certainly would enter in next year at minimum on one of the hottest seats in the country. And I think the thing that they really have to worry about, and this is I think something that a lot of teams are going to have to think about moving forward, is that if your fan base starts to tune out and they stop donating to NIL and they stop paying the massive donations for their tickets every year, that's when it starts to get, this is a lot of money to get rid of them, but we might lose more money in the long term if we don't make a move, if we worry about our fans just starting to stop coming around and stop giving us their money.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Talking with John Talty here, CBS Sports. You can give him a follow at JTalty, Talty. All right, we've gone in depth on Notre Dame and Ohio State, Tennessee. The other 2 games have the biggest spreads. I think both expect the home teams to win. Penn State, SMU, let's start there. Happy Valley, noon start, whiteout game. That place will be electric, I assume. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, kind of like Ryan Day, James Franklin doesn't have the greatest reputation for big games. People like to call him Big Game James. And, we've seen him struggle against the Ohio States, the Michigans. I think that you expect Penn State to win this game. They're at home. I've seen them a couple times this year. Tyler Warren is so dynamic. I love the different ways that they use him. They have a really strong run game. Defense has been solid. There have been some ups and downs, but defense overall I think is good. I think that they benefit some from what will, again, probably be an ugly, cold day. But SMU is dangerous. I do think that, what Kevin Jennings does, I'm a big believer in their coach, Brett Lashley. I've been following him since he was, Auburn's offensive coordinator many years ago under Gus Malzahn. I think he's a really good, smart, young coach. I think he'll have some good dynamic things dialed up for Penn State. So I could see it being a challenge early on, but you would think with the amount of talent that Penn State has and that it is in Happy Valley that, that I think that it's understandable why that spread is as big as it is. I think my initial reaction when the bracket came out was I love Penn State's path. This feels like if you're a Penn State fan, this is a path that feels very winnable, that, all right, can James Franklin finally get us on a run? They've been very close. They're always that team that finishes 6th in college football playoff rankings. They always just miss the cut. Now they're in. Now's the time to make a run. You're starting with a home game. You got to beat SMU. And I think he's another guy, not quite to the level of Ryan Day, but I think that were James Franklin to lose tomorrow against SMU, I think that you're going to see an upset fan base that kind of feels like they're almost stuck in purgatory to some extent, where this guy's pretty good. He can win 9-10 every year, but is he really the guy to get us to where we want to be? You lose against SMU. I think that, that kind of meter starts moving more and more to, no, I don't think he's the guy.
Bro, I don't even think – I think Penn State wins tomorrow. And I think in some ways, the worst thing that ever happened to the Giants was Daniel Jones winning that playoff game in Minnesota because then they paid him. I think if you seek your validation by making a 12-team playoff and beating SMU, I don't know. For me, for Penn State to be where all the Penn Staters think they are, you got to beat Georgia. One of these teams.
Yeah, you got to go farther.
Frankly, to me, SMU shouldn't be there. That should be South Carolina. And then I think it'd be a hell of a win if you win it. But whatever. It's not up to me. I left this one for last because I think this is going to be an ass-kicking. Texas, Clemson. You got anything there?
Yeah, I think this is where we're going to see, I don't know if you guys noticed, Clemson has finally dabbled in the transfer portal. They've added a couple guys in the last week after Dabo refused to do it for a long time. I think we're going to see in this game the ramifications of not doing that. I think there's a huge talent gap between these two programs. We saw what happened to Clemson early on in the year against Georgia, and they got their butts kicked. I think that something similar happens. Now, Texas is a team they're a little confounding to watch because they're so good. And yeah, exactly. Like you want them to be more. And, Quinn Ewers, whether it's making mistakes at the wrong time, like I've watched a lot of them this season, and there've been numerous games, even against Texas A&M being one of them. I saw them in SEC championship against Georgia. Like you feel like, all right, this team should be up, 2-3 touchdowns, and like they're getting field goals, and like they let teams hang around. So I think when you watch that game, you're going to feel like Texas is so much better than Clemson. But if they can't figure out some of those offensive issues they've had, I think Clemson will hang around a little more than they should. But I have almost no doubt that Texas, I think, wins this game. I love where they're at defensively. I think they're going to overwhelm that Clemson offensive line. And I think the offense will look better in this game after some recent issues. But again, they have a habit of just letting teams hang around because they can't punch it in the red zone.
So I'll hang around as long as you will let
Please
me.
stop singing.
It's David Allen Co, dude. John, thank you, brother. Enjoy the game. What an awesome atmosphere that's going to be at the Horseshoe tomorrow. Yeah,
I'm pumped. I think it's going to be fun. I'm glad that we're getting these games on campus. Seeing the snow in South Bend's awesome, and I'm sure it's going to be a rocking atmosphere in the shoe tomorrow night.
All right.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for the time,
John.
bro.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you guys.
John Talty right there, Jtalty, National College Sports Reporter, CBS Sports 24/7. He writes books. He does it all, man. Check him out and be sure to watch these college football games. A smart politics guy is going to join us at 11 to walk me off the ledge. Probably won't work. Nobody go anywhere. like a waterfall.
Stopping me right now.
Feel so close to you, right? All right, B. It's an outside chance, understandably. The Bengals close with the Browns, the Broncos, and then at the Steelers. That heads-up game against the Broncos, assuming Cincy beats Cleveland this weekend, you start there.
Yeah.
Denver already lost. Then Cincy gets to play Denver next week. That could very much be for a playoff spot. Like they could flip this thing on its head.
Very possible.
I suppose the Colts and the Dolphins could do the same thing. I just have a lot less faith in those teams. What do you think?
The Colts and the Dolphins?
Yeah.
You should have less faith.
Colts, Dolphins, Bengals are all 6-8. But what a real advantage the Bengals have is they have a heads-up game against the Broncos coming. The Colts just lost to the Broncos last week. What do you think the chances are since he pulls off this inside straight miracle playoff run?
It's very possible. I mean, their offense has been terrific. Defensively, though, will they allow those teams they're playing to put 30, 40 up? They're like, I mean, what's their point differential?
Who?
The Bengals. How many are they giving up?
The Bengals point differentials plus 12.
So they're giving up as probably just as many points as they're scoring.
Just about, yeah.
Yeah. So
the Bengals are 5th in points scored, 10th in yards gained,
a little
31st
scary.
in points allowed, 29th in yards allowed.
Yeah, that's a little scary.
Yeah, Denver is an infinitely more well-rounded team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, but Denver's got a tough closing stretch. I think they have, some of it depends on if Kansas City rests Mahomes. That doesn't seem very Kansas City-ish to rest Mahomes.
Nah, he got the little high ankle sprain, but you know what? They said it was mild. And we've seen him with some serious stuff go out there and just snatch people's dreams away from them.
Right. Denver's only got 2 left, and it's the Bengals and the Chiefs. Like it's possible that Denver loses out.
Yeah, if the Chiefs were to win this weekend and win, if they may sit him in the last game, Pat, if they get there, and let him heal up a little bit.
I don't know. It's going to be fascinating. I will say, watching Denver last night, getting to sit down and watch a full game of them, that's a good team. Like they've got a lot there that they're building. You could tell they're well coached. I think everybody in the country would rather see Cincinnati sneak into the playoffs, though, and just to get another look.
Everybody in the country, but the people that coach in the NFL, in the AFC.
Here's
they're like, hell no.
Everybody in the country would like to see Cincinnati get in, except Broncos fans and Bills fans.
I'll say this though: if Cincy makes it to the playoffs, they have to score 45 or more a game to win.
Well, so the way it looks, and obviously this could change, but it seems pretty cemented because the Chiefs are 2 games clear. The Chiefs are the 1 seed right now, 13-1. We'll see how they close out. Obviously, things could change, but they're 2 games clear of the Bills, who are in second. Right now, the Bills would play the Broncos. And I think, the Broncos are a good team, but traveling to Buffalo, the way that Buffalo team could score, I think the Broncos really wouldn't have much of a chance of pulling that upset off.
Mm-hmm.
But if Cincy was heading to Buffalo, Burrow and Chase have gone into Arrowhead and won. They're the only dudes that can say that. They ain't scared of going to Buffalo.
No,
now, they might have to score. They might have to score 60 to win it, but they're not scared of it.
That is my issue with the Bengals.
Yeah,
they've done some magnificent things throughout this year, but if they get in the playoff, they're playing the better teams who have damn good defenses that can hinder them. Their defense can't hinder no damn body.
For sure. It's going to be fun to watch, man. That was a good game last night, and you can really feel the playoffs in the air. Hell, we got college football playoffs tonight. It's kind of snow flurrying in D.C. It's snowing in South Bend. I don't know. What are we, 5 days till Christmas? It's the most wonderful time of the year, baby. Joe Maloney next.
This sports update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Well, it seemed like the RFK deal to transfer the usage of the site from federal to district control would be passed yesterday. But chaos on Capitol Hill pulled the bill from the floor. Now sides are negotiating a budget bill on Congress, and we do not know if what they come to will have the RFK site as part of it. The Wizards get 27 points from Jordan Poole in a 123-114 win over the Hornets. The Chargers get 2 fourth-quarter Justin Herbert touchdown passes as they rally past the Broncos 34-27. Now tonight, the Capitals host the Hurricanes at Capital One Arena. It's a 7 o'clock start. Listen to it here on The Fan. And the college football playoff gets underway. Indiana traveling to Notre Dame for an 8 o'clock kick. Looking to upgrade your office game? Well, swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention The Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All drinks are free.
Like for rock.
All right, it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. 'Tis the season. Tip it responsibly, baby. Scotty's Maryland made and amazingly smooth. You know who else is amazingly smooth? Is our buddy Joe Maloney.
Joe.
Maloney used to work for the Skins. Now he's running government affairs, I think is the appropriate term for the American Gaming Association. What up, Joe? How are you, buddy?
Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Same to you, brother.
Merry Christmas, man. I don't know that you consume my content anymore, Joe, now that you're out of the football game. I'm just sad. I know it might still happen, but yesterday was just such a gut punch. I don't believe in any politicians. These people come to Washington with their own self-interests, and that's all that matters, and nobody cares about the people that live here.
Yeah, you've covered that, I think, reliably over the last 4 to 5 years, JP, and in your coverage of this issue specifically. And I think that is something that is extremely disappointing. If not, the way it felt yesterday was, I would describe it as devastating, because something that a lot of stakeholders that care about this community, that care about this city, that truly prize what this organization has meant for the city and its region and what RFK represents, to be at the literal doorstep at the 1 yard line.
Mm-hmm.
A year ago, I was on Radio Row talking to both of you, and you asked me kind of where we are after the House voted overwhelmingly to pass this legislation. And I said, we just had a really good kickoff return, but we're still on our side of the field. And I think we described it as a B. Mitch kickoff return. We advanced the ball all the way to the 1 yard line yesterday. And I just still cannot describe how this all happened. And it feels devastating. There's still a chance, gentlemen, but I certainly can empathize and how it felt having worked on this. I can sympathize because I know what this tract of land actually means to both of you and to all the fans. And by sympathize, I didn't grow up here going to games at RFK like you did, JP, and of course, B. Mitch, you actually playing there. So I know it means a lot, and I think we all have reason to feel kind of down about this. But I know the people that are taking this on are working really hard to run through the tape.
What type of percentage chance do you give it?
I'd probably give it less than 10%. I think there's still a shot of getting it in, but it's one of those things, to use a football analogy. It's like being on the 1 yard line. We took a sack on second down. We took a holding penalty on second and long. We wasted precious time on the clock. Like, there's just so many things that are pushing us further and further back from the goal line, B-Mitch, all of which, by the way, are completely out of our control, right? So, but I would put it at about less than 10%. But there's still an opportunity, there's still a chance, and I know people are still working really hard to get across the finish line here today.
B, you remember the Commanders had it might have been the football team, might have been the Commanders. When they were in LA, we were all in LA, and I think they had first and goal from like the 3 with 3.5 minutes left, and they just didn't score and time expired.
Yep.
I feel like that's where we're at here. It was definitely against the Rams. It was definitely in LA. Dude, all right. So you're saying a 10% chance of happening.
Less than 10%.
Less than 10% chance of happening. Is that now or ever?
That's right now. I mean, we can have a different conversation about what happens if it doesn't get done today, but that's right now. I think the speaker obviously has to figure out how to get 218 votes in some way, shape, or form over the course of the next several hours to keep the government from shutting down.
Yeah, when does the government close? Like, how close are they to a big trouble?
11:59 tonight. We've experienced the whiplash around this for about 10 years now.
Yeah.
With these funding deadlines, and the government has shut down for a short period of time. They could float something very short, a funding measure that's literally 2 weeks until they come back in January. They could do something over the 3 months. There's so much flying right now. I mean, I'm on the phone here refreshing Twitter with some of our favorite reporters that I know are also fans of the show. Apparently a meeting just ended with the House Republican Caucus, House leadership on the GOP side. And there's news of a new vote coming, but it could be multiple different pieces. And like, are we in there? Is RFK in there? Right. And so I'm sure that a lot of folks that have been working hard on this issue, like Eric Flack and Sam Fortier, are trying to figure that out and let the fans know. But this is pretty high stakes at this point, not just simply for RFK, obviously, but for funding the government and keeping our federal workers in place, leading up to the holidays, obviously. And then there's just so much transition to take place after the new year.
We stop shutting down the government, just put a little clause in there. If they shut down, they don't get paid. I promise you they'll never shut it down.
Yeah, absolutely. But JP, I think you're asking the right question, which is, what does this mean if it doesn't get done? And, I would offer that this is something that folks have worked on for 10 years. People have been working on this, since the Fenty administration, since the Obama administration, an enormous amount of work. And yes, Dan Snyder masqueraded in and out of this issue, obviously, and that probably wasn't helpful. And then you could say the team name made it difficult in 2018 and 2019. And then, beginning in 2021, when I started with the club, it was, hey, like, put your head down and let's do the work and let's figure out the ways to get this done. And there's been an enormous amount of time and resources invested. And I would say, obviously, most importantly, with the mayor and her team, who have done an admirable job. And
she's got to be so pissed, dude.
I can only imagine. To be a mayor as long as she has been one of the most, I think the longest popularly elected mayor in this country right now, currently, to go through something such as this over this period of time, it's just got to just be exhausting, I would think. And, but like I said, their heads are down. They're going to stay committed, run through the tape here.
Talking with our friend Joe Maloney from the American Gaming Association, longtime Capitol Hill veteran with some time in the NFL, worked on this RFK issue, now is kind of watching it from the sidelines as we all see it unfold. I have a crazy conspiracy theory, and I don't even know that I should say this, but what the hell? It's almost Christmas. I don't think it's getting done before midnight. Like, at this point, they got much bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, I think RFK was just shrapnel in a political fallout. And I wish this thing had happened in the FAA bill I was told about 2 months ago, but it didn't because everybody sucks. But going forward, like, Trump's about to take over. He strikes me, I've never met the man, but he strikes me as a fella that likes to claim victories. Do you think it's crazy that Trump strikes me as a dude that would like the NFL to owe him a favor? Like, do you think there's a chance he gets this thing done and then, like, takes a gigantic victory lap?
So certainly, right? I mean, if there's one thing we know about the president-elect, it's he's a deal maker, art of the deal. it is certainly it's certainly a possibility. I can't speak to his wants and his desires around this. He's clearly a very successful real estate investor as well, so clearly understands the real estate and economic development opportunity that would come with a multi-use sports entertainment district here in the District of Columbia. So certainly not going to dispute what would be, I think, a really substantive working knowledge of how these types of deals come together. The construct, however, JP, remains exactly the same. And the key stakeholders, I'd argue, particularly in the House, remain the same. Chairman Comer, and he is even ever more powerful and will continue to be on the House side and within the Republican caucus. So there's a world where I don't think anyone in the incoming administration is intentionally trying to throw sand in the gears right now on RFK to then claim a victory in the new year and in their administration. But yes, you could sit from afar and certainly say that I still like the clubs and the city's chances in a Trump administration. It's just, there's still the first article of the Constitution, which is about the legislative branch, and you still have to get a deal done with the legislative branch. And JP and B. Mitchell, you've both noted and covered throughout this saga over the last 10 years, the legislative branch has consistently been a problem on this issue, and it's been just very hard to get a deal done. We literally found a savior in Chairman Comer, and we had a wonderful and participatory stakeholder in Joe Manchin, the jurisdictional authority on these types of issues in the Senate. He's now leaving. We're starting from scratch in the Senate on this now.
Golly.
You had Maryland
and
senators with some demand. So it's really hard, though. It's really hard to get this construct through the legislative branches, the answer.
As much as I've blasted all of these carpetbaggers, shout out to Comer, shout out to Manchin. I knew Comer's involvement. I don't know the parliamentary nonsense of all this, but at least some people had a vision for what belongs and should be celebrated by every American is a dope-ass stadium in the nation's capital 100%. That can be a source of pride for the whole country, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. But people refuse to have vision because they're so blinded by their own ideological baloney. Anyway, I'm going to get all hot again. I promised myself
I
not
thought you wanted Joe to come on and talk you off the ledge.
Yeah.
You seem to be inching out.
Let me say this, and I think you guys, I think have an important role here because people listen to you, and then people hear what you both share, and they act accordingly in communicating with their constituents and their elected representatives. And what I'd say is the RFK transfer very much in line with the incoming administration's focus on reducing costs, reducing the federal government's footprint. This structure and this 170 acres sits under federal government possession and costs the federal government money. Okay. You have to continually upkeep. You have maintenance. You have riparian areas that still are environmentally sensitive that we put taxpayer dollars towards and protecting. Okay. All of these things are going to be taken off of the backs of the federal government and will go to the District of Columbia, who will then probably have all of these things rehabilitated and have the decrepit, rusted structure taken down with the help of private capital investment. So this as a policy is very much in keeping with what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will come in and begin to want to move forward across a variety of things in the federal government with their Department of Government Efficiency. So I think we can really, really, really hammer that nail here, gentlemen, that this is something that is very and largely consistent with the ideological viewpoints of this incoming administration. So in that sense, it's intellectually consistent.
That's what makes you, Maloney. You're already figuring out the way to sell it to the next batch of guys. I hope you're right, bro. I told all the parents to turn their radios off. I'm gonna say it again. Last night was like when I learned Santa Claus isn't real. I can't believe. I want to. I think it's pretty clear what I want to happen. I can't go all in anymore. I'm running out of chips here. What last one, Maloney? This is our friend Joe Maloney. He knows how the government works. The rest of us are all just pawns. Because you worked on the team side of this thing too, what is their timeline? Like at some point, you got to fish or cut bait here, and Maryland's only going to sit there with $500 million or whatever the offer is. I think Westmore's playing this brilliantly. Like, hey, we're here. We got a bunch of cash. Happy to build you something dope. I think what is the team's timeline where eventually they're like, we can't deal with these
wait
freaking
anymore.
Politicians?
I think that it's all about right site, right place, right deal, right package. And I think you're exactly right. I think the governor, Governor Moore has been patient. I think the Maryland political establishment has said the second you are ready to have a serious conversation, we are ready. There is political alignment. I mean, let's be honest, JP, 2 days ago, I think a city council member was on your station saying, no way, stadium here. That doesn't exist in Maryland. Yes, there are probably pockets in Maryland that would oppose public subsidies for a stadium, but there's going to be a very handsome package put on the table. And I sort of soberly and dispassionately did work with the club. It wasn't my job to care about where the stadium ended up. It was just trying to preserve optionality for Josh when he arrived. I think the timeline is short. To answer your question, JP, I think they want to get into a new stadium as quickly as possible. I think it hamstrings the organization from a revenue standpoint, from a business standpoint. And I think there is a very willing and able dance partner with a great site, a great parcel, and probably a great package. Yep. And let me just say this, whatever Josh and co built, Mitch, Mark, everybody, whatever they decide to do, it is going to be amazing. Mm-hmm. It is going to be SoFi on steroids. It will be an absolutely fabulous, fantastic place to watch a football game, so long as it's not in Dumfries. It's going to be amazing. So keep that in mind, really, because I think Maryland becomes ever more attractive, because I don't think this is going to get any easier in terms of RFK transfer if it doesn't get done in the next 24 hours. I think this whiplash is just going to continue over and over again.
Well, he said he wanted to know something by the end of the year. He don't get it by the end of the year. Blame yourselves.
They might not go home with the hottest girl at the bar, but there's still plenty of good-looking girls.
They got enough money. They can get the hottest girl still, Jay.
Not touching that one here before the holidays, gentlemen, you know. But
Landover will never be RFK, but it doesn't mean Landover can't be dope. Joe, thank you, brother. Have a very Merry Christmas, man. I appreciate you trying to you're trying. I might just be broken on this topic, but you're trying, and I appreciate that.
Okay. Hey, thanks, gentlemen. Have a wonderful holiday.
All right, Joe. Take care, brother.
Take care.
It's our guy, Joe Maloney. It sure sounds like Landover, B. When we come back, good news. This might actually walk me off the ledge. Greg Rosenstein is a reporter for NBC News on a national level, and he does sports all over the country. And he and I talked about this a while back. He did a story on, hey, fans are flocking back to the burgundy and gold because they see an organization that they can love again. Let's bring some love into our hearts in this Christmas season. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update presented by Boldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Wizards defeat the Charlotte Hornets 123-114 to register their fourth win of the season. The Chargers rally past the Broncos 34-27. Now tonight, the Capitals look to end a brief two-game slide, hosting the Carolina Hurricanes. It's a big one in the Metro, a 7 o'clock puck drop from Capital One Arena. Listen to it here on The Fan. And the college football playoff gets underway. It's Indiana and Notre Dame at 8 p.m. Boldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit boldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's been kind of a, I don't know, maybe not everybody reacts the same as I do. But the RFK news is tough though. If you're a real one, you understand the RFK news is tough. So I think this is a great time to bring up a story that Greg Rosenstein wrote for NBC News. Greg joins us now. You can give him a follow at G Rosenstein, Rosenstein. Greg, what's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, how's everybody doing? Thanks for having me on.
Good, brother.
Thank you for joining us. I want you to explain the story you wrote and kind of when you thought it was of relevance.
Sounds good. Well, I'll start by saying, first off, I'm from the DC area. I grew up in Annandale, Virginia, and I grew up a DC sports fan, especially of this team. And I think for a lot of people around my age, I'm 36 years old. I think anyone 40 or younger has mostly seen depressing seasons their entire life. And they've also dealt with a lot of negativity off the field with this team. And I had this idea a couple months ago, once the Commanders had such a strong start to the season and everything involving Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn and the new ownership group and just about how life has basically changed for everybody. Yeah. I think no matter what happens this season, the fact that they're where they're at right now, doing it with who they have on the field right now and in the executive suite, I think everything has basically changed. It's just been a completely new franchise for a lot of fans. So when they, especially coming off of that Hail Mary play, I think fans have just done a complete 180 from where they were even a year ago. And I wanted to kind of touch base with fans of the team and see, if that renewed hope was actually there. And after talking to a lot of fans, including people like the actor Jeffrey Wright and the TV host and chef Eddie Wong, and I led my story with Peter Rosenberg, the TV host and radio host you guys had on yesterday. I think a lot has changed, and they admitted to it.
Yeah. So I read the story. Is it out yet?
Yes, it is out on NBCnews.com.
Okay. You should tweet it out, dude. I went to your Twitter page looking for it, and I couldn't find it.
I'll
Greg
send it out. It's only 8:30 out here in LA. I live in LA now.
Hey, trying to wake up.
Wake up, dude. Get some coffee. Greg sent me a draft or an advanced copy, whatever you want to call it, and I got to read it. And I love that it opened with Rosenberg telling the story of ducking out of his wife's baby shower, which is a story he told us yesterday on air. Greg, I don't know if you know this. I grew up with Peter. We went to high school together. We went to middle school together.
Wow.
And I do think you were able to talk to kind of these celebs. I mean, Jeffrey Wright is winning Oscars and stuff now, and he's very clearly a Skins fan. and it is so dope to see the excitement coming back. What about just like in your individual life, like your dad, your friends from Northern Virginia? How different are those conversations?
I think things have changed a lot there too. I would say, some people in my friend group from, say, high school has stayed with this team over the years. And then there have been a few people who I would say grew up a Redskins fan, Commanders fan, but in recent years has kind of said, you know what, I could be maybe doing something else with my Sunday, or they'll tune in and it matters, but doesn't matter, And I think just in terms of like group chats and people talking to me about this team, people are just a lot more invested than they maybe were before. I think wins and losses actually matter for the first time in what feels like decades.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, I just think like in terms of how much people care, it's actually risen a lot among like just, random fans, especially friends of mine.
Would I be wrong to say that once the ownership changed people's mindset, they were open to a new possibility?
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. I think with Snyder, you always felt like you had these extra weights on you and you can never seem to be at the same point as any of these other teams. And I think once he left, a lot of those fans that maybe were kind of tuning out the team a little bit, I think they were like, you know what, I can come back. There actually might be hope for this team. The new ownership group might actually take somebody like Adam Peters, who is a highly regarded general manager, and put him in charge of this team, make smart decisions. I think people do finally see that hope. And I do think also with Snyder, we all dealt with the lackluster product on the field, but at the same time, we had so many negative issues off the field that people just felt, I think, kind of gross rooting for this team. I talked to multiple fans who kind of said, I just could not support this man, between the name change, between some of the horrible things he's done over the years, like charge fans to go to training camp the first time that's ever happened, have seats with pillars blocking half their view and everything going on with the stadium. I think like once he left, there was just the idea that we can completely start fresh.
Totally agree. Talking with Greg Rosenstein here. Check out Greg's Twitter profile and his latest piece on Commanders fans coming back. In your reporting, were you the name? There are like this group of diehards that I think a lot aren't even Skins fans that care about the name, but like, did the name come up at all as a factor? Because I think new ownership, new leadership, new quarterback, winning ball games, and oh, by the way, Dan's gone is such a recipe.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're just talking about, the original Redskins name, I think that's pretty divisive in the fan base. Some of the people I did talk to just felt that, because it was considered a racial slur, that they did not want to get behind it. And once it changed, at least they had a little bit more of a better feeling for this team. I know some people don't agree with that, but I am curious what's going to happen, because I think there was a lot of talk about Josh Harris not mentioning the Commander's name at his opening press conference and only saying Washington, and whether that sticks too, because like, you're right, like just winning kind of solves everything. And I do feel like with Jaden Daniels in here doing what he's doing, if the team ends up, all of a sudden being a perennial contender, at least for the playoffs, like, I don't know if they would change the name. I feel like maybe I know a lot of people don't like the Commander's name, but I also think that they like winning. And if the team name is connected to winning, I just think maybe it would stay. Do you guys, what's your take in terms of like whether this team name could actually stay because of it?
I don't know if it'll stay or not, but I agree with you when it says, people like to talk about names once they're gone. But when you really are winning a football, you care about the players on the team. They make you love the name. And I've said this the whole time. If this team starts winning, you're going to start loving more players. If the Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin's keep coming, you're going to start loving those guys. You're going to love whatever name is on that damn helmet. You have to win with it. But ultimately, I believe this name here still has the Dan Snyder stench on it. And I think that's where a lot of people really want it going.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with you on that. And I think there were also a couple botched moments. I remember when the name was unveiled and some of the earlier yeah, exactly. There were tons of little things early on where you were like still questioning everything about it. And I know people don't love the name. So, I mean, I think it would be an amazing thing if Josh Harris and Magic Johnson and everybody here decided to change the name to something that actually fans want to care about. And then if they could somehow pull off the RFK situation, I think that would bring everybody back from no matter what generation of a fan you are for this team.
Totally. Now, do you get any feedback on RFK looking basically dead?
I have not heard anything about it. I've mostly been focused on just like fan and the community situation here. I think a lot of fans, if you ask them, would want it there. I think it's actually kind of crazy if you think about it. I mean, JP and D-Mitch, I know you guys do this all the time. Go to the training facility and go to Northwest Stadium. Isn't that like an hour and a half away from each other? I mean, I think that's pretty crazy right there.
Oh, easily.
I mean, I remember hearing Jonathan Allen talk about when he got injured, he was sitting in his car for an hour and a half trying to get home from the game earlier this year. And it's just like, I don't know. I think fans want the stadium back in actual DC. I think RFK Stadium was just the place for many people as like many people as a kid growing up in the area rooting for the team. Jeffrey Wright was talking about how, you know, some of his best memories as a kid was just like the rumbling of the stadium and going with his mom. His mom had season tickets from 1970 to 1999, to 2009, and how like that was the biggest memory. Those were the biggest memories for him as a kid. I think everybody would love if it got back there.
But see, I think everybody have to understand this: the practice facility and the stadium have never been in the same place. You still have to ride to DC and you're dealing with traffic. You're going to spend a little time, which means we were winning so much, nobody cared about those things. They only care about them now because you're not winning.
Right.
You know, and to be honest with you, that where it's at right now, it seems to be they put it in the absolute worst possible place for traffic. You think it would be easier with 495 right there. You know, you got Landover Road right there, all those different things, but still the traffic getting in and out of there is horrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I do think the stadium does matter, by the way, for some of these fans who like want to attend games. I mean, I think people just hate the fact that, you know, a railing collapsed a couple of years ago, almost hurting the other team's starting quarterback and hurting multiple fans. And the fact that raw sewage was spilling out and it's just an old stadium.
Hey, they're very clear that it was not raw sewage, Greg. They get very upset.
Right.
It was just water. It was just water, all right? It definitely wasn't poop water.
All right, we'll take them at their word. But I do think a new stadium would also go a long way, because I think a lot of fans, even though the new ownership group has worked to change things, and you go to obviously way more games than I do, it just feels like the fan experience has improved, but it's not what it could be when you get a brand new stadium.
Totally. Hey, Greg, I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you, and enjoy reading your work.
All right, thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, Greg Rosenstein, sports editor for NBC News. Give him a follow at G Rosenstein. When we come back, we got some real positive injury news coming out of Ashburn. Nobody go anywhere.
Oh boy, I hope it's what we think it is. But hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every Friday night, FanDuel is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on everything you like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first, which player will score the first 15 points, and so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look at Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. And it's time. Every week we get a new song from our big head friend, Jeff Walker. And Jeff has another one to drop today. So, Jeff, take it away.
Yeah, it's crazy because this song, I'm not going to lie, I actually made this song yesterday because I just could not come up with a chorus. But Drew Cohen came in, and when he spelled the Fueagles, you got to say it fast because I can't slow those first two letters up. When he said it, I was like, oh, that's what it is right there. Even to the point where I was at the studio last night, and I called Landfill, and I'm like, yo, can I say this over the air? He was like, you probably shouldn't. So I tailored it a little bit, and here it is, week 16.
Squad, attend hut. It has been brought to my attention that the Eagles are flying in to attack us. What? There are a lot of haters. Yeah. Naysayers. Yeah. Saying we can't defeat them. What? But you know what I say to that? What? Bleed UEAGLE. Say it with me. Bleed UEAGLE. Yes.
They wanna fly down, their wings gotta get clipped. Coming to the Western Birds, gonna get skit. Trying to make the playoffs and they playing without rent. Get another win, we closer to the 6. Jada throw the deep ball, McLaurin don't miss. 1,000-yard season, and it came quick. Defense, this is it. Hit him, don't whiff. We got Marshawn, AJ can't bully him. Gotta make a play. You know what the saying is, any Sunday. So why it can't be ours? We've been putting in the hours. Let's go get a signature win and beat the Falcons. I feel it in my heart. I believe we can achieve. I know my ex and my chat fam can agree. And let's go shock the league. Win our last 3. A 12-win season sounds immaculate to me.
Bleed UEAGLES. Bleed UEAGLES.
You pretty much get the message, man.
I like it, dog.
Yeah, dog. Bleep the Eagles, bleep Philly, bleep brotherly love, bleep the Bell, bleep Rocky, bleep Donovan McNabb before he came here. Bleep that part of Brian Mitchell's career.
Damn, Jeff.
What else? Bleep cheesesteaks. I'm going to say it forever and ever. Steak and cheeses are better than cheesesteaks. I'm standing 10 toes on that. And that's just how I feel, man. We're going to go out here. We're going to shock the world. Philly going to come into the Northwest Stadium. And you know what, Jaden and Bobby and Marshawn and Luvu and Badass and everyone, we're going to put our cleat on their esophagus. We're going to step down.
Lift up slowly?
No, we're not even going to lift up. We're going.
But I'm saying you lift the other foot up and you put all the weight right there. You cut the wind off, dog.
Yeah, twist it in their neck, and they going to walk out. Hopefully, nobody fall over the bleachers. Like, hopefully, no bones don't break. Bleep you, Philly.
I wish you could put out a whole line of all these songs, and you don't have to worry about taking out words you want to put out there.
So the tape is coming.
Yeah,
we're gonna do something. We're gonna do something.
We can have the kid version and we can have the adult version.
Week 18, we're gonna release it, but then I'm gonna get some physical copies made too, because this is the first season.
I get the first one.
I got you. I send you an autograph too.
I don't want that.
Dang, you don't want my autograph? That's crazy.
Nah, that's all right.
That's crazy, bro. That's the first of many. You gotta get the autograph, bro. I got you.
I take songs.
Nah, bro, you gotta get it. You know, I'm gonna get one on vinyl just for you. I'm gonna have my face on it. So whenever you walk down in your basement,
you put your face on it, I might throw it away.
Whenever you walk down in your basement, I'm just gonna be cheesing.
Nah, put your face at the bottom of the album. So every time I put it on, I have to see it. But nah, Jeff, that was good, man. I really like that. You know, and I like the little military aspect you threw into there. You know,
Thanks, like all that.
And listen to me, dude. I'm not gonna lie, you're talented. And you know, I don't give a lot of credit to many people. I'm giving a lot of compliments. You are talented.
Thanks, bro.
You just need to listen more often.
I got
Because
you.
you don't like to listen. Yeah, what you thought about the song, Landfill?
I was great.
Wow, that's very exciting. I was great.
Yeah, it was great.
And that's Brian, right there. Brian, you like the song?
Yeah, that's Brian. Welcome, Brian.
Got another Brian in the house.
He gotta get his headphones
Brian got to
on.
stand up to talk. His head. Brian, how often you work the radio? Like the headphone not plugged up. He didn't have his mic on.
Hey, they was already giving Mike a problem in the chat earlier too. I mean Brian,
Brian,
not Mike.
Was it a good song? You like it?
Yeah, I didn't really agree with the bleep the cheesesteaks part, but everything else is
Brian, like, hold on, dog. You messing with my damn food. What's going on here?
Yeah, I've been known to tear up a good cheesesteak, so
Have,
I don't
have
know
you
what
ever
all that's
had?
about.
Have you ever had a steak and cheese?
I think it's the same thing, really.
No, it's not. Philly don't season their beef. That's the only problem I have with cheesesteaks. They don't season their beef. They just throw the beef on there with the onions and the cheese sauce. Where the season at, bro?
I've had some that was seasoned,
Look,
but I don't know.
B, this is what we're gonna do.
You want me to forget about that part of my life?
Yeah, bleep that part.
This weekend I will.
Except for the family aspect, but as far as you plan for Philly, bleep them.
All right, we're gonna take this quick break here. When we get back, we're gonna do a crosstalk. Hugh Douglas and Joe. Is it how you pronounce Joe's last name? Well, Joe G. We're gonna talk to them. Crosstalk Philadelphia and Washington. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Well, what a few days we have ahead. Now the Caps have a busy weekend. They host the Carolina Hurricanes tonight at 7, and they're taking on the LA Kings Sunday at 5 from Capital One Arena. Both games can be heard right here on the Fan. The Wizards winners last night over Charlotte. They are in Milwaukee tomorrow at 8 on the Team 980. Maryland will take on Syracuse at noon tomorrow on the Team 980. Virginia Tech visits St. Joe's tomorrow at noon as well. Listen here on the Fan. Georgetown plays Sunday night at Seton Hall, looking to get to 2-0 at 7 on the Team 980. And the college football playoff gets going tonight. Indiana's at Notre Dame at 8. Tomorrow's triple header features SMU at Penn State at noon, Clemson at Texas at 4, and Tennessee at Ohio State at 8. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
All right, B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. Friday, before the Commanders take on Philadelphia Eagles, and we're going to be talking a crosstalk like we did the last game, talking to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio from WIP in Philly. Hugh was trying to take some shots last time. They won the game, so we let them slide. Now they coming to our house, and things will have to change up a little bit. But, people like to floss a little bit. Jeff came here saying he needed to help me out. Didn't want me to get tag team.
With our guy down in D.C. 106.7 The Fan, we're joined right now by your former teammate, Hugh Douglas, Brian Mitchell.
I'm Hugh's master. That's what it is. I'm Hugh's master.
Hey, it was good seeing you last week, B. Mitch.
Hey,
B. Mitch was doing an interview, right?
Put your lips on my head again, I'm gonna beat you up.
Wait, what?
I kissed him on his head,
I'm sitting
man.
there talking. All of a sudden, I got some big ass lips on my head. It was you.
Yeah, because I got a chance. I said, wait a minute. Because, somebody say, hey, your friend's B. Mitch. I said, where's B. Mitch? And he was doing his radio show. I came and kissed him on his head, man. And he was like, what the hell?
All right, man. So now, 11-game win streak, huh? Or 10
11 games.
Well, it's 10.
10
You're speaking 11 into existence.
No,
I like that.
It's hard to go 11, But what I'm trying to say, do you all feel that there's a possibility of a letdown coming up?
B, you know what? I was trying to tell them this morning, but you know what I get called when I say stuff like that? Right. Especially when you got guys coming out watching talking about, hey, they caught us at the right time and all this other stuff. I get called plant-based and scary. Uh-huh. And I'm trying to tell them, I'm like, man, these division rivals, you can't underestimate anybody. These games get weird, man, and they're physical. They're very physical.
Yeah. I just think that for me, I look at games. I remember some games we played earlier this year, and JP was thinking just like everybody else, like, oh, man, this is going to be easy. I'm like, bro, don't say that. You know what I mean? Because the thing about when you are on a roll is a natural human tendency to relax and feel good about yourself. And then when you're playing against that team is also a natural tendency to play up. And I think that's the thing that can come into the game. Emotions flow in games, and how you control them also can be determine the outcome.
So, B. Mitchell, how about that second time within the division? We were talking about that, and we were actually kind of looking forward a little bit because this could be the first-round playoff matchup. If the Eagles get the 2 seed and Washington getting the 7, that's probably pretty likely for them. If they make the playoffs, they're going to be the 7. We could see this matchup again in 3 weeks. How much of a challenge was it for you when you played the second? I don't know if you ever played a third time. It's a team 3 times in one season. But how much of a challenge when you play a team again in a season?
It's tough because there's nothing you can sneak up on them with. They know you know them. So you got to figure out more stuff. And a lot of times you got some coaches that they adjust. Some coaches try to, we're going to run our stuff no matter what. And I believe that when you have an offensive line like the Eagles, sometimes you just come back and run the same thing because you feel like we have an advantage. But that can be changed up. I remember back in, I know every time I'm in Philly, people talk about the body bag game. And I say, but you forgot that's another part of that whole series where we came into the playoffs and knocked them out. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to understand this thing goes up and down. It's a roller coaster. Who adjusts the best and put the best game plan in and play and then execute that game plan will win the game, not just the person that won the first time.
So, Beamish, tell us about the Commanders, what's going on right now, because it feels like things have changed a little bit since the last time we talked and they had the game in November. Eagles won that game, and it felt like the Commanders fell into a little bit of a lull. They got upset by the Cowboys at home. They weren't playing as well, but the last few weeks, a little bit better. I mean, they blew the Titans out. They had a bye. They won last week. Are they back to where they were early? Tell us about the Commanders, how they're playing lately.
I think they're better. They're closer back to what they were, but they went through that stretch where, they played a lot of games before they got a bye. And it happens to everybody, but they got into that injury bug where you had a lot of people hurt on the football team. Jaden was still dealing with the soreness from the ribs. I think everybody's a little bit more healed up now, and they're playing closest to what they were. The offensive line, when they came up to Philly, there were a lot of injuries on the line, not making no excuses because you go in the game, you play. Nobody plays 100% no more in the league once you play your first game. But I think they're closer to what they were. I think now Terry McLaurin is starting to establish himself even more as a receiver. And I think the Quinyon Mitchell thing is probably eating at him, and then he's probably ready for this matchup.
See, CB, and you know what's funny? I'm pretty sure when you say stuff like that, nobody's laughing at you and calling you crazy. I said almost the exact same thing. When Terry McLaurin comes in and he goes against Quinyon and Quinyon gets the better of him, he's coming back in that next game, and he's looking at that. Yeah, and he's competitive. Yeah, I mean, and that's how it always is, and that's why, I remember when we played y'all a couple times when you were there. I forgot who was it. Stephen Davis. Stephen Davis was the running back, and we was giving it to Stephen, and they put B. Mitch in. It was like, hold up, who is this cat? You know what I mean? And that's how it goes. I just remember games like that, man, and you can never underestimate your direct opponent because stuff like that stews with them, and they think about that. That's why. When I heard some of the stuff coming out of Washington and they were talking about, well, hey, we got to match their physicality. And we felt like, they got, we were coming off a short week and things like that. They've been thinking about this game for a while.
Oh, yeah. Those are the games you think about, and I know nobody forgets about a game, but you are really, really putting extra focus and interest into the teams you play in your division. Eagles, Giants, Cowboys, you care about those games there more than anything. Most times you would see these two teams split. You get a sweep here and there. But the ultimate thing is you want to make sure you go and play better against those teams. And I remember back in the day, if you won the NFC East, you were in the playoffs and you were probably the favorite to go win the Super Bowl. So, don't know how that is lately, but, because that North is starting to become very damn good. But I just believe this game right here is going to have nothing to do with what happened before. It's going to be who comes into this game better equipped and be able to go out there and establish what they want to establish.
Yeah, no question. And the Commanders had a nice season, B. Mitch. I mean, they're going to very likely to make the playoffs, and this could go a long way to getting them there. What do you think about the coaching job that has been happening down there this year? Because, if you told me before the season they would be 9-5 entering this game, I would have said that's a good job. It feels like Quinn has really done a good job with that team.
He has. And I think I basically said that the whole time where this is supposed to be a rebuild. But he was able to get the right people, veteran guys like a Wagner and also a Chin come in. He got young guys like Daniels and also Sam Steele, young guys who understand and are not just happy to be in the league, but he gets the guys to buy into what he's selling. Too many times coaches come in and their scheme is what leads them. Now, if the guys don't like you, if they don't like what you're talking about and they don't want to follow you, your scheme could be great, but you're not going to get anything out of it. Dan has been able to do everything. And, I hear so much about, well, man, he got to the Super Bowl. He didn't do that good. It's not just the head coach job in the Super Bowl. Hell, we got Shanahan, who was in the Super Bowl, who refused to run the damn football to keep giving the Patriots a chance. People praise him as this great thing over there in San Fran. So I think Dan has done a great job and should be in line for, definitely get some votes for Coach of the Year, because we have seen what this place has been and now how he has them playing.
B-Mitch, we got to ask you about Saquon. He's had an incredible season, and he has a chance, although it's going to take a lot the last few weeks. He has a chance to break the all-time rusher record. He needs about 140 per game the rest of the way to get there. So not out of the realm, but it's a lot. What do you think? Like, do you think the Eagles should put an emphasis on this, or should they kind of think about the big picture, which is they're in the playoffs already. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. Last week, for the first time, he got banged up a little bit, came out for a little while. He went back in. But what do you think on that? I mean, it's a special thing, but at the same time, it's a team thing, and they want to win the Super Bowl. Do you think they should put an emphasis on getting them those carries to get a record here?
It's a special thing, but you know what? Just like it was earlier this year when they told him he could set a single game record, and he said no, let the other guys get some shine, because he's going to need those other guys to get some shine as they go through the playoffs and things of that nature as well. If he's getting it naturally, you continue feeding him. But just to change up the game plan to go get it for him, I don't think that's the way you do it. You know, I've reached goals, and I didn't never want a coach to come in and say, we're going to do this here so you can get this record. No, if I get the record, I get it. But I don't want you to go change up nothing, because if you change up things, then I might not get it. You know what I mean? So just I think keep going as it is, and if he start doing that stuff after this week. You know, tell him go get 280 the next 2 games, but not this one.
See, not this one. I hear that. I hear where that's coming from. We hear that. Brian Mitchell joining us, a little crossover, 106.7 The Fan down in D.C. right here on WIP. All right, B-Mitch, we got to ask you about this. So last week here in Philadelphia,
we had a little bit of a dust-up.
We had drama. We had Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Brandon Graham, and it felt like there was some, brothers were fighting a little bit last week, and they got over it, and they won a game. And B-Mitch, Hugh has referenced a story from back in the day where you guys are brothers, and you guys had a little...
Don't be nice. B-Mitch about whoop my ass in Tennessee.
What do you remember? Because the way Hugh tells it, he maybe crossed the line, and you almost had to let him have it there.
Well, it's just like a regular family. People, brothers and sisters, get into fights. Brothers and brothers, sisters and sisters, they get into arguments, they get into fights. But you have to be able to adjust and move on. And I think, look, Brandon Graham didn't just say that stuff just to be saying it. He said something that was the truth. And then the two actual characters, oh, no, that's not true. But they had to go talk about it, didn't they?
Yeah.
So if you had no issue, why the hell you have to go talk about it? Why you have to go solve something? So they probably solved it up, but let's be real. If it jumped in one time, it'll come back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it will come back unless those guys have completely nipped that thing in the bud. But don't think Brandon just pulled that out the air.
Yeah.
He said the truth.
Yeah, he did. And speaking of nipping in the bud, I made sure, Joe, that I nipped that in the bud that Sunday before we played. Good boy. Hey, listen, I have never seen B-Mitch mad like he was mad. When B-Mitch took that chain off, dog, and he wrapped it around his hands, I was like, B-Mitch about to whoop my ass. And I said the next day, because I felt bad, because I was like, okay, I crossed the line. I said, hey, bro, I'm sorry. And I remember I went to his locker, and I apologized, and we hugged it out. But, boy, before that, my teammates like, hey, man, you better go apologize. B-Bitch about to whoop your ass, dog.
You guys won that game, right?
Yeah, we did. We won that game.
See, Joe, I grew up with 4 older brothers. And every once in a while, you got to just say, look, I'm going to either take an ass whooping or I'm going to get one.
No, I tell you, listen, when B-Mitch stood up, and I was like, yeah, I probably took this one too far. I took this one too far.
I was the old school little big brother. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, and you know what's funny? And my boss, Rod, he was saying, well, B-Mitch is not a big guy. I said, dude, B-Mitch was squatting 600 pounds when it wasn't cool.
Not like now, everyone's doing it.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, B-Mitch was squatting 600 pounds when it wasn't cool. And I said, B-Mitch still work out. So, yeah, it would have been different. I was like, no, I wasn't trying to see what that was.
See, that's what I love. Like, people, they look at the size of a person, and they go, oh, man, he ain't that big. Yeah, Hershey Kiss not that big neither, but it got big flavor, don't it?
B-Mitch with us here as a little crossover 106.7 The Fan. B. Mitch, all right, let me get your thoughts on how good this Eagles team actually is, because things have changed here in the last few weeks. Detroit has been the favorite in the NFC, and some people might think they still are, but they've had a lot of injuries. And now you look at the betting market, we're at FanDuel, the Eagles are now the favorites to get to the Super Bowl. Do you consider Philadelphia the best team in the NFC?
I think right now they're showing it because they have their guys healthy. And on top of it, like JP and I talk all the time about them, where, that team is loaded with talent. You got those boys from Georgia now playing like you thought they would play. Saquon is running the football like he's better than he's ever done it. I'm sure Joe Shane is kind of shaking up there because the owner did say I'm gonna be sick and he might be looking for a job after this year. But when you look at them overall, they can run the football, they can pass football, they can stop it and all that stuff. And then you got special teams going with you. So when you have all three phases that are playing very good, you have a chance. And the Lions were it. But I also heard the little talk that the Eagles started to go more in full gear. They went back a little old school, which puts you in a different mindset. And now on the field, that's the way that they're playing. We know Detroit was playing that way. Detroit probably go over them 14 days you could be in full pads. But what it is, it changes your mindset. It gets you into a real physical mindset. Like, people want to talk about what the game has changed, the rules have changed. They changed for practice. When you get in that football game, if you haven't practiced the way you're supposed to, you can't play the way you need to. And I think when they changed up to go back the way that they've been doing it, that made them a different football team.
Well, it has. I mean, Hugh, we heard that. And when we were at training camp this summer, they practiced longer this year than they had in the past. It feels like they brought a little bit of the old school back here.
Yeah, because
your D coordinator.
Yeah,
that's old school,
Big
baby.
Fangio. And they didn't tackle well early on. Mm-hmm. And as they progressed and they got better at tackling, where they started practicing, they got better at tackling. Even Darius Slayer's out there trying to make tackles, man. That's pretty big.
See, that's
for an older player to be out there trying to do something that he really was adverse to last year. That's pretty big.
The thing of it, like, I know safety rules, all this stuff, but you're still getting prepared to play a game that's just nothing but a bunch of accidents. Yeah, and if you don't prepare your body for that, you're gonna have problems. He'll tell you. I was in my 11th, 12th, 13th year when I was in Philly. I didn't run no slower in practice than I would when I was a rookie. If I'm supposed to be giving you a look, I'm giving you a look. If I'm working on my stuff, I'm not half-stepping. If you were in a hole that's supposed to be open during the game and you one of my blockers, I put my helmet in your back. I bet you in the game you won't be there. It's the way people do stuff. I was raised by a military dad, so I don't know how to go soft in nothing. And I think a lot of these guys come today in this game, and they want to think about the rules protecting them. No, you better torture your body in the offseason so you can have fun during the season. And I think what these coaches made them do, a lot of coaches need to do in the NFL. You'll see that your team will start playing a lot better. And they'll damn sure start playing more physical.
Yeah, it could be a template for what's going to happen here. Hugh mentioned the veteran corners and veteran players like Darius Slay. Tell us about Lattimore, what you noticed last week, because that was a big thing at the trade deadline. Washington got Lattimore, but then he wasn't ready. When we played each other early November, B-Mitch, he didn't play. I noticed he was back last week, his first game. I'm guessing he'll be, regardless of which guy he's on for the Eagles, got two good receivers here, but he could be on A.J. Brown on Sunday. How did he look in his first game?
Well, I think he allows them a chance to come out and do multiple things where a receiver has to guess. But I think the way last week, hell, we didn't get a chance to see how he looked. He was out there for 35 plays, and they never threw the ball at him. So
that must be pretty good then. He's covering,
that's not a bad thing.
They completely didn't look his way. And if you have watched him in the past where he and Evans would go at it a lot, he's not afraid of physicality. He's going to be in your face all day. So if you're a receiver who has been dominating people, you won't just dominate him because he's going to be like a little net. He's going to be under your skin all day. I love that aspect. Like I said, I wasn't the biggest person all the time, but every time I got on the field, I pissed off one big dude. I made sure I had to do it, because that big person have to start thinking, like, why is he constantly talking to me and not backing up when I step to him? You have to be concerned who I am. I'm not worried about who you are. And I think that's the way Lattimore plays football.
Well, that's going to be a fun matchup on Sunday with him out there. And we'll see. AJ's a little limited in practice, but if he's going, it'll be a fun one. B-Mitch, we appreciate it. Always enjoy doing this. And we might have to do it again if we get a playoff matchup in a few weeks between these teams.
We could definitely do that, man. We could sit down next to each other and we get a playoff matchup.
Let's
So
do
I can
it.
touch you if you say something wrong.
I like it.
Hey, man, you play too much.
Enjoy your weekend, man. Merry Christmas. We'll talk soon.
I'll
All
talk
right,
to you later,
Joe,
man.
y'all take care, brother. Be cool.
There he goes. Brian Mitchell, 106.
All right, that's us doing the crosstalk with the people from Philadelphia. We're gonna take us a quick break here, but before I go, hey, it's B Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV, and just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly, and if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV, and if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by Oarsman Fairfax Toyota. Let's ride together. The Commanders take on the Eagles on Sunday. Their Week 16 captains are going to be wide receiver Terry McLaurin, linebacker Bobby Wagner, and safety Jeremy Reeves. Dan Quinn already ruled out John Allen for Sunday's game. Thursday Night Football last night, the Chargers beat the Broncos 34-27. Both of those teams now 9-6. And a packed weekend of football tomorrow. 2 NFL games, Texans and Chiefs at 1 o'clock, Steelers and Ravens at 4:30. College football playoff gets underway tonight. Indiana taking on Notre Dame at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, 3 games, SMU taking on Penn State at noon, Clemson taking on Texas at 4, and Tennessee and Ohio State at 8 o'clock. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Hornets last night 123-114 for their 4th win of the season. Tonight, the Caps take on the Hurricanes at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. Oarsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Hi, B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. The B. Mitchell Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com, find a contractor near you, and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. And this is our Friday Vodka Red Bull. It's a Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it's powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Well, we had to make some changes to the show today. We're getting the governor going to come on at 1:15, get his takes. He has 5 great games we're going to get him to choose from. And then on top of that now, we're moving it. We normally at 1 o'clock we'll be doing Ask B. Mitch Anything, but we're going to do that right now. 1-800-636-1067. Get the call in. Ask me any questions that you want. It could be football related, golf, beating up Jeff. If you want some type of relationship advice, I may have some for you. Hell, Steve Harvey giving it. He's been divorced multiple times. I'm sure I can give it to you. I hadn't been divorced yet. So let's just figure this thing out. And we take your phone calls as you come in. But any one of you in there have something to ask. Because Lanford, you always trying to ask questions when I'm leaving.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions, B. Mitch. Which one you want first? Question 1 or question 2?
Give me all. I'll take them both at the same time.
All right. Whenever you were playing in a game, if you ever fumbled, like what would you say to teammates when you got back to the sideline?
I just took blame for it. It was my fault. I won't let it happen again, and thing about it, you got to move on. People talk so much about cornerbacks having that mindset where they let things go, but hell, no matter who you are, you make the mistake, you probably know what you did wrong, you correct it, and you get on the football field and you go full speed, because if you let it bother you over and over again, it snowballs. You start thinking about what you were doing and you're just guessing. Nah, the best thing to do, my fault, own it and move past it. Because if you don't move past it, it might just stay there and it's going to halter. It's going to hinder you and make you mess up.
All right, second question. What's your favorite type of soda?
Favorite type of soda? If I ever drink soda, I want a Mountain Dew. Because I love the energy it gives me.
Now, do you just go like regular Mountain Dew, or you like Baja Blast?
They got that new one, the Blast. I love that one because it's like, people drink energy drinks. Get you a Mellow Yellow or a damn Mountain Dew. You got more energy in those things than they do in those energy drinks, and then they don't add all that extra stuff that may cause you problems later on. All right, let's go to the phone lines, Landfill. Who I have coming up first?
Harold in DC.
Harold, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, B. Mitch, how you doing, man?
I'm
This
doing
is about
well.
This is about Jeff's song.
All right.
So I needed to know if Jeff owed me a cup of coffee, because I'm listening to the song, and when he say we got Marshawn and AJ can't bully him, I spit coffee all over my windshield. I'm not asking him to clean my car, but he need to at least reimburse my cup.
Why? quiet. If Jeff is a comedian by trade, I hear his name is Jeff Too Funny. So if you know Jeff is gonna say something, you can't be drinking coffee while you're listening to him.
I'll take that. Then I guess I won't get.
You know what? But I
coffee,
think he should
JT
have to
still
buy.
owe me a bit.
Wait, did you get a coffee from like Starbucks? One of them expensive coffees?
No, I don't do expensive coffee, man. That coffee costs more than $3. I can't get it.
Okay, well, I was gonna say if it was one of those, he owes you a coffee. But if it's another one, you probably got.
Well, yeah. Then I got one of the $15 ones.
If it's another one, you probably got that still in the pot.
All right, I appreciate you, B.
All right, brother. Take care, man. Jeff, you owe Harold coffee. Because he spit his coffee all over the window when you said, we got Marshawn and AJ can't bully him.
Oh, yeah, I got him on December 32nd.
Never. All right, what's next, Landfill?
Let's go to Jupe.
Jupe, what's happening, brother?
What's happening, B-Mitch? Hey, this is my question for you. How did you go about preparing yourself mentally and physically for different weather conditions, like it's cold, hot, snow, rainy? How did you prepare yourself for that?
It was like the mental thing. Hell, I always felt like if the other team and the people I'm going against are playing in the same weather, they have no advantage over me. I have no advantage over them. Let's just go play the game. But I would make sure I had the right shoes on. And if we had like the weather that we were going to be having that weekend, I'm going to try out multiple spikes. But after I hit my third year, I never changed the quarter screw ins when we were on grass. And I always wore the exact same cleats when we were on field turf or AstroTurf. And I had no issues with it because I just felt you had to slow down just a tidbit. And I'm not saying if you run a 4.4, you slow down to a 4.9. You slow down to a 4.45 or a 4.5. And you be able to set yourself when you get ready to cut. None of that stuff bothers you when it's like, when it's wet, it bothers you when you cut because you can slide. But if you keep your weight all under you and your feet under you, you don't slide. But when it began to be below 30 and stuff like that, that's just a manhood thing. If you feel you can do it, you can do it. Because like I said, I wore sleeves my first year. Monty Coleman cut my sleeves off. And I never wore sleeves since that. So the rest of my career, because if I'm out there with and the sleeves you wear so damn thin, they're not really helping you. When you get to the sideline, sit on the heated bench, turn the jacket backwards. You keep all the heat in and you get back out to run again. But it was more about to make sure you had the right equipment to go out there and deal with the situation. But you got to gut through it if it was like the cold weather or when it got extremely hot. You got to start drinking water early. If you're going over to Denver, you don't wait till you get to Denver to start drinking, which helps you in the altitude. You drink your water a week and a half, 2 weeks prior to getting there.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I appreciate it, B-Mitch.
All right, brother. Take care, Drew. Next, Landfill.
Let's go to Ben in Bethesda.
Ben in Bethesda. What's up, Ben?
Hey, what's up, B-Mitch? Happy Friday.
Same to you, brother.
I kind of asked you to go away from football for a minute. I want to see if you were a beach guy and if there was like a favorite beach that you like going to. My wife and I are hating this weather. It's cold. It's nasty. We're thinking about going somewhere nice at a beach. Want to see what B-Mitch's favorite beach is. And then one short football question, a single answer. Who do you think is the number one wide receiver in the NFL? I go Jamar Chase, but I'm curious what your thoughts.
I'm going with Jamar Chase right now. No. I'm going with Jefferson right now. I'll go with Chase if he has a few more years of it. Because I think what they feed both of them, but they go to Chase a lot. Both of them are good. I can say, hell, they 1A, 1B. But my favorite beach is the beach at the Grand Wailea in Hawaii. I just love, you can sit on the beach and you watch all the whales and all that different stuff out there doing their thing. But I went there for 17 straight years, I think it was. And never had a bad day when I was there. So it's always been good to me, and I absolutely love it. But it just takes so damn long to get there. Who we got next, Landfill?
Steve in Fairfax.
Let's go to Fairfax. Steve, what's happening?
Hey, B-Mitch, happy holidays.
Same to you, brother.
Hey, just curious to know, you had mentioned earlier, about, you thinking that the team will eventually get to RFK. Just one of your thoughts about that. Why do you think eventually they'll get there one way or another? I know, this ownership group is a lot better than what we had before. And I know you have dealings with them and, there's cool people there, and hopefully that, one day we'll eventually get there. But what makes you so confident, or,
Well, it's a feeling and a belief. I just think that you get a guy like Josh and his group come in. They are very, very respectful people. They respect others. They have said they want to be there. And based off of what I've seen, it's a lot of people that work, even on Capitol Hill, want that team back in the city. But I listened to all this stuff yesterday, and I saw what it was. It was like people want to make things be pushed back just a little so they can say that they got it done. They're playing politics, But I normally believe that the people that are very respectful in that world, when they get that amount of money, they normally get what they want. And it's not because you go strong on nobody, but people feel good about working with you. You know what I mean? And I don't think they ever felt good about working with Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. And I would like JP states it as well. I really believe that a stadium in DC will do a lot for the economy in DC. And I'm not just talking about football. That's 10 games. But what if you happen to get some extra playoff games here? What if you happen to get the Super Bowl here? What if the World Cup comes through here? How about, you get all those different Olympics. And hell, you can have a tractor, what's the big trucks, the Bigfoot truck and all that? They do that stuff all the time in these big stadiums. If you get all that stuff here, it can change up a lot of stuff. So I know how people think about, I don't want to do this. Hey, if you get all those other things coming in, it'll roll and drop a lot of dollars in this area. I guarantee you that. And then, we may be able to get some other things later on. Let's go, Larry. Forget what we got next.
We got Rocky in Baltimore.
Rocky, what's up?
Hey, what's up, B-Bench? How you doing?
Hey,
Happy
what
holidays.
Jeff was talking about Rocky, he didn't mean you. He talking about that Rocky in Philly.
I'm a Commanders fan. I'm a Commanders fan. I'm actually from Richmond, but anyway.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I got two questions. One question, I'm gonna make them quick. Michael Vick, he definitely he took the job for Norfolk State. I was wondering, if future coaches, possibly, do you think they could possibly change the landscape of recruiting, have more top recruits come to HBCUs and make it kind of almost a balanced playing field with Power 5 schools? That'd be my first question.
Well, I can tell you this. I think if you get a guy like a Michael Vick there, they will get some people that they wouldn't ordinarily get. But ultimately, in this thing, the way you're going to compete, it's going to come down to this NIL thing is real, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's real. But right. I also know this. One school can't get everybody. And as much as people say you could come, I'm going to give you some money, guys want to play. You get what I'm saying? So if they're not playing at a school they go to, the transfer portal is bigger than the NIL because guys are jumping in and out of that thing. Like they change underwear on a daily basis. So I think that it can start, if you start seeing more and more people doing it, then it may influence some people, but you're going to still have to play on that field that they're playing. And I understand you would never probably get some of the money of some of the Power 5 conferences, but just giving somebody something and a chance and an opportunity will make a difference.
Right. Okay. My last question will be, what would be one of the biggest? Because me being a Commanders fan, I've been a Commanders fan since probably 2005-ish, 2004 around that range, and I see a lot of different fans as far as they nitpick on what's going on and stuff like that. What's a pet peeve? What's your pet peeve on this fan base as far as what we're good?
Exactly what you just said. They judge this group based off of what they saw, or if somebody didn't pick the person that they wanted to pick, they nitpick on everything that goes on. My thing is, if you're a fan, you're a fan. I can want a player, and if they don't draft him, fine. The people that they draft, I'm gonna pull for them. But don't be sitting up here knocking somebody just because they didn't pick the guy you wanted.
Right.
Yeah. So
I appreciate
that annoys
that.
the hell out of me.
Yeah, I know it annoys me too.
If
for
you
real.
listen to me on a daily basis, I drop some little hints in. I drop some hints about people on the line. They know what I'm talking about. I just don't say their names. I try to be nice.
I feel you. I'll be watching y'all every day though. So I'm constantly, be seeing gems and stuff. So I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping it real 100% because a lot of these, sports reality, they don't I don't know. I feel like they censor themselves. Knowing you don't censor yourself. You tell it how it is,
If you just
and I
tell, if
appreciate
you tell
that.
what you truly believe, as strong as you can, you're good. You don't have to remember it because you don't tell a lie. All right, man. Appreciate you. All right, we're gonna take us a quick break here. When we get back, we can continue with Ask Me Mitch Anything. 1-800-636-1067. B. Mitchell Philly, 1067 The Fan. We're taking your calls to ask me anything. 800-636-1067 The Fan. I just want to say thank you. We just received some macadamia nut cookies and white chocolate macadamia. And I'm going to tell you, they are fantabulous. My favorite cookie. And love it. What you think, Landfill?
Freaking delicious. I love macadamia nuts.
Add that white chocolate to it. All right. But let's get back to these phone lines. Find out what other questions we have.
Let's talk to Larry in La Plata.
What's up, Larry? How you doing, brother?
Happy holidays, Brian.
Same to you, man.
I'm impressed with your colleagues, Santana Moss and Logan Paulson. Do you think they would be good coaches? And my second question is, did you ever have a desire to be a coach?
All right. Logan actually coaches high school now. Santana, yes, I think he would be. I thought about it a quick second, but I remember how many hours they got to put into it. And if I was to be a coach, I have to be the guy leading because I'll be like Tony Dungy was, where my guys, I'm going to tell you, better be out the building by a certain time and go take care of your kids, because I've seen a lot of coaches have a lot of issues with family because they're always at the building. I would never want to be someone keeping somebody in there from 6, 7 in the morning to 8, 9, 10 at night, and I damn sure wouldn't want nobody keeping me there. So I like too much stuff, so I'd rather talk to people, be more of a consultant than have to be there every time that they're there, because that's a lot of time you're putting into that profession. Next.
We got George in Florida.
Why are you flipping me off, Landfill?
Nah, that's not
George in Florida. What's up, George?
Hey, B. Mitch, I hope you remember me. I'm Neil's buddy, the Hammock Hackers at Hammock Beach Resort.
yes.
How you been doing, man?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm in the D.C. area, and I told Neil I was going to call you, and, man, I'm really surprised I got through, and I'm really happy. And how's your golf game?
Oh, it's all right, man. I actually played when I was in Louisiana. We went to see the Saints play against the Commanders, and I played down there. So, play well.
Awesome. Say, hey, we have a tournament early May. It's like a member guest tournament. Neil wants to invite you to come back down to Hammock Beach and play with us, and hopefully your calendar's free. I'm going to tell Neil I talked to you. Maybe he'll be reaching out to you. He said he was going to invite you to our tournurn. So that's something.
That's a plan then.
You remember the Hammock Hackers?
Hell
remember
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's early May, you said.
Yeah, that's the first week in it. Neil will get with you with the exact dates, but remember I introduced you to our group. Yeah. I almost got you into the Hall of Fame. I had all your stats for you. Remember all that?
I remember that. But
Hey,
let's I'll be back down there. I think I'm gonna see Neil on January 5th when we play the Cowboys.
Yeah. Hey, and one last thing, and again, I appreciate you taking my call. You know, Coach Gibbs is a member at Hammock Beach, and I had lunch with him last week. His foursome was in front of us, and then I caught up with him, and your name came up, and my goodness, does he speak so highly of you? And what a nice man he was. He was very accommodating. We sat down, we talked there, and I tell you, and he spoke so highly of you. So Joe Gibbs sends his best to you also.
All right, man. Cool. Neil did call me and told me that you had seen him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Hey, thanks again. Hopefully I'll see you in May. Merry Christmas. And I'm rooting for the Commanders this Sunday. I'm trying to get me some tickets to go to the game. I'm up here in Chantilly now visiting family.
Well, I live very close to there.
Yeah.
So,
I'm actually driving down Route 50.
Hold on. Stay on the line. Jeff, give him my number and call me later on. I'm going to be back home soon. I can probably see you over there. Wait, huh?
He's on hold.
There you go. All right, what's the next, Landfill?
Daryl in D.C.
Let's go to D.C. Daryl, what's up, brother?
Ain't too much. How you doing, B. Mitch?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, man. My question to you was, I ran across you down in New Orleans. We actually was at the adult water fountain. if you get what I mean.
I got you.
Yeah. So how, with the turnout, how do you think, has it changed? Because I think we pretty much took over that city.
Oh, no, it's changed tremendously. And one thing I know Santana and I on the road and Brian, our Colbert and Logan, them, we notice when you look up in the stands how many fans are there. And the like when we went to Arizona, where was it else? Arizona, New Orleans, and there was one more place we went where you go out and about, and that's all you saw. So they're back. I know a lot of people like to say what they're not doing, they're not going to do, but this team has captured a lot of people's interest, and I think if they keep going forward, it won't be very long before you see it like it used to be.
Yeah, respect, man. And you deserve your gold jacket, man. Appreciate you. First time calling, long time listening.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks. Get one more landfill before we go to break?
One more. Jay and DC.
Jay, what's up?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? Happy holidays.
Oh, same to you, brother.
Hey, I got two quick questions, B-Mitch.
Yo.
Hey, man, celebrities endorse stuff and everything. Like, you see Peyton Manning endorse Buick and LeBron endorse Kia. We know they ain't driving them cars. Everybody know that.
They do.
So everything you endorse.
If you get something free, you drive it. You get a great price. You drive. Yeah, I drive a Kia EV9, an electric car.
No, I'm saying, do everything you endorse, do you use?
Everything I endorse, I use.
Okay. And my second question was there ever a game in the NFL that you felt that by your play that you won or lost the game based on the way you played?
Yeah. Well, actually, I was saved at the end by a kicker, Chip Lowmill in one game, and one game I was playing in Philly where I was running the ball, fumbled twice, and then I ended up having a big return to set up the game-winning field goal. So I kind of felt the kicker saved me, but I put us in a place where we needed a field goal at the end of the game. Then, and if I hadn't fumbled early, those two things early, they would have never been close. All right, let's take a break here. When we get back, we're gonna. If you've got some more calls on that, we also will take some prediction calls. Commanders versus Eagles. What do you think will happen this weekend? And if you still want to ask me a question, you can do that as well. 800-636-1067, and we have Governor Wes Moore joining us at 1:15. We'll be right back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. In the NFL, the Commanders take on the Eagles on Sunday, looking to improve on their 9-5 record. The Commanders' Week 16 captains are going to be wide receiver Terry McLaurin, linebacker Bobby Wagner, and safety Jeremy Reeves. Earlier today, Dan Quinn officially ruled out John Allen for Sunday. Last night, Thursday Night Football, the Chargers beat the Broncos 34-27. Both of those teams now 9-6. Two Saturday games for the NFL. The Texans taking on the Chiefs at 1 o'clock, and the Steelers taking on the Ravens at 4:30. College football playoff gets underway tonight as Indiana heads to Notre Dame. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock. 3 games tomorrow. SMU taking on Penn State at noon. Clemson taking on Texas at 4 o'clock, and Tennessee and Ohio State, the nightcap at 8 o'clock. In the NBA last night, the Wizards got their 4th win of the season as they beat the Hornets last night 123-114. They're back in action tomorrow in Milwaukee against the Bucks. Tonight, hockey at Capital One Arena. The Capitals taking on the Hurricanes. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Our Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. That's a little quick segment here because we'll be joined at 1:15 by the governor of Maryland, Governor Westmore. Get right back to the phone lines. You can ask me anything you want, or you can give me your prediction for the game coming up on Sunday as the Eagles come down to face our Washington Commanders. Let's go right back to the phone lines. Who we have, Landy?
Sean in Fredericksburg.
Let's go to Fredericksburg. Check out Sean. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's up, big Mitch?
Chilling, brother.
Hey, man, question for you, man. When you was playing, how was the atmosphere in the locker room, man? And how was that compared to the atmosphere in the locker room present day with this Commanders thing?
Well, I'm not in the locker room with them today, so I probably can't tell you nothing about them. I know for me, when I first got here, it was business. You know, the guys handle business, and once you handled it, they celebrated. You know, one thing about that team back in the day, they did some celebrating together. They hung out, they did stuff. You know, but it was going into games, guys were more quiet and into like their focus on their games. And when I look at guys now, a lot of them, Bobby Wagner's definitely like the old school. Terry McLaurin's that way. You know, but some guys are loud. Like I was quiet, but I was one of the louder ones, say it like that, and they understood that's how I was, and they allow you to be who you are. But today, I think they got some characters on this team too, you know. But the ultimate thing is, it seems more business as usual compared to some years prior to this year. What's next for me, Landy? All right, we have no more calls here, so we're going to go with our own predictions then. I'm going around the room right there. Brian, you going to be ready this time? Okay, you're in radio. Okay, well, I'm going to go to Landfill first. Give you a little time there, Brian. Landfill, what do you think happened in the game? You know, you were an Eagle fan all up until last year, and you changed back over to the Commanders, so what you think's going to happen? Or what needs to happen for them to get the victory?
What needs to happen is for them to be able to run the ball. I think that's whenever the offense has struggled this year, it's been when they are only able to get, a yard per rush. And when they're running it effectively, the offense puts up big points. So that's what I would say is the number one thing. And then on defense, they got to be able to stop them in those short yardage situations that the Eagles do so good with. The tush push, I think, is what they call it. They got to be able to stop that.
I think don't let them get to that close yardage. And that's the way you can stop all that. Jeffrey, what do you think will happen?
I think the Commanders are going to win.
By how much?
They're going to win by a touchdown.
All right. You've been saying that. You've been consistent.
Yes, they're going to win by a touchdown. Like Landini said, they need to run the ball. I don't want to be one of them people that was like, yo, if we had B-Rob, would have been a different
We
story.
got B-Rob.
That's what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
I want to see them pound the ball this time.
Pound the rock.
I just believe our defense, they have to come out fired up from start to finish. Look, Saquon having a great year. We don't care about that.
Yeah, he can do that the next 2 weeks.
I say, he
we need him to
do all
have a
that.
down week. We need to make him have a down week this week.
Exactly.
There we go.
And that's how we know special teams blunders. And we just need to go out here and play ball, B. Handle business.
All right.
12 wins sound immaculate. You heard how I put that over the beat? 12-win season sound immaculate. Immaculate. Why not?
Yeah, why not us?
Why not?
Why not us? All right, B. We got another Brian with this segment here. Brian always stand up before he talk. That's how you were taught to stand before you speak.
The mic's kind of high.
Oh.
It's just easier to stand than adjust the mic.
Oh, okay.
But this is the part where I admit to everybody that I am a Giants fan.
Oh Lord. So what you think is gonna happen then? What do you hope it happen?
I hope both teams just have a bad time.
Hey, hold on. We'll teach you a little something about radio. You working in this town, you can't say that. You gotta say, I want the Eagles to lose.
Well, I would rather
And
have.
then if you're working in Philly, you'll be like, I want the Commanders to lose.
I would rather have the Eagles lose just because Saquon Barkley.
Well, since you work for the Giants, I get to plaster you with some stuff. You think Joe Shane should be fired for letting Saquon go to Philly?
Yeah, after that clip surfaced of Mara coming in, and that should have been it for him.
Yeah. All right. Hey, bro, one thing I tell you, B, you're truthful, dog. Bro, I ain't lying. I'm a Giants fan. Hell. Should they have gotten rid of Daniel Jones?
I had so much faith in Daniel Jones for so long, but this season was just it for me.
You knew it was over?
It was the right move.
All right. Well, I'm gonna tell people this. The captains of the team this week are on defense, Bobby Wagner. On offense, Terry McLaurin. And on defense, on special teams, my dude, Jeremy Reeves. All three dudes on this team who I see as true leaders. And if those three guys play well, we have a hell of a chance. You know, I look at Terry. Terry doesn't say much until you say something to him. And after that game, Quinyon Mitchell said a lot of stuff. I have to believe this is going to be one of those games where Terry is going to go out there and play and say, look, Rook, you good, but not so damn fast. I think Bobby Wagner, I watch him doing some stuff with giving away some, took kids to like a science fair or whatever and gave them all types of gifts. He's another guy that I absolutely respect. The dude seems to know more than the coaches when he's on the field. And Jeremy Reeves, I get to talk to him every once in a while. We kind of talk back and forth to each other. That dude is a perfectionist when it comes down to special teams. Watch him. If you don't really watch special teams, you're missing something. Watch Jeremy Reeves cover the football. Watch Jeremy Reeves when he's blocking. He's a bad man. So we got three guys that I think will lead us very, very well into battle. So we're going to take us a quick break here. We have the Gov calling about 1:15. So let's get ready. Get your pens ready to find out who the Governor's going to take. And if you take them, you'll win. We'll be right back. All right, B-Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. JP had to take care of some stuff with fam, holiday, Christmas time. Young kids got to be there for them, support them. Let them know they got the backing. But join us now as he does every Friday. Not every show gets this great opportunity. We have the governor of Maryland, one of the coolest dudes I ever met in my life. Governor Westmore joined us. What's up, Gov? How you doing, man?
Man, that's big praise coming from you, man. That's big praise. I appreciate it.
You are a cool dude, man. Listen, I talk to people and say, yeah, we have the governor come on all the time. I'm like, really? I'm like, yeah, he's cool. But Gov, from what I get, you're at 50-25.
Let's go.
And you got 5 games this week.
That's right.
So what I'm gonna do
before we even keep going, who's got numbers like those? 50-25?
Hey,
who has numbers like those?
Not many people, bro. So I told him earlier, get that pen and pad together and pick with who you pick, and then we have some money. So we're gonna start out with the sorriest game out there, the Bucks taking on the Cowboys. Where you going?
I'm glad you started with them because this is going to be quick. I told you, the Cowboys will just continue to lose, man. This team is cursed as long as and listen, with all due respect to all of our Cowboys fans out there, when y'all have Jerry as an owner who is sitting there trying to be the GM, the president, the offensive coordinator, it's not going to work out well. So this is going to be a Bucks win.
All right, Bucks win here. We're going to move on, and there's another game going on. I'm going to save that one for later. All right, we got the Vikings who've been playing absolutely terrific. The Vikings are taking on. Well, the Seattle Seahawks are going to Minnesota. Who are you going to? I mean, Vikings are going to Seattle. Will you take that?
Yeah, no, and the fact that it's in Seattle does matter. But the fact that the Vikings are playing really good football matters more. You watch and you see how Geno, and the challenge with Geno is that he's very streaky. When he's playing well, he's actually, plays really good football, but he is deeply inconsistent. And I think that makes it very hard when you're playing against a team that's playing consistently good football right now. And so I think on this one, you got to go with the Vikings. I think the Vikings also have something really important to play for. I think they understand that the playoffs are coming up. And when you look at the heat of the playoffs, you want to be hot and you want to be healthy. And the Vikings are showing evidence of both things. So I think the Vikings they take this one on the road.
All right. You got the Vikings there. We got the Texans, super hot young team going to Kansas City. Pat Mahomes is supposed to have a mild high ankle sprain, which means he's going to play. Who do you think? Texas or Kansas City?
This one is actually one that does give me some pause. I'm going with Kansas City. I'm going with the Chiefs because as long as you tell me Mahomes is going to be on the field, it's just really difficult to go against Kansas City. I mean, and listen, you gotta, if you want to beat a king, you got to beat the king, and no one's figured out a way of being able to beat them. These dudes have had basically one loss in about a full calendar year.
Yeah,
it's actually kind of insane when you think about how well they've been playing over the process of this past year. However, the Texans are hot and they have a good squad and their defense is real. But I do think that the Chiefs are going to be really hard to beat. And as long as Mahomes is on the field, don't tell me what's wrong with him. Because everything you tell me that's wrong with him in terms of his ankle, I can tell you 10 things that are right with him.
There you go. People keep telling me, oh man, well, analytics say they're not really that good of a team. They're 13-1.
Yeah.
All I care about, I'll give a damn about analytics.
Analytics are going to watch them get a first-round bye.
That's what they're going to watch. Definitely. All right, we'll go up to Baltimore, and we got the Steelers coming to the Ravens. Tough game before.
Yeah, man. I'm hearing all these people talk about the Steelers are going to win. The Steelers are going to win. First of all, and the Steelers beat them before. First of all, let's be clear. It is very difficult to beat a team in your division twice during the year. Division games are different, and I think we might see the same thing, with the Eagles, and I know we'll get to that in a second. But I hear people that the Steelers beat the Ravens the first time around. But I do want to be clear. And when you're looking at what Lamar Jackson is doing right now.
Oh, yes.
I mean, this dude, listen, and I understand all the hype about Josh Allen. I get it. Josh Allen is a fine quarterback, and Josh Allen really might win MVP. But let's be clear. It will not be a runaway because with the way Lamar Jackson is playing right now, Lamar Jackson is saying, do not ever forget about me in these conversations. And I think we're also seeing a Baltimore team that is playing at home, and a Baltimore team who understands that a win puts them in very real contention to not just win the division, but also really end up, getting yourself in a good position to have playoffs all throughout the playoffs until we play, Kansas City. And they know they've got to win this thing.
Yeah.
They have to. And so this is a must-win situation in many ways for both teams. It's a must-win for the Baltimore Ravens. We are at home. And so I think the Baltimore Ravens pull this one off. And I think the Baltimore Ravens are the underdogs, but I go with this one as an upset.
All right. And coming up the rear, we got the Eagles against the Commanders. And just like that game before, the Eagles got them last time, where the Commanders come back and say, hey, don't forget about us.
Yeah. And listen, I mean, before I even get to the game, let me also just say that when I say don't forget about us, don't forget about Maryland as being the future home of the Commanders. Again, I have said it before, and I will say it again. Maryland is the best. It is the easiest, and it's the fastest path to a new stadium and a whole new game experience for the fans that we will see for the Commanders. And even though this is going to be a good game, and listen, I think these last games are what we're going to watch. Jaden Daniels, he's going to completely solidify and wrap up the rookie of the year. I think he's had that kind of year. I think he'll continue having a good season. I also just think that the Eagles are really playing good football right now. I was not convinced by the Eagles for two reasons, and you noticed me. I was not convinced because of their coaching, because I felt like their coaching had lost the locker room, and I was not convinced because they hadn't beaten anybody. But look at it. Over the past couple of weeks, they have beaten the Baltimore Ravens, and they have turned around and beaten the Pittsburgh Steelers. You cannot ignore that.
Yeah.
And I think they are playing really good football. I think the fact that Lattimore is back, or Lattimore is playing, is going to be a big thing for the Commanders. But the problem is Lattimore doesn't play on the D-line.
Yeah.
The problem is the offensive line of the Eagles is so strong that they are able to open ridiculous holes for Saquon. They're able to give great protection for Jalen Hurts. And so I do think that the Eagles, I think the Eagles come down to Northwest and then pull off a win here.
All right. Well, I'm hoping that the Eagles are a little too happy and they're going to look at that game and say, oh, we blew them out, when ultimately for three quarters, the Commanders actually were beating them. And
let me be clear.
Yeah.
I hope that too. I hope the Eagles come down and get their clocks cleaned.
Yeah.
I really do. I mean, I want the Commanders to win this game. I want them to win it badly. But I think that when we're watching what it means to go into the playoffs both healthy and hot, I think the Eagles right now are defining what it looks like to be healthy and hot going into the playoffs.
All right, go. Well, you're sitting at 50-25. So after this, I'm expecting you to be 54-26. And I'm going for the Commanders on this game.
Let me tell you, if that is my only loss of the week, I will be a very, very happy man. Trust me.
Oh, definitely. Well, all right, you got the Bucks. He said the Bucks are going to beat the Cowboys, which I'm pulling for. Vikings to beat the Seahawks in Seattle. We got the Texans to lose to Kansas City. And then we're going to have the Ravens win, and he picked the Eagles, the one that I'm kind of putting the little hex on to make sure that go the other direction. Well, good luck to you, Gov.
Hex away, man. Hex away.
Cool. Good luck to you. We'll talk to you next week, man. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, my guy. Hey, listen, I'll see you at the game.
All right, definitely. I'll definitely be there. All right, it's Governor Westmore joining us here on B. Mitchell Finney, 106.7 The Fan, as he does every week. Listen, man, it's hot. He has some great picks out there, and he normally gets it done. David, what you want me to do here? Keep going or take a break? All right, we keep going here. So now, let me get my take. As I watch this football game, and I look at the previous game when they played up there, early on, we were giving them fits. We just couldn't close out anything. And I know a lot of people try to put that in Jaden Daniels' lap, and I'll say a portion of it was. But a quarterback is a guy who depends on the other people around him. And he had 3 of his offensive linemen with 2 or more injuries. And he was getting pressured all types of ways. The defense was playing outstanding against their offense. And then all of a sudden, when you keep missing opportunities and you keep putting your defense back on the field, they're going to get tired. So in this game, I think, as Landfill stated, we have to run the football. But I think we got to also take advantage of situations and give people that playmakers a chance. And if I think we need to have some long, sustained drives with touchdowns at the end. And if we do that, we change up their comfortability when it comes down to their offense. They start trying to throw the ball more than run. Listen, when Saquon is running, that team is deadly. If that team gets behind and they just have Hurts throwing it, he is not like what he used to be. So he will turn the ball over. So I think the key is for us to run the football effectively and put pressure on them to have to throw it, because as smart as people try to give all these offensive coordinators, soon as they see somebody score a touchdown, they scrap their damn game plan and they start letting the ball go through the air. So ultimately for me, I need to see us run it effectively, stop the run. We got to win the turnover battle. You know, if you have extra possessions with a guy like a Jaden Daniels, you're going to have more points than the other team. So that's what I'm looking for. Us to go out there, run it, stop the run, and also win the turnover battle. You can mark that up every week. I'm always talking about the turnover battle, because if you can force them and you don't do them, you win. We can go back and check in history. The team that has won the turnover battle probably win 95% of the football games. It's very rare you win the turnover battle and then you turn around and lose the football game. So ultimately, we need to make sure we do that. If there are no turnovers whatsoever, then you have to win the penalty battle. So as I get ready to go to sleep tonight and then tomorrow night and wake up in the morning before I start my day on Sunday, I'm asking God to make sure that the crew that we had last week in New Orleans don't be nowhere close to our stadium. Because that crew you can do whatever you want, and they're going to make sure the other team is in the game. So if it's anybody with Sean Hockley, if you see them landing in the city, make sure you send them back where they came from. I don't trust them. I think the league shouldn't trust them, because they're going to make people question the damn NFL, because they see stuff that nobody sees. And there's no way you're supposed to be stopping the game. So get your crew together, get that right. But we have to win the turnover battle.
B-Mitch, I just looked it up. We do not have Sean Hockley this week.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Good. No Sean Hockley, we have a chance.
We got Sean Smith.
Hockley.
Well, he's in Vegas.
Against who?
Vegas against Jacksonville.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, they gave him the worst game of the week.
Hey, no. Normally when you are the better staff, you get the bigger games, right?
Yep. Yeah.
When you're the worst staff, you normally get the worst game.
Mm-hmm.
What's the record between those two?
Oh, I don't have that here, but I got to imagine it's pretty terrible.
I think Jacksonville has won 2 games. That's the most they could have won. I would think that the Raiders have won 2 games. It's not popping up for me.
All right, the Jaguars are 3-11 and the Raiders are 2-12.
Okay, 5-23. That's exactly where Hockley needs to be. Oh, you know one thing. You know where he won't be after week 18, where he won't be refereeing? Playoff games. If he's in the playoff game, the league they need to be shot. Straight up. All right, let's take us a quick break here. We get back. We'll finish up this show. I told you what I think should happen in the game. And I know there are some fans out there. You watch the game as close as I do, as anybody else. Told you who the captains are, so I know they're going to be led properly. I want to find out from you all, what do you think this team need to do to get a victory this week as they face they're hot Philadelphia Eagles? What do they need to do to make sure the Eagles are cooled off when they come down here to the West, as Jeff called it? Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. The Commanders take on the Eagles on Sunday. The captains for Sunday's game, wide receiver Terry McLaurin, linebacker Bobby Wagner, and safety Jeremy Reeves. John Allen already been ruled out for Sunday. Thursday Night Football last night, the Chargers beat the Broncos 34-27. Both of those teams now 9-6. 2 games tomorrow in the NFL. The Texans taking on the Chiefs at 1 o'clock. Steelers and Ravens at 4:30. College football playoff gets underway tonight. Indiana taking on Notre Dame. That'll kick off at 8 o'clock. 3 games tomorrow. SMU and Penn State at noon. Clemson and Texas at 4 o'clock. And Tennessee and Ohio State at 8 o'clock. In the NBA, the Wizards beat the Hornets last night for their 4th win of the season, 123-114. They'll take on the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow night. In baseball, Christian Walker signing with the Astros on a 3-year deal worth $60 million. He's a potential target for the Nationals. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Hurricanes tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
House is coming to town. Next time, let me choose the song. This guy may be great. It's depressing. Christmas got to be more exciting than this.
All right, what Christmas song would you pick?
Give me some damn Silent Night or something like that from my peoples. Temptations. Never could beat them voices, man. It just ain't bad. I mean, I can sound like that. When you're sleepy.
Sing that.
Sound like JP. Hell, we thought JP was off. Landfill got JP singing for us.
Yeah, anytime JP just randomly walks away from the show, we got him. We got a recording.
Oh. I'm just saying, man. I know the man is a terrific dude, but I got to think twice about that one. See, just the festiveness of this, man. It takes me back to when I was young. Growing up, we had that silver Christmas tree with that little thing going around, all the different colors.
I didn't know they were capable of recording music when you were young.
Oh, boy. I do not like you, Landfill. All right. Phone calls. 800-636. I'm going to make Jeff work to the end of the day. 1067. And well, I'm trying to find out from you all. I gave you my take on what I feel needs to happen for us to get a victory against the Philadelphia Eagles. And I want to get the same thing from some of you fans because, like, let's be real. A lot of you give us some great information. Some of you act like you wake up and puff one before you call us because you be like coming from left street sometimes. But everybody have their own opinions and want to find out. First caller is who?
Let's go to Anthony from D.C.
Anthony from D.C. sounds like a smart guy. What's up, Ant?
Hey, thanks, B-Miss. Long time listener, long time caller. And I am a smart guy, especially when it comes to my Redskins.
Let's go, baby.
My Commanders. Sorry, they always gonna be the Redskins to me. I'm sorry. So I gotta basically tell you, B-Mitch, I understand everything about we need to win the turnover battle. We need to play hard. I understand all of that. But I'm gonna tell you, this special teams and this kicking game, it scares the crap out of me. The beginning of the season, Cyber, I believe he went like 26 for 28, something like that. But whenever he took the field, I wasn't worried. Okay, he probably struggled. I think he missed a couple of 50-yarders or whatever. But anything from 50 on in, he was good. I think he came back from that injury. Like, he shanking extra points. And I don't know, like, the dynamics of if you get a hip injury or exactly how it go. And then Gonzalez, the other kicker, he shanked a couple. And I think we missed, like, maybe 5 or 6 kicks the past couple of games. And we're going to need every point that we can get, B-Mitch. And I just want to know and just want to say, when we're, like, inside our, say on the other side of the field, and we close this 4th and 2 or 4th and 1, I think we should just go for it because I have no confidence at all in our kicking game. And on 1 point to 3 points, I think we need every point that we can get. And I'm afraid that it might cost us in the long run. What you think?
I think we may go for some of them. I think one thing I can tell you, you listen to Dan. Dan is very calm. But Dan is aggressive. And if he feels that we have a better chance of getting the first or getting 2 points, I think he'll go for it. Riley kicked last week, but I thought we had Riley for just 1 week. And I think Gonzo may be back this week. You know, so it's and then at this time of the year, it's not like we can go get a one that we know is going to be great because he's probably already hired. So it's just like having injuries down the stretch. You got to figure out a way. And in the NFL today, with all the damn ticky-tack fouls that they call, and we don't have the Hockley crew, hell, go for it. It may be something we have to do. You want to be super aggressive and go out there and get it. You know, if you got a chance, take it. So I am just like you. I worry about the guys kicking. I'm not worried about the the special teams as a whole. Because I believe those guys have done a damn great job, you know. But all other than the kicking aspect, where the problems pop up. But those guys are still around, which means they have kick balls to make people have confidence in them. So let's hope that they can go out there and be a little bit more consistent than what's been going on. But wasn't I right, Lenny? Riley was supposed to be here for just a week, and then he was gone.
Possibly, yeah, I think.
Yeah, so Gonzo may be back, and let's hope he's more consistent. Let's go to the next caller.
We got Co from the Foe.
Co from the Foe. What's up, Co?
What's up, gentlemen?
We're good.
I think we need it go back on run the football. Well, we don't have to necessarily just run the ball. We need to just basically control the clock. Sometimes the run game might not be working, but we still can implement them plays that control the clock. We need to keep our men fresh. A lot of good rotation that interior defensive line, if we can, and running backs. You see how Denver came out last night in that first opening drive. They used at least 4 or 5 different running backs. I like to see McNichols touch the field a lot more. Everybody keep hollering about C-Rod. C-Rod's cool, but I like McNichols in that second spot. Like I say, rotation, keeping our guys fresh, and then maybe at halftime we make the necessary adjustments that we got to make because we know football is 4 quarters, and they're going to be making adjustments.
Yep.
Later, fellas.
Well, I can tell you one thing that he said. I like McNichols on the field because I watched several times in the Saints game where linebackers coming down the middle and he steps up and hit him right in the face mask and stopped him. Running backs, we all talk about them running the football. Hell, they got to protect it and protect the quarterback before they get a chance to constantly run it. McNichols has proven he can get into the end zone. He did that early in the season when he filled in. He's a damn good runner. But you know what? He's a damn good pass protector. And last game, the Eagles kept blitzing us and doing little different things, late blitz, delayed blitzes. We need him to be able to be in there, whoever is that running back, stone those linebackers. Pop them in the face one time, hit them in the knee the next time, have them guessing. What they'll start doing is coming a little slower, give Jaden a little bit more time, and all of a sudden, you'll see him tossing that ball down the field. I just think some big things going to happen with 17, though. Get our next call, Landy.
All right, we got L.A. and Upper Marlboro.
L.A.?
Mm-hmm.
L.A., what's up?
Hey, B. Mitchell, guys.
How you doing,
I'm
man?
fine. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, actually, this is the first time I've ever had a chance to get on, and I've been wanting to get on ever since the first game. And the reason being, at the beginning of the season, preseason, I told everybody that the Commanders would go at least 10-7 this year, and everybody called me crazy. And what it is, who is it that say that you are what your record is? And I said, no, I don't believe that. Because last year there were games where I knew we should have won. Then they said by us having a new coach, a new quarterback, we wouldn't do anything. But I looked at the pieces we had and the pieces we added. And I said, we have a competitive team. And look at the games that we've lost. And people say that, there's some we should have lost, but also look at Kansas City at the games they should have lost.
Uh-huh.
And they didn't. Everybody's not going to win. Everybody's not going to lose. I think, I know we're going to go at least 10-7. We will beat the Eagles. And when we get in the playoffs, I hope it be like when you played, B. Mitch. Remember when the Redskins got to the playoffs, no telling what would happen.
Oh, yeah.
They could go all the way. And what I haven't seen since you played when Joe Gibbs coached was that halftime adjustment. Back then, at halftime, the Redskins could be losing by 14 or 21 points, and I would still bet that we would win. And 9 times out of 10, you all did.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we need to get back to.
All right, man. Appreciate it. And he's right.
All right.
You were never out of a game with Coach Gibbs because that dude was he was a damn a magician. Let's say like that when it came to halftime adjustments. But as I said many a times, we would practice our adjustments because he knew what they were going to try and do, and he had a counter to them. So we'll see though. But I think, hey, I know people look at teams and say, "Oh yeah, analytics say you're going to win this." Analytics don't understand what you have ticking inside of you. If you have a heart and a desire and a drive, you can make analytics look stupid. So I know I was supposed to be a guy who got drafted and wasn't going to do much in the league. I did way more than those analytics said. So one finger salute, analytics. Let's go to the next one.
Commander Tequila.
Oh, Lord. Tequila, what's up, man?
Hey, brother, how you been doing?
I'm great.
Well, I am beautiful great, too.
You beautiful great?
Oh, yeah, I'm awesome, brother. Hey, the Commanders, you got what I need. And you know what? We got this.
All right. So what is it that you need that they got?
Hey, what they need is love. And what we got to them, we got the love. And we're going to cheer them on.
I won't hate in this game. I won't hate against the other team. Hell with that love thing. Love when you get home. On that field, we want nothing but hate.
Relationship, brother. It's a love and hate relationship.
We're gonna love our family and hate their asses on the field.
Exactly.
There we go. All right, bro. Appreciate you, man. Who would have known that Commander Killer would call and sing for us, man? That dude is hilarious. All right, so I was gone yesterday. Did y'all put in bets?
Yes.
Jeff, who you won?
Do y'all want to wait? Can we hit the sounder? Because I went from worst to first, baby.
You did?
Yes, sir.
Really? I can't believe that. I think you're lying.
I can.
How you go from worst to first?
Because my last couple of weeks, I've been losing real bad, and this week,
So you won because JP and I were not here a day. You trying to say? And you got that little fake win.
It don't matter.
You let Jeff beat you, and you were here every day. Come on, man. You supposed to.
Y'all haters.
You supposed to stand up,
Y'all
man.
haters. Y'all are haters. I won somebody some money this week.
So what was your what's called?
What was
Your
my
record?
what? My record? I was 2-1.
2-1.
Yeah, we didn't make bets one day. You were gone another day.
No,
JP was gone another day.
When we didn't make bets?
The time we ended the show.
Me and JP threw bets out there. We won them.
No, y'all did not.
Landfill did too. You didn't make a bet because you left out early.
No.
So you were 2-2.
No.
He was 2-2. Landfill with everybody not here a day,
bro. So
That's hard,
if I
man.
go back and pull this audio, I want her to hear first for the next 3 weeks.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right,
Go
bet.
pull it.
Because we
Go pull
ended.
it.
We
Hey,
ended.
go pull it.
We ended the
Go pull
the goddamn segment.
No, you
with
win.
Mary
You
Bowser.
Win, you win every.
Yeah,
you win every game. You win the next 3 weeks if you here every day for the next 3 weeks.
I will be here every day for the next 3
I'll
weeks.
put money on that. You won't.
I'm about to say you're not going to be here every day for the next
but
3
I
weeks.
can listen to the radio.
Why your voice get high?
The only time Jeff listens is when he's not here.
The only reason Jeff is here today is because of me.
I don't know what you talking about. I don't know what you talking about.
Banfield, I'm the reason he's here today.
All right.
That's my dog. You know, he called his big brother for some information, some advice, and I advised him. Let me just leave it at that.
It's true.
All right, man. So we got football games this weekend. Ahmed didn't hit us about the little.
Yeah, he usually hit us. That's weird. Ahmed, are you listening, or did he leave with JP?
He may be out of town or something. No, their kids go to the same school.
Oh,
yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, their kids go to the same school.
Well, y'all already know what I'm rocking with for this weekend bet.
But how about we put some what's it called?
Manda's money line, baby. Let's go.
I'm just saying, how about we put some bets on the college football thing?
All right. Who you taking?
I'm taking SMU over Penn State.
No. You got to pick every game.
Oh, okay.
We need you to have an ink pen to write this down, Jeff, because you can't just remember it.
You're the only one with an ink pen, B.
Well,
Mitch.
Brian could come get it. He was scared to walk in here first. He can have the ink pen. Somebody,
he was trying to duck
disappeared.
the stream.
I like how you specify it's an ink pen too, by the way.
Yes, ink pen. So we're gonna go Indiana, Notre Dame. Who you taking?
I'm taking Indiana.
Notre Dame.
I'm gonna take the plus 6.5 Indiana. SMU, Penn State.
SMU.
Minus 8.5.
Penn State.
I'm gonna take Penn State as well.
Yeah.
Texas, Clemson, minus 12.
Texas.
Yep.
Give me Texas.
Yeah.
And Ohio State, Tennessee. I'm taking Tennessee.
I was about to say,
you know why I'm taking Tennessee? Because Sean Springs, I text this little black ass when they lost, they were about to lose. I texted him. He didn't hit me back. I called him. He didn't hit me back. Ever since Michigan beat them, he's not talked to me.
Oh, man.
So I'm going against him again. I'm taking Tennessee.
You know, I got favoritism towards the SEC, so I'm going with Tennessee.
All right. So you writing this down, Jeff?
Bro, it's an audio medium. I can just record it. I mean, listen to it on Monday.
Tennessee +7.
I'm taking Ohio.
Ohio State?
Yeah, sure.
Are you hating?
I'm a little bit of a hater.
You
That's
must
correct.
be Sean Springs' boy.
I am Sean Springs' boy.
Yeah, Sean had called me back. I'm going to have to hit him again. I'm going to say, what the hell wrong with you, Bluefoot? All right, we got to get out of here. Be safe this weekend, and let's go. Everybody, let's pull for our Commanders. Make sure we're 10-5 after this weekend. Next week is going to be all types of different schedules. Some people going to be here some days, won't be here other days, but damn sure won't be here Wednesday.
Shout out to the first responder of the 3 chats. I mean, of the 3 streams today. We don't know who y'all were. We was working on the stream, but shout out to the first responder.
Whoever responded first, take a victory lap. Take care of yourselves, man. God bless y'all. Be safe, and tell somebody you love them this weekend. Peace.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening live to The Fan. It's December 20th, 2024, a football Friday, and we are out and about our field trip series today live from the Crystal City Sports Pub, one of my favorite restaurants and bars in the area. Come out here all the time to watch games. It's very cool to broadcast from here for the first time that I've ever been out here. I told you this, Danny. When I was a young guy going to XM radio many years ago to do a kids sports show, my dad used to have to drive me. And on the way home, he'd ask where I wanted to stop.
What'd you tell him?
We would come into the Crystal City Sports Pub to eat some burgers and watch some sport on TV. And we are here today doing the show. So very cool moment for me and excited to have the show out here today. So come on by. We're going to be here from 2 to 6:30, broadcasting ahead of Commanders-Eagles on Sunday and getting ready for a huge weekend of pigskin, both in college and the NFL.
So I've got a whole slew of things to talk about, but you're not kidding about TVs, by the way. You can't turn your head without seeing a dozen TVs. Crystal City Sports Pub knows what they're about, and they're about sports on television. That's number one. Number two, if I could say this at the risk of coming across a certain way, usually if there's one of us dressed up, it's old Fannie Mouye, right? Putting on the collared shirt or the little blazer or whatever it is. Not the case today. Got a regular old Nats t-shirt on. My pal Grant Harrison Paulson dressed not quite to the 10s, but to the 9s. Looks very, very sharp, if I can say that.
I wouldn't say I'm dressed up. This is
You're dressed nicely.
This is above radio fare. Typically, the people on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page that are watching us live right now will
It's not the Caps hoodie that you wear.
No,
You know what I mean? It's nice.
It's a button-down shirt with a little bit of a jacket. Not a sports jacket, but just a little coat, pocketed coat. I am going to be doing the Altcast tonight. In fact, I have to get out of here at about 6, so you're going to be solo for the final half hour or so.
I will do it.
From the show, from the Crystal City Sports Pub. But, I got to get over to MGM National Harbor. That's where we're going to be doing our show from tonight. The Caps are in action. I will be on Monumental Sports. Myself, Tarek El-Bashir, Tony P. in D.C., a social media
You and Tarek, that's
star,
awesome.
going to be live on the Monumental Altcast. So check us out tonight if you want to do that. Real quick on the Caps.
Please.
Spencer Carberry told the media this morning that Alex Ovechkin will not return before the Christmas holiday break. So there was actually some thought after tonight's game, they play again Sunday, Monday, that maybe he would play in one of those two games. That was kind of what everyone was starting to think based on him traveling with the team. But Carberry kind of said, no, that's not happening. And I'm fine with that.
Me too, yeah.
You might as well. You got a break coming up. It's almost like bringing a player back from injury right before a bye week. Let's give him a little extra time. Let's get him to 100%.
Yeah, no reason to, right?
And let's make sure he is ready to finish the season strong, especially because they played so well without him. I was just looking at the power rankings for ESPN that they released today. They've got the Caps the number one team in the National Hockey League. Not like the number one in the Metro, the number one team in the entire NHL. So it's not like they're desperately army crawling through the abyss to try to get back to 500 or something, and they need Ovi as a reinforcement.
Yeah, whether they are the number one team or not, that's not even the point. The point is they're very good, and this player's has a lot of tread on the or has a lot of mileage over the years. There's no reason to rush anybody back, let alone Ovechkin, right? So he maybe could play tonight, maybe could play early next week, but we talk about he won't be back for Christmas. I think it's only a couple of games, right? I mean, as Christmas is 5 days away at this point, which is crazy how quick that's come up. But yeah, this makes sense to me. No issue there. What's lost in the sauce also is this is remarkable. I hate to even talk about it like this way, like it's a skill, but the fact that he's healed enough to even be traveling with the team, skating around, doing what he's already done is ridiculous. I've talked about this, a very dear friend of mine, one of my best buddies in the world, was a college football player, did this in November of his junior year, was able to come back for the final game of his senior year, and could only do special teams. And they did it to as a nice courtesy. It's you never get to play football again. You can cover kickoffs as long as we're up by or down by more than 20. This is ridiculous. He's superhuman. Oh, my goodness.
It's been a great day for the Paulsons. I took the kids to go see Santa today.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now, the youngest was not a big fan of the big fella. There were tears shed.
Yeah.
She's a baby. She doesn't really know what she doesn't know yet.
Right.
She just knows that mom and dad
Stranger.
handed it over to a bearded gentleman. Now, it happens to be the greatest bearded gentleman in all the land. It's a guy that's going to bring her a lot of presents in a few days, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, she wasn't in on it. So we did get one really good family photo where we were all sitting there. She was smiling. Then when we got out of the picture for the kid photo, she did not have it. But the other two, the 5-year-old and now the 4-year-old as of this week, they had a great time with Santa. They told Santa what they wanted. They audibled, by the way, based on the list that were put together a couple weeks ago, which I found very interesting.
That is intriguing.
They told Santa some things that I didn't know they wanted.
That's a wrench in the gears there.
It is December 20th, so hopefully Santa's got some time to make some
too
moves.
late to change your list.
But so that was interesting nonetheless. But we had a very good time. And I should let you know, Danny.
Yep.
I know that your big issue with taking the kids to see Santa is you're afraid of the lines. Not one person in line.
Wow.
We walked straight up.
amazing.
Didn't have an appointment. We just walked into the mall. We walked right up to the front. They handed us a little piece of paper for what pictures we wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And we walked, didn't even break stride right up to Santa, and he had him sit right there on the bench.
That sounds great. Good for you guys.
So I report back to you to let you know it is time to get the Rouilles to see Santa.
No.
There is no line.
Yeah, that's only a fraction of the issue. When we go, there'd be a line. I can't explain why, but I just know it. It's also the fact that my kids don't want to do it. So it's one of those such a low return for a thing that's really for the parents. Whereas I just rather not have the hassle. So anyway, yeah, but it's good for you guys. I'm glad that it's for some people. That's great. There's a whole bunch of things that people do that they're welcome to do that I have no interest in. And I'm sure, vice versa. And that is on one of those kind of lists right there where it sounds like it's for a lot of folks. It is not for us. My wife doesn't do it either. You know what I mean? Like nobody does it because it's too much of a deal.
We got college football tonight. The first ever college football playoff game going to kick off in the snow. I don't think there's going to be any snow falling during the game, it doesn't sound like. But Indiana, Notre Dame, the last picture I saw of the playing surface was inches of snow covering
That's so
it.
cool. I love it.
So it's going to be, I think, a cold weather, certainly snow-induced game, even if the snow is not falling. But we're going to get the playoffs started tonight. Toby,
for the right to get smashed by Georgia.
Pretty much.
I think, yeah.
Although Georgia not going to have their quarterback, it doesn't sound
Oh,
like.
that's true. That's true.
So who knows? Maybe
Yeah.
you can get on a little heater here and give Georgia some problems. But Toby was doing updates. Actually, we were in the chat, texted me, and he's like, who do you want to win this game? I was thinking about it. Normally, I would always be for the underdog. And I'm a huge believer in the coaching staff in Indiana. I'm a big JMU supporter because my wife went there.
Mm-hmm.
They've got JMU's former head coach and a bevy of transfers.
Like a bunch of JMU Dukes.
So as a Duke through marriage, I would probably be rooting for Kurt Cignetti in Indiana, but I kind of want to see Notre Dame go on a run. It's been so long since they've played deep. The last couple of times they've been in the national championship conversation, they've gotten completely worked over.
Just smashed, yeah.
So I don't think I can lose tonight. Indiana wins. I could be happy. I'll probably be pulling for Notre Dame. But it's nice to not have a team you're rooting against, I will say.
Yeah, I don't have any visceral reaction here. No hatred either way. My only sort of logical chain here is the same complaints I have about Maryland fans, where there's this delusional subgroup where it's like football team's different. Not different, same. You beat a few bad teams. You beat Maryland Eastern Shore. You might get Towson or like some 1AA team. When it's time to play the real boys, you'll get your butts kicked. Please stop pretending it's anything other than that. For Notre Dame, it's the same. Although it's a higher level where, they play Stanford and they might eke out Navy, but there's this pretend that they're one of the big boys. They're a national power, and they're not. They're overranked every single year until they lose a baffling, inexplicable game to them, but not to the rest of us, because everyone knows they're probably about the 22nd or 23rd best team in the country. But then whenever they play somebody that's decent, they get smashed and they don't really belong. They're athletes short. So I kind of root for them to lose, so there's never any delusional ammo for the Notre Dame fans. But that's not – I don't root very hard. Does that make sense? That's my only slight lean, so let's go Hoosiers, I guess. But I don't really care.
I think generally, too, although I don't know, if you're a JMU fan, are you salty that Cignetti packed up shop and left and took
I would
a bunch
be.
of – really? So you'd probably not root for the guy that ran your program and a lot of the players that you love, but against them because they left and they're doing it somewhere else.
He took a lot of JMU Dukes with him.
Oh,
so I'd be irritated if I'm a JMU Dukes fan.
Game tonight kicks off at about 8 o'clock. So I'll be able to check out the end of it after our altcast over at the MGM Sportsbook over in National Harbor, which will be cool. But the show today, Football Friday, is a build-up to, and one of the things we'll be celebrating as listeners come out, get off work, come by today at the Crystal City Sports Pub. Commanders-Eagles. The first time we saw this matchup, Washington gave Philly all they could handle for 3 quarters. I think people forget that there was a 4th down decision in the 4th quarter where instead of kicking a field goal to take the lead, Dan Quinn goes for a 4th and 2. I had no problem with the decision. I love going for those 4th downs. And they didn't get it. It was one of the couple of times all year long, literally, that they haven't gotten 4th downs.
And remember, the play, just everything looked weird on the snap. Either Jaden Daniels wasn't ready for it, or it was early, and a couple guys didn't move, and Carter blew it up, and the whole thing was just weird.
But that play changed the entire game.
Yes, it did.
Eagles take over possession. They go score. They extend their lead at that point to 19-10. Made it a 2-possession game. They would get the ball back and score another touchdown after a Jaden Daniels interception, probably his worst pick of the year and maybe his worst game of the year. And Washington was down 16 with about 4 minutes, 40 seconds to play.
Yep.
But the game was really not that lopsided. They did a lot of things well enough to win for about 48 to 50 minutes, and they just couldn't finish. And so what will be fascinating now at home, getting another crack at the Eagles, a full week to prepare. Last time was a short week after a tough loss to a physical Steelers team. How different do things look? You've now got Marshawn Lattimore at cornerback, which could be a big boost to the secondary. Might allow you to commit some more bodies up front to trying to slow down Saquon Barkley. I think they are just better equipped to play Philly this time around than they were last time.
Defensively, yes. Offensively, no. To me, and the offense really struggled.
That's true. They've lost weapons since that game.
Yeah, no Austin Eckler, I think, is an underrated storyline here. Like, against great defenses, that's the time you really need somebody like that. The fact they didn't have another answer with so much attention paid to McLaurin, or he was isolated, whatever you want to call it. The fact they didn't have a good, viable second option in the receiver game, the pass game. No Zach Ertz in all likelihood, although still some chance, I guess, maybe that he plays. I haven't seen an update today about his status, but you would think he might miss that. So to me, they're ill-equipped to deal with a defense that, frankly, shoved it on them for most of that game, where they really, really scuffled there. Just, not being able to take advantage while Philly's offense was finding its footing. When you look at Philly's drive log, right, really through the entire first half, missed field goal, which was big, punt, missed field goal again, but those are stops for Washington is coming up big, and a punt, that's got to be 17-0. That's got to be 20-0. That's got to be when you catch them, unaware, standing 8 count in the ring, then maybe you could play even the rest of the way, or even Philly can have an advantage. That's how you win the game. I don't know that they can do that this week. I mean, you're going to see kind of throughout the show, I'm just sort of going, okay, well, what about this direction? And then I feel like there's a shutoff here from Philadelphia. I just think the Eagles are too good, and they're better now than even when they played the first time. I know there have been moments where they played with their food and had teams that are inferior to Washington in the game. Probably should have lost to Carolina. You look at some of the other matchups where you're going, why aren't you dominating this team the way Washington has, quite frankly? But this Eagles team is really, really good.
I think they're coming off of maybe their signature win.
Against Pittsburgh?
Yeah, 2 touchdowns, 27-13 over the Steelers. Otherwise, their recent wins were by 6 and 5. And as you said, one of those games, if the Panthers can catch a pass at the goal line, the Eagles lose.
They lose.
And they're 11-3, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't view them as some team that can't be beaten. A lot of how I look at games and make predictions is based on the quarterback position. And Jalen Hurts is just playing okay. I mean, he has not been great. And because of that, I think Philly keeps teams in games. Their offense, when it's been dynamic or prolific, is via the running game. When they scored 37 against the Rams, as an example, you go, oh, they finally broke out. Go back and look at that game. I remember watching it. Saquon Barkley ran for 255 yards and 2 touchdowns. Jalen Hurts threw for $170 that game. A couple of weeks ago, he threw for 100 yards in a win. Now, this past week against Pittsburgh was the best he's looked, and maybe they got some things going in their passing game. But A.J. Brown left with an injury, came back in. You mentioned his status is up in the air. He did say about 30 minutes ago
that he's playing,
that he plans on playing.
Isn't that nice? Good. Thanks. Thank you.
Now, that was him. That wasn't the training staff, but he says he's going to go. Now, if I was A.J. Brown and I looked at my box scores against Washington, I'd probably want to play too.
I'd go.
Because he's had some monster games.
Yeah.
But if he's not right, if he plays isn't 100% and his day ends quicker, all of a sudden I think that's a game changer because maybe you can then have Marshawn Lattimore travel with Devontae Smith when he's not in the slot, when they put him on the outside. You can have him try to take half a field away. And now I've got the ability to really stuff the box against Saquon Barkley. But any kind of delusions of grandeur, any kind of dreams of maybe A.J. Brown won't go, he put those to a dashing halt here just a bit ago by saying he's probably going to play. But I think it will be a pretty close game. I don't view it as lopsided a matchup. I get what you're saying, that offensively, not having Eckler, who led Washington with 8 catches and about 90 yards at the Link several weeks back, is a big deal. Not having Noah Brown stings, but they've been able to not make their injuries death sentences so far, based on running Jaden Daniels more, based on involving other receivers in the passing game, in the screen game. You saw a lot more out of De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Jamison Crowder being back. So the key to me is holding the Eagles into the low to mid-20s. That's the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they have the firepower, to your point, to score like 34. But if they could get to 27, could you win a 27-23 game where you turn Philly over a couple times? To me, that's the path.
That's the path. That's what it is, right? It's, again, the games that Philly has lost, you got to go a long way, months and months and months ago, but that's pretty much how it happened.
You got to do one of those graphics, like how much did milk cost?
Yeah.
What was the number one song in America at
Price
that time?
per gallon.
I mean, it really, like, they have gotten really comfortable not losing football games.
It has been a long time. And one of those two that they lost, Saquon Barkley dropped the ball that he would catch 1,000 times out of 1,000, but he didn't catch it the 1,001st time or the 1,001st time, and they lost. So
their last loss, just looking at it, September 29th against the Tampa Bay Bucks in Week 4
to Tampa.
They fell to 2-2 at that time. They could have easily been 1-3, by the way, because they lucked out against the Saints. They also won, lost a game they could have won in there too.
Yep.
But from that point forward, out of their bye, they're number one in almost every defensive category. That's why they're the best defense in the league.
Yeah, they're tough to deal with. I mean, to me, this offense is this sleeping giant where you've seen him in moments really be excellent. Like against the Rams, I go, wow, I don't know what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like where they are just up and down the field, every option's available. They got a counter to your counter to your counter to your counter. The talent's everywhere, right? The bookend receivers are so good. Saquon Barkley is a menace. And if you get those things and you cover everybody somehow, Jalen Hurts on the scramble is really good. Again, he's not as prolific in terms of yards per carry because of the number of 3rd and shorts or 4th and shorts that are automatic with that stupid tush push thing that they should ban immediately. But he's so effective as a kind of under control type scrambler. The passing totals, you're 100% right, are not prolific. I don't think he's got a 300-yard passing day, maybe 1 or 2 over the course of this season. He mostly lives around, 190 to 205, somewhere in there. But to me, this offense is so complete. They've got so many different ways to beat you that it's a tough task for any defense. That's why they're top 10 in points scored this year.
Grant and Danny live from the Crystal City Sports Pub today. It's a Friday field trip. We're going to be out here until 6:30. So as you get out of the office, you can play a little hooky, come on down, watch the show, get yourself some lunch. It's an outstanding sports bar I've been coming to for a long, long time over in Crystal City. We do have Trey Wingo, formerly of ESPN, on the program at 3 o'clock today. John McMullen, who covers the Eagles, will stop in to scout the opponent. At 5 o'clock, we'll get the lowdown on who's in and who's out for Philly. The health for Washington is actually pretty good this week compared to recent weeks. John Allen's the only player they've ruled out who we didn't even think was going to play again this season. Sounds like he could be back for the Atlanta game maybe next week. But let's do this next. We'll answer this question, and we can get some answers from you guys on the phones at 800-636-1067. The Commanders beat the Eagles if. What would need to happen? Fill in that blank. For Washington to upset maybe the best team in the NFC, Philly, at home this weekend, what do they got to do? 800-636-1067. You're listening to Grant and Danny from the Crystal City Sports Pub on The Fan. Welcome back to the Crystal City Sports Pub. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan. I got to shout out Kelly, one of our listeners out here, who we just heard. He does some Grant and Danny press conferences
I love it.
with his dad, where he blitzes the East at night. He goes around the horn and interviews or pretends to be a player. He's doing the kind of stuff I was doing when I was a little guy.
Yeah.
And to see him rocking a Commander's hat with an Alf jersey, it gives you a little hope that this fan base has a chance to keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, he's already a pretty strong broadcaster, right? He's got good experience doing the press conferences and everything like that. I tried to explain to him, like, my bit back in the day was I had a Nerf hoop in the upstairs hallway at my parents' house. I would play out full Bullets games. The Bullets would have a great record, by the way, at the end of the season. I'd allow them to drop a game or two.
Did they ever win 50 games in the fake world?
They did. They won 78 games a year on average, right? Like Jeff Rulin would go for triple doubles. Anyway, I would conduct all these different games, and then I'd interview, quote unquote, the player of the game. And I kept all the stats for the season, like the field goal percentage of these guys. Like Jeff Malone, 1 year, I think, shot 88%. Just like unrealistic numbers.
Just filling it up.
Yeah, he couldn't miss from the baseline with his knee braces.
Come on out to the Crystal City Sports Pub. We will be here as a show until 6:30, talking Commanders, Eagles, and getting you ready. Believe it or not, it should not be this way, but it is. At risk of being the guy who just talks about how fast time goes by as an old person, that's now my new thing. It's week 16.
Week 16.
There's only 2 more weeks after this of the NFL regular season. Now, the good news this time around is it looks like Washington's going to get into the playoffs, and so there will be an extra bonus game this year as the Commanders may try to end a drought that goes back to 2005.
Which is fine.
Their last playoff win. But the question for you guys right now, Commanders-Eagles on Sunday, what has to happen for them to win this football game? They beat the Eagles if. Fill in that blank at 800-636-1067. Let's go to Ryan in Warrenton on Grant and Danny to get it popping. What's up, Ryan? How are you?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, buddy.
I think what we need is Cliff to not be conservative and dig into his bag of tricks in that playbook and just unleash it. Let Jaden do what Jaden does. Let Terry do what Terry does, and B-Rob. We know Witt's going to fire up the defense, and it's iffy on what that defense will do. If either coordinator just dials it up and let these boys run wild, I think we got a good chance.
Appreciate you, buddy. Now, Kingsbury was the most critical of himself that he has been all season yesterday about his game plan and the play calling, not just the plan he put together, but the in-game play calling at the podium yesterday referencing the Eagles game. I think it sounded to me like, and we can play the clip if Darius grabs it. He's got it, so let's play this. I'll react to it in a second, but this was Kingsbury yesterday.
Yeah, I think the ability to learn from what we did the first time we played them on a short week, I mentioned this before, but I had way too much in, and I feel like we played tentative. I didn't call a very good game. So now to have the full week process and just see how they played this first time, try to make the proper adjustments, and then see how far we've come since then. I think that's going to be the exciting part. But they've done a tremendous job, Coach Fangio, defensively. I mean, the improvements they made from last year and just watching them week to week, critical moments, the way they're playing. It's been impressive to see the job he's done. It'll be a huge challenge, but I think we're a different team. They're a different team, and hopefully we can play at a lot higher level than we did the first time.
So what I find compelling about that is it sounds to me like his take is normally on a short week Thursday game where you only have Monday and Tuesday, basically, you're traveling, and then Wednesday you're meeting in the hotel, getting ready to play the next night. Normally you pare things down. You do less on offense. He felt like maybe he added too much or the game plan was a little too beefy. So that's interesting, but it didn't look like that on the field. Like, I don't remember them running anything overly exotic. There weren't really trick plays as part of what they tried to do. They basically ran the same stuff, and it worked a lot less. So that's why I'm interested in what he had to say, but I don't remember that kind of meeting my eyeballs on what I saw in the game.
Yeah, so if you would ask me for my notes post-game, it would have been, man, they tried to make it too complicated, or, man, they tried to get too sophisticated. It looked like they can't even get started. It looked like there's nothing available, and they can't get it to Terry. They can't, get the run game going, et cetera, and that's really my thesis here for what has to happen for them to win the football game. You look at their wins, for the most part, I talked about this the other day, it's first down, and a lot of time that's runs. But, in that Philly game to start it, they went to Austin Eckler on a little swing pass. You look at that Cincinnati game where their offense was prolific. It was Eckler early. you need to be really, really, really good on first down. And that kind of translates in general. I usually can't stand when, the Neanderthals that love football just want to yell about establish the run as if it's the only formula. But for this team, they've got to run the ball well. It's not about establishing anything. It's about being effective. You need to effectively run the ball. When they don't, you look at some of the point totals, the yardage totals, like New Orleans against Dallas, et cetera. They ended up with respectable rushing totals, but Jaden Daniels masked that. Running backs in those kinds of games were pretty much neutral or neutralized, ineffective. That can't happen against Philadelphia, who's really good at stopping it. You've got to find a way early to be able to run the ball or be good on first down, and I think that's most likely to be running. And then their defense, talking about Vic Fangio and company in Philadelphia, they're designed to prevent your big play. We challenge you to be patient and matriculate 10, 11, 12 plays down the field. You need a big play somehow, whether that's a catch and run, whether it's something over the top. I don't know how much is available there, but you've got to have a couple of big chunks to go with some early down effectiveness.
800-636-1067. You want to jump in, let us know what you think Washington's got to do to beat the Eagles, just to give some backup to what you're talking about on 1st and 10. So they actually threw the ball on their first 3 1st and 10s against the Eagles, oddly enough. But as the game went on, 1st and 10, Jaden sacked for -4 behind the stick, 2nd and 14. 1st and 10 from the 27, another throw. So there was obviously a plan.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to see if Kingsbury does the same thing. They really didn't call a run play on a first down, it doesn't look like, until their 6th 1st and 10 of the game, basically. But eventually, after really, really heavy 1st and 10s, Robinson up the middle for 2, 2nd and 8. Doesn't really get you where you want to be. Their next 1st and 10, they got 8. Those are the series where they had some success. But when you're going -1, 0, 2nd and 8, 2nd and long, now you're an incompletion away from 3rd and a mile. And that's been the key all season long for this offense, is 3rd and not obvious passing.
Yep.
When you're dropping guys into the secondary, when you know Jaden Daniels is going to throw it, you can spy him, which the Eagles did as well as any team has done with linebackers, and you can make it a point to defend differently so that he can't leave the pocket and scramble. If it's 3rd and short, you got to play Brian Robinson. You got to respect that read option. And it just looked very, very different all year when they've gotten to 3rd and 3 or less. And that's not just a Commander's point. That's every team, obviously.
Sure.
But it's especially the case with a young quarterback that's a little bit light in terms of the weaponry on the outside and how helpful those guys are going to be at winning, one-on-one matchups. My answer to our question, though, in terms of for them to win, what has to happen? I think they have to keep Saquon Barkley in check. I think they've got to find a way to stop the run. And that's the whole matchup here. It's a top 5 rushing team in the Eagles. Barkley could be on his way to an all-time single-season rushing record if he can chase down Eric Dickerson. And it's a bottom 5 run-stopping defense statistically this year in Washington. John Allen's not coming through that door. So it's got to be Johnny Newton and Sheldon Day and Daron Payne and some of the ends that they move over to help out. But they've got to do a better job than they did last time when they caved in and Barkley went for about $150.
Because that just, to me, feels like a matter of time playing against Philadelphia. They're gonna stay with who they are. They're gonna keep trying to crash that wave against the shore, and they did a good job, I thought, by and large, for what do you want to call it, 2.5 quarters, 3 quarters, whatever. But then Barkley got going, and then that was it. A couple of those long runs, it looked like the game was a completely different one there down the stretches, whether Washington got tired or Philly found something. I don't know the answer, but doing that for 4 quarters is hard. I mean, you've seen them a few times. First half shutouts or first half dominance, and then all of a sudden, late in the game, they can't stop anybody. See Chicago, see New Orleans, see Philadelphia. They've had a few of those games.
There's such a big difference, though, between like the games where he hits home runs and the games where he really earns 110.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes 23 carries for 107 and as long as 13, there's a matriculation that has to happen where it's longer drives, it's more plays, and eventually Hurts misses a throw. Or eventually maybe they drop a pass or whatever.
You get a hold,
Whereas
you get a sack.
You just can't let it be easy, which is what happened inevitably against Washington. Last week, I know they beat Pittsburgh, but that's the formula to me, is he really, I won't say struggled because that's not true, but he didn't have a game the likes of which he's been having all season long.
Yeah, he was on pace to set the rushing record. He didn't have that last week.
No, I mean, the Steelers, and they lost because they gave up too many plays in the passing game, but I think they will take that. It was 19 carries for 65 yards.
Yep.
And if you take his one long 20-plus yarder out of the equation, it was 18 carries for like 45 yards. Can't do better than that. And it's one of the reasons why the Eagles, with about 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, had 17 points. That's where you want to be with this offense. You will take your chances that way. If you want to tell us how you think Washington beats Philly, you can do that. 800-636-1067. We'll also look at the other games around the NFL. There are some really good ones in Week 16. We'll give you some of our favorite matchups on Sunday's slate. We are live at the Crystal City Sports Pub. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. live from the Crystal City Sports Pub. Grant and Danny coming your way on 106.7 The Fan. A few days before the holiday. It's the last Friday before Christmas. There's no reason you can't get out of the office and come kick it with your pals. We're going to be watching games. There's a bowl game going on. In fact, I'm watching Ohio put one on Jackson State right now, it looks like. But come on out, enjoy yourself, watch some college football with us, have lunch. We'll be here until 6:30. It's our Friday field trip.
This place rules. Crystal City Sports Pub. It's, dare I say, iconic. Is that okay to say?
I think you can say that. It is. Once you've been around in the restaurant game as like a sports bar that people have been going to for decades, I think it's a legendary spot.
Yeah, it's gotten to that point, right? I mean, it's to me, it was a contemporary of some of the spots that I used to go decades ago that are no more, right? So, like, very much still here, very much still going incredibly strong. This place is so fun. I love it.
We'll get into some of our favorite matchups of the weekend in the NFL, but the big question for you guys on a Football Friday is, what do the Commanders have to do to beat the Eagles? Why might this be different? Elijah is in D.C., wants to join us on Grant and Danny live on The Fan. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
I think it's going to be long drives for the offense. One, with Saquon and just how they want to move, you're going to have to protect your defense, right? So we don't want to have them gassed out. We saw them do a good job, but the offense was struggling. They're going to have to grow. They're going to have to develop with Terry McLaurin moving across the board. I think that challenges them defensively. So they're just going to have to get creative, and they're going to have both units. They're going to have to play for each other in a sense. So I'm thinking long drive. Even if you have to convert on 4th and 1, certain things they're going to have to be aggressive. Yeah. So I'm thinking you get early points, play good defense, and then you slow that sucker down. And and I think we just bleed them. And then once you get, I think Lattimore is going to most likely get more work in that situation. So you're going to start playing into our hands. If we got Lattimore for this situation, if they're going to say, hey, they're going to have to start throwing the ball. Just from having Lattimore, we saw Sanders still get an interception because defensively, you can communicate. If you got one area of the field locked down, the combinations that are now going to be on the opposite side of the field, you can start saying they can only hit us with this, that, or the third because this situation is on the left. So what happens? Sanders still is now able to make certain decisions. You can play more aggressively. You can truly see who's on your defense when you have a blue chip player. So I'm so glad that they was able to do this, and I know the team is excited that he's here, and other teams, because it's not always about one guy, but it's like when you can add a guy to a unit that's bubbling, or you can see that them growing, it can only be good. So I think they're trending up, and they just need to protect each other and do a good job.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Good call, buddy.
I think there's a lot of good points there. The one thing I want to add to what Elijah said is, you got to go on drives, especially early in the game. Your offense needs to stay on the field so that you don't wear down as the game goes on. They could not do that in Philly.
Right. They
could not stay on the field. They went 3 and out in 2 of their 3 drives in the first quarter. In fact, they had 4 plays or fewer in their first 4 drives and in 5 of their first 6 drives, all in the first half. They had 1 drive where they sustained more than 2 minutes and 12 seconds of game time. So that is an easy pass in your windshield, as I like to say. That is the HOV lane to the end of the game and your defense getting gassed. So you absolutely have to find a way to stay on the field. I think Lattimore will make an impact in this game. I think this is kind of why you went and got him. I don't know. Do they travel him with A.J. Brown? Probably not. Seemed to me like what they wanted to do last week was they put him on the right. They told him to stay on the right. Whoever's over there, don't let him catch the football. And he kind of shut half of a field down. That's okay, too.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
It all helps.
I would probably like to see him travel. I mean, the last time he played against the Eagles and A.J. Brown, he had a pick 6. I'd like to see that matchup just because, to me, that's good on good. We were told by everyone in New Orleans when they acquired him, this guy gets up for those matchups against the elite receivers. All right, well, let's let him get up for one.
Yeah, let's see it, right? What better matchup? I also wanted to ask the caller about what it was like to play for the Nationals in 08 and 09 and hit 250 with 13 homers, but that's beside the point. Looking at his other point, though, about kind of that cascading effect when it comes to Lattimore, I think we talk about that as it relates to what defenses you can call, how aggressive other guys can be. I think that's such a huge factor, again, in terms of the pass game. But to me, it's about the running game. Maybe people have viewed this as an excuse, but I feel like they've been so concerned all year long with the most terrifying thing to us is one of our cornerbacks alone on an island against, an A.J. Brown, right? Like see Emmanuel Forbes last year or something to that effect. And I think they've had to call very conservative defenses against decent offenses just to allow things to happen. So I think some of those gashes in the run game and some of the stuff that's been readily available underneath, I think now you can ramp up your aggressiveness. You can bet big on an early down run. You can bet big on a certain kind of route combination developing and maybe jump something. I think you can't do what Dan Quinn and Joe Wood have wanted to do over the years, which is turn you over without being aggressive. They've been very passive until now. And I think maybe this hopefully this now kind of kickstart that.
All right, Danny, let's look at some of the other NFL matchups for this weekend. We've been mentioning throughout the week's worth of shows that this is one of those now late season doubleheader days in the NFL where you get both Saturday and Sunday games. There are two great games tomorrow. On Saturday, you get the Texans at 9-5 and the Chiefs 13-1. Sounds like Patrick Mahomes is a go. Shocker. He almost tore everything in his knee, but he'll limp around and be okay. Guy's got Gumby legs. I don't know if he has ligaments. It seems like he always almost gets seriously hurt, but never actually does. So good for him in Kansas City dodging a bullet. That game kicks off tomorrow at 1:00. And then the second game of two in the NFL on Saturday is an AFC North Classic. The Steelers and the Ravens. This is a line of about 6.5 points.
Big.
Baltimore favored over Pittsburgh. I don't really understand that line. I'm taking Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh, plus 6.5 every time.
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe one of those, okay, the world's kind of finding out here about Pittsburgh. They're not that good. And I haven't seen the update on George Pickens. I don't know if he's out, but when he's not playing, they're different. And you hate for it to come down there. But maybe that's the case. Again, I'm just looking for an explanation for why the line's that big. Look at the Texans and Chiefs, for example, 3.5-point dogs, Houston on the road. That makes sense to me. Divisional matchup like this, you'd go, wouldn't you expect this to be a close game? Given, I don't know, every time they ever play, it's always a close game. But here we are with that giant spread this week in favor of Baltimore Horn.
George Pickens in the offense. Steelers ranked 3rd in total offense. When he's not playing, they're ranked 32nd. This season, just to give you an idea of all it takes is one deep threat to open things up a little bit for Pittsburgh. Elsewhere, NFC import. The Rams have to hold serve against the Jets. They're playing in the Meadowlands. That's a 1:00 game, so that's 10:00 their time. That can be tricky late season, right in front of the holidays. That's a 1:00 kick. The other game that matters a lot to Washington out of the NFC West, the Seahawks host the Vikings at 4:05. That matters because if Seattle were to lose, it only better positions the Commanders to hang on to that wild card spot, even if they lose to the Eagles.
Yeah, both the teams that are chasing them, Rams and Seahawks, if Washington gets a win and both of those teams lose before playing each other, those squads are pretty much eliminated, and Washington is all but in.
Some of our favorite matchups of the weekend. We'll go through the full slate a little bit later today on Grant and Danny. But speaking of the NFL, we'll dive deep into the playoff picture on both sides of the ledger in both conferences with Trey Wingo, longtime ESPN NFL Live host. We will have him on the program next. We're live at the Crystal City Sports Pub for a Friday field trip. It's Grant and Danny on the Fan.
The Fan want to remind you guys, as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. It's the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad, can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We are live at the Crystal City Sports Pub. It's a Friday field trip. Come on out and have lunch. Kick it with us. It's going to be a great day talking football and getting ready for the Commanders, the Eagles, and Week 16 in the NFL, which got underway last night. Chargers, Broncos, AFC West football. To discuss that game and the rest of the slate this weekend, we are joined by our guy, Trey Wingo, courtesy of DraftKings Network. Trey, you are on in D.C. Thank you for the time. We appreciate you. What did you make last night of the very rare free kick field goal opportunity? I've never seen that in my life.
Yeah, first one made in the NFL, guys. Good to be with you since 1976 when Ray Worthing pulled it off. Of course, we all remember that. There have been a couple of times where they've actually attempted this over the last 5 years or so, but that was the first one that was actually made, in a long, long time. And that's just really smart. Okay, that's the Chargers really understanding the situation and taking advantage of it. Like the free kick is the greatest thing in the world. Like it's like an uncontested layup. And when you have a guy like Cameron Dicker who can hit it that far and get a running start at it, it's tremendous.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh didn't seem to know about it or wasn't aware of it. Someone came up and I saw the video. They grabbed him as he was sending his offense out onto the field. And they're like, no, we got to do this. Should we be, or should Broncos fans be bothered that it seemed like Sean Payton wasn't aware, or is that one of those where you kind of blame the penalty, you blame the execution on special teams?
Oh, look, all those things are true, but if you're a coach, you got to know that stuff. I don't care whether you're Harbaugh or Sean Payton. You got to know that that's a possibility. But but for Sean, there's nothing he could do about it anyway. Like if he didn't know it, you can't try and defend it. It's a free kick. So. Everyone should know the freaking rules, man. That's situational football.
Trey Wingo with us here on G&D. Who finishes with the number 1 seed in the NFC?
Oh, gosh, it looks like Philadelphia, guys. They won 10, and obviously they got you guys, the Commanders, coming up. But I want you to listen to these numbers, okay? They're on a 10-game winning streak. They were 2-2. They've won 10 in a row. Here are their NFL ranks since Week 6. Best record, first. Total point margin, second, plus 132. Total yards margin, which is really the thing that's absolutely amazing here. They're plus 1,368 in yards. That's first. And time of possession, almost 33 minutes per game, also first. They're not just winning, they're beating people up. And that's the most impressive thing about this. But it is interesting, right? No matter how good they play or how well they play, if I want to use the English language, there's always drama, even in their last win. Nick Sirianni had to be separated from Jalen Carter. There's always something going on with this team, and I guess they feed off it.
They seem to, but what is the deal internally with Sirianni, who seems like he's not well liked? I mean, he's got one of the great winning percentages ever. He's kind of a wackadoo. He's yelling at fans. Several weeks back, him and Hurts are always bristling, it seems like. What is the deal there?
You ever watch the what's the John Oliver show? Last Week Tonight on HBO?
Sure.
HBO Max. Well, he had this line once about Nigel Farage, who was leading Brexit, and he referred to him as the perpetual cover boy of the world's most punchable face magazine. And I think that's part of it. Nick Sirianni looks like he has one of the world's most punchable faces. You just wanna smack him. And I think that's part of it. I don't know. They just feed off the drama, man. And if that works for them, it works for them. But yeah, look, there's no secret that people like A.J. Brown, with all due respect, when they asked him after the game, hey, that was to tell everybody to shut up. Well, if you just shut up, nobody would have known there was a problem between you and Jalen Hurts, right? So I hate it when players do that. I can't believe you guys stirred this all up. No, you did, bro. Yeah. You did, and then we followed up with that. So don't get it twisted. They live off everything's good when you're winning, as long as you're winning, right? I'm really curious to see what happens if they drop one of these final 3 games and maybe fall out of the number 1 seed in the NFC.
So, Trey, Detroit, kind of to that end, the other team that might have something to say about it, I guess Minnesota as well, who's also 12-2.
Yeah.
But Detroit deserves a ton of credit for what they've already done. Their resume is awesome. To me, I'm probably unfairly dismissing them just because of the multitude of injuries. You can't do that and get away with it and win a Super Bowl. But are we discounting them unfairly?
No, I think it's the reality of the situation. Guys, to put it in perspective, they have 16 defensive players on injured reserve. Now, let's just do the math. Okay, that's 11 starters plus 5 backups on one side of the ball. Like, that's crazy. That's absolutely – I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the Niners have had a lot of injuries, right? You've had Christian McCaffrey, and I think they're on their 5th-string running back, maybe even their 6th-string running back now. And, Brandon Ayuk is out. And we've had, Bosa missed some games. And those are all quality players, but at least it's some on one side of the ball, some on the other side of the ball. I don't know if I can ever remember a rash of injuries on one side of the ball like this ever. I mean, 16. That's a lot.
The other team in the division that's just quietly chugged along, I think we've all kept waiting for the other shoe to drop with the Vikings, but they suddenly have the same record as the Lions. They're both 12-2. They still play a head-to-head game in Week 18. Now, in the meantime, Minnesota's got Seattle and Green Bay, so that's about as tough a 3-game stretch as any of these elite teams have. But how much of a chance do you give them to win the division and possibly host a playoff game?
I think I give them the best chance to win that division right now. If they win out, they're going to win it. And I think, I got to look at this, I think if they win out, they get the number 1 seed as well from Philadelphia, even if Philadelphia wins out. So it's really been very impressive. Like, it's really been really impressive. And, they started 5-0 and then they lost 2 games in a row. I think we all forgot about them. Like, well, there you go, they lost 2 in a row. Well, they haven't lost since. And they've been really impressive. I think the other thing about this, guys, if we're being honest about it, how many of us really believe in Sam Darnold at this point? I think that's it, right? We're still surprised on some level. We're happy for him that he's doing this, but we're like, okay, this guy's never been in the postseason before as a starting quarterback. So let's see how this goes when everything's on the line, because it is different, right? You have to coach games differently, you have to play games differently in the postseason, and it is a different beast. So there's a real strong possibility that they could get the number 1 seed, but I think all of us are curious to what they see or what happens once they get there.
And Trey, I will also add, I'm totally, and this is unfair, holding 2 years ago against them when they won 13 games despite being outscored. There's I don't really trust him kind of thing, which I don't think is right.
No, but you're not wrong there, right? Like, because how do I put this? Like, that was Kirk Cousins in the postseason, right? And no one knew what was going to happen there because Kirk has not had a lot of success in the postseason either. So I don't think it's dissimilar in any way, shape, or form.
Trey Wingo with us here on Grant and Danny. So AFC, maybe it's a bit tighter here, but are any teams that right now are outside the playoff picture looking in, do any of them end up in the postseason?
Well, Cincinnati is really interesting, right? Because that loss last night by Denver opens up a possibility for the Bengals to get in there. And, I don't think anybody wants to see Joe Burrow in the postseason. A reminder, he's the only active quarterback in the NFL that has led his team to a playoff win over the Kansas City Chiefs. The other 2 losses in their Patrick Mahomes era were to Tom Brady in an AFC Championship game, and then the Super Bowl. So here's what Cincinnati needs to make the playoffs. They got to win out. They got to beat the Browns, the Bengals, and the Steelers, and that's going to be tough because that Steelers game, they still could be playing for the division title at that point, depending on what happens on Saturday. And even if something happens on Saturday, they're still going to be in it because they would have let's assume they lose the Steelers on Saturday to the Ravens, which they almost never do. They'd still be tied, so that last game could be very important depending on what happens to Baltimore. So the scenario for Cincinnati is this. Win their last 3. The Broncos have to lose their last 2 games. They have to lose out to Cincinnati, and then they take on the Chiefs, and who knows what the Chiefs will or won't be playing for in Week 18. And then the Colts have to lose once more, and the Dolphins have to lose once more. All of those things are certainly doable. Now, it's asking a lot, and, Cincinnati's been very uneven. Like, who knows? Denver could just this week put that to bed by going there and taking care of Cincinnati at home, because Cincinnati has had all kinds of eggs that they've laid at home. So, although it's just interesting to see all the things they've gone through and the horrible start they got off to, and some of the ridiculous losses. Joe Burrow's playing quarterback better than anybody right now.
The Colts, who are bad, could lose to anybody. I grant you that. But they do have a Charmin soft finish here. They play Tennessee, the Giants, and the Jaguars. So
but they only got to lose one of those. They only got to lose one of those.
Right, and they're bad enough to lose to anybody. Miami, by the way, plays San Fran, very losable. Cleveland, the New York Jets. So that one's even easier to see happening. But you're right. I mean, if the Bengals somehow got in, I know their record is what it is for a reason. Their defense is awful, but it's Burrow in the playoffs, man. I know the Chiefs wouldn't want to have to play Cincinnati as like 9.5-point favorites.
That's exactly right. And remember the Bengals once. I think the year they went to the Super Bowl, they beat the Titans when they were the number 1 seed. I think Joe Burrow was sacked 9 times in that game, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
And
That's
they
right.
Still found a way to win that game.
Why? Now, part of this is expectations, and that's not a real tangible thing here, Trey. But why isn't Houston better?
Well, there's been a regression on offense. C.J. Stroud has not put up the numbers that they were hoping that he would. Some of that is because he's taken a beating behind a leaky offensive line, and that's kind of funny with this game between the Chiefs and the Texans on Saturday, because that's a big issue for both of these squads. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the loss of Stephon Diggs has been a huge issue for them. But that offense, the defense is playing okay. That offense has just not been as consistent as it needs to be and as good as they were a year ago. That's the biggest issue for them.
Look at the NFC West with us. Right now, you got a 2-way tie. Rams, Seahawks, 8-6. Seattle, Geno Smith goes down. Sam Howell looked rough in his first action with the Seahawks. But the
you
Rams,
guys know Sam Howell.
Well, very well.
We do.
Probably better than we'd like to. The Rams are frisky, though. This is 3 straight wins.
Yeah.
They finished with Jets, Cardinals, Seahawks. Feels like one of McVay's better coaching jobs. If they were to get in, how would you feel about them as a possible tough out?
I would not want to face them in the first round of the postseason, for sure. Look, you have Stafford in year 16, guys, year 16, playing as well as he's ever played. And you could make a very convincing argument that they have the best tandem of wide receivers in the NFL. I know some people are going to say it's Jordan Addison and Jefferson. I know some people are going to say it's Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. But Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua are absolutely unreal. And in fact, it's pretty clear to me that Puka is now option 1 and Cooper Kupp is option number 2. Those two guys, when they're on the field together, and Stafford playing the way he's playing, they would be a team that I would not want to say, oh, we got to play them in the first round. I would not be comfortable with that if I was the opposing team.
I still think the Ravens have as high a ceiling as anybody, but some of these confounding losses here, Trey, I'm sure frustrated Ravens fans, but they're still, to me, so damn dangerous, but they haven't really put it together. I know their schedule's been really tough, one of the tougher in the league. Just anecdotally, I have no facts to back that up other than my own gut feeling and what I've told myself here recently thinking about them. But I feel like they are incredibly dangerous, and they're 6.5-point favorites this weekend against their arch rival Pittsburgh. So there is some belief in them.
There is, but you're right. They have some of the more confounding losses in the year. Explain to me how you're going to lose to the Raiders at home, right? Explain to me how you found a way to lose that game to Cleveland. Some of their losses are really troubling. The problem for them, and it's interesting that I find that they're that big of a favorite, the Steelers own these guys. Like, they do not play well against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think in the Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh era, I think Tomlin is 21-15, something like that. And you look at 21-15. And by the way, this is just so people understand how special this is. The only 2 head coaches that have played against each other more in the history of the NFL than Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh are Curly Lambeau and George Halas. That's how many times these guys have met, including postseason. But they do it. You look at Lamar Jackson's numbers historically against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're just different. For example, just go back to week 11, right? They scored 16 points. In every other game this season, they're averaging almost 31. They had 329 yards in that game. In every other game, they're averaging over 430. They had 16 first downs in that game. They averaged 24 in every other game. They had 3 giveaways in that game. They give away a turnover basically in every other game. Lamar's passer rating in that game was 66.1 out of 158. In every other game, it's 125.4. They know how to get to him. Lamar's teams with the Ravens are just 1-4 against Pittsburgh. They're 66-20 against everybody else. His TD to giveaway ratio is 5-11. It's just different. They sack him almost 5 times a game over the 5 games that he's been a starter against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, it certainly helps that they're at home, but Lamar, the Steelers are kryptonite to Lamar Jackson. They always have been.
Trey Wingo, DraftKings Network on Grant and Danny. We'll let you out on this. You're on a football Friday in D.C., getting ready for the Commanders and the Eagles. Sounds like you're all in on Philly, and I totally get it. I think they're the best team in the NFC. What kind of a chance do you give Washington in their second matchup with the Eagles, this time at home on Sunday?
Well, I give them more than a puncher's chance for sure. They've got to find a way to sustain drives against that Eagles defense, which is, like I said, time of possession. They're averaging almost 33 minutes a game, 32-42. You've got to find a way to not give them a lead. The Eagles are great front runners, right? That's who they are. That Najee Harris sort of lateral, even though it was on Russell Wilson because it's on the quarterback to get the ball to the running back, it was clearly a Najee Harris fumble when it was 20-13. That changed the entire complexity of that game. You've got to get on these guys. You've got to get on them and then make them come from behind, and that's way easier said than done. But if you can do it, it changes a little bit of the dynamic of this Eagles juggernaut, and they're going to have to rely on that passing game, which is 31st in the NFL, guys, out of 32 teams. So you can say, oh, it's so great with Saquon, but when you have what you're paying Jalen Hurts and Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, there is absolutely no excuse for that passing attack to be 31st in the NFL.
Trey, awesome with us as always, man. Have a great weekend.
You got it too. Anytime, guys. Be with you.
Trey Wingo of DraftKings on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We are live at the Crystal City Sports Pub for a Friday field trip today. We are out and about. We are going to be previewing the Commanders and the Eagles until 6:30. We'll scout the opponent with John McMullen of SI in Philly at 5. Got our Beltway Blitz at 4. That's when we're giving away Caps tickets. That is about 40 minutes from right now, so you better be listening if you want those Caps tickets. John Allen back on the practice field without a non-contact jersey. Pretty nice progress for him today. We'll get into that as we continue on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to the Crystal City Sports Pub and to Grant and Danny. We are live out and about in Arlington. Thanks so much for making the show part of your day. Come on out for our Friday field trip. We are out and about to mingle and hang out with you guys ahead of a big Sunday clash. The Eagles, the Commanders. This is not for the top of the division. This is for Washington to potentially punch a ticket to the postseason with a little bit of help and a win on Sunday. In fact, I was talking to a buddy out here at Crystal City Sports Pub. He said, I don't know when the last time I went to a game where they might have clinched a playoff spot was. And I started to rack my brain, and I'm going, well, did you go in 2012 when they beat Dallas? It's like, nope, wasn't there. Was that the playoff
you had like
game?
2 other chances to choose from.
I was like, okay, then in your lifetime, there's only a couple other games that have probably happened.
Right.
Now, they clinched the 15 playoffs when they won the division with Cousins in Philly in that game on the road at the Link. But you couldn't have gone to a game with the playoffs on the line that year. So unless you went to the playoff game against the Packers, that's a different kind of category. So now you're going back to, and I'd have to look like 2005 maybe. I believe they clinched at the end of the year in Philly, if I remember correctly, like a Sean Taylor touchdown that season.
Yep.
Soaring into the end zone.
When everyone else is sort of fumbling around for the ball, bad pun, the fumble. And then Sean Taylor swoops in like a pterodactyl, finding its prey, and just glides past everybody for a touchdown. What about 2007, where you beat, I think they clinched when they beat Dallas at home in the last week of the season, or am I nuts about that?
So that was a 9-7 division winner.
Yeah.
I would imagine they probably clinched. It's possible.
Maybe they clinched the week before beating Minnesota because they had to win 4 in a row.
Right. I would think at 9-7, you had to win to get in the final week. So that could be the other option if you went to that 2007 game.
Almost 20 years ago.
The Cowboys. But, yeah, there's just not that many on the resume for fans to have gone and enjoyed playoff ramification football in December for this team. It's been so few and far between. And, of course, they haven't won a playoff game since 2005. So they're going to try to end that drought. But first, you got to get into the postseason.
Yeah, just thinking about this also, I'm fascinated by this. I think a lot of people don't care. But if you beat Philadelphia, it pretty much means you're going to play Philadelphia, right? They're not going to get the 1 seed anymore unless Detroit falls apart and Philly goes 2 out of 3. And
Minnesota.
And Minnesota is a factor as well. But it increases the likelihood to me that Philly doesn't get the 1 seed, ends up with the a second best division winning record. Minnesota can't pass Detroit or Minnesota will either jockey for the top of that division for the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah, one of them is going to be the 5 seed.
Yeah, the wild card can't supersede a division winner, so you're almost locking Philadelphia in as your opponent. Just interesting to me it's sort of setting that up.
Yeah, and we've made the case that playing the Eagles in Philly probably going to be more arduous a matchup than playing the Lions in Detroit now, even though it did not feel that way all season. As recently as 2 weeks ago, I don't think it felt like that. But now, with 17 injuries defensively alone and all of the problems they've had keeping guys healthy and David Montgomery out for the remainder of the season probably, I think I'd probably I think I'd rather play the Lions indoors than the Eagles outside in a playoff game.
Now, maybe you beat them this weekend and look like the better team. It might change your eye line. But on paper right now, I rubber stamp everything you said.
But a big part of why I would have rather played the Eagles is the familiarity, the division matchup, the fact that when an opponent is known, it takes away some of that lure of like, oh, I got to go play the Lions, this vaunted 2-loss team. People have been talking about them all year. When you go play the Eagles, no matter how many losses they have.
We know what they do. They know what we do.
I played them twice.
Go.
I almost had a lead against them in the fourth quarter. Who knows what happens this weekend? But, potentially, I beat that team at home or I lost by a field goal at the gun or whatever. You just feel a little bit more competent, capable probably when you've done it before. I know for me personally in my life, my confidence comes from familiarity. When I'm nervous, it's because I'm doing something I haven't done. Right? When do you get nervous? You go out on a first date, these like things you haven't done in a while, or this person you don't know or whatever. Like in radio, people are like, do you get nervous? I don't get nervous doing our show. We do. I got a rundown. I kind of am comfortable in the flow. I know you and have a camaraderie with our guys. Now, if I had to go do a random broadcast I've never done before, I'm doing my first Altcast, which, by the way, watch the Altcast tonight for the Capitals on Monumental Sports.
Is there an outlet for that plug? Hold on one second.
That's where it's that one right there.
Right there, yep.
Right there. But, I mean, dude, the confidence comes from doing things.
Yes.
I think you'd be more confident playing the Eagles. We've just got to a point now where if they were playing the Lions on a neutral site, I think they'd be like a 3.5 or 4 point favorite, maybe, almost. at this point, right?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, at least 2.5.
Right. Yeah.
They would 100% be favored over the Lions this weekend.
As of this moment. Yeah, just it's tough for me with the resume, but I think you might be right. Again, just given all the injuries. So, yeah, I mean, there's something to that, certainly, right? Where, a coach that plays the psychology game the exact right way could say, look at where we were right here, going back to that first game. You're winning. Second half, you're winning this football game. We get this fourth down. If the ball snapped at the right time, or whoever's fault that was, I don't care, but the ball snapped at the right time, we get the fourth down, we score right there, we beat them. We're going to beat that team. You guys can play with them. We've already proven that. We've got that. That's in the, even if you lose this weekend, it sort of shows that you can. Whereas, a team comes in with a reputation or, kind of what they've done and how starving Detroit is, certainly those home fans. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who I'd rather play. I mean, I'd rather play like, a 2-loss team somehow to try to get a postseason win at this point. But, totally understand that that's obviously not on the cards. But just interesting to me is all that if you beat Philadelphia, and it may happen this way anyway, win, lose, or draw, but you're almost setting up that rematch come postseason time. Because I don't think the 6 seed's really accessible. Maybe still there's a snowball's chance. But that's just, playing that team for a third time, and that third time being in their building. Will be interesting.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We're live at the Crystal City Sports Pub today for our Friday field trip. I saw this tweet. I wanted to mention this to you. So Party City is going out of business. And I guess all of their corporate employees have been told, like, their offices are shutting down first of the year. And I guess that means if you're working at a Party City, you find out the hard way today that you're in a bad spot, right? But Party City is a place that growing up over and over and over and over again, we would go to before all of our parties, right? It got me to thinking about chains that have gone out of business from your childhood, stores, food spots, whatever, that when you hear it, it hits you a little bit. Because for me, I thought, I'm 8 years old. My mom's dragging me into Party City because we're getting ready for our New Year's Eve party at the Paulson house or whatever. And I posted a tweet at Grant H. Paulson for people to talk about some of the places that have gone out of business. I got a lot of great responses. But the number one most prevalent response, and the one to me that just a kick to the ribs, any kind of movie rental stores. Every single Friday night after school, we would do Pizza Hut and we'd go rent movies. I had 2 older brothers and a younger sister. We would get like the old WWF Royal Rumbles on VHS. And then we would get like another movie or two that just recently came out. And you know how it was. They would have like the cover of the movie, which was in a clear case in front of the movie itself that was encased as well. And you would like pull it, you'd look at it, see who's in it. My dad would like read the back and make sure, okay, I think you guys can watch this, whatever. But we would do that every Friday, like Blockbuster as an example. Obviously, that is an antiquated technology that's gone and over with.
Sure, yeah, you don't need it, but man, it was awesome.
But I miss going into a Blockbuster and just walking around the aisles and just seeing the movies. Like, that's something I'll never get to do again. My kids will never understand.
That, we had an even more local chain. We had Errol's Video. There was Hollywood Video. Like that,
I remember Hollywood Video.
Membership card. Oh, you just felt like a king walking in there. Like Be Kind, Rewind. That's even before your time, where it was a big deal. You would get fined. You get fined if you were a chronic non-rewinder of the video cassettes. I mean, everything about it was just so great.
Another one that I remember from the holiday season, Danny, your boy, every single year when we went Christmas shopping at the Spotsylvania Mall, would make a beeline to KB Toys. And I had to walk around KB Toys and see what was what. I would like put together a Christmas list off of what I saw in that store. That's long gone. I'm sure there are versions of it. Like Toys R Us is still around, right?
No, they're out of business.
Is that one gone too?
I think they're out of business.
I mean, it's funny. Yeah. Like you think about, you just name places that you went to. They're probably out of business.
Well, just, it's for a million ways or a million different reasons. A lot of those things are semi-obsolete.
Well, I was going to say, how much of this is because we're old or how much of this is because the world has changed?
It's both. I mean, listen, businesses rise, fall. I mean, there was one point where like Kodak was one of the single largest Fortune 500 companies in America, and it was all about photos. You get your photos developed at the local drugstore. I got a few thousand photos on my iCloud and on my phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The world's different. It used to be like, oh, you got a digital camera? Wow, that's amazing. Again, my phone's got it.
So what's your answer to my question on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson? What chain went out of business from your childhood that you think about still the most or like hits you the hardest?
I was hoping Darius would be able to grab this theme song. I just hit him up via the chat, but it's not going to happen. It's not a big deal. The Chesapeake Bay Seafood House. They had a jingle, local commercials. There was a handful of restaurants around. Chesapeake Bay Seafood House, all the seafood you can eat. And we put that to the test. Every year for my birthday, where did the hoorays go? The Chesapeake Bay Seafood House. That's where we went. I miss it so much. I loved that place. They had the hush puppies as you sit down. Hey, thanks for coming in. Sit your fat butt down right there. Here's some fried cornbread for that butt. Enjoy yourself. Have a grand old time. You didn't even order anything yet, but here's some hush puppies with butter. Don't fill up on hush puppies, Daddy. I won't, Mom. And I did every time. It didn't matter. I still ate my weight in seafood. I loved that place so much. There was a location in Falls Church that we used to go to all the time. There it is. Blast it, Terrace.
That's an old school jingle.
I miss
Damn.
it. There's a website.
This jingle sounds like it's 1989.
You're damn right it does. There's a website where all they have is just this YouTube video. And they're like, Chesapeake Bay Seafood House. And someone took a picture of the menu. R.I.P. the Chesapeake Bay Seafood House.
You know what you sleep on? And you sleep on in the Saints hat, and a lot of people sleep on? I think there's a couple of these still around because I saw one recently, I think in Woodbridge, but most of them are gone. You want to talk about places you went for your birthday? I was a Fuddruckers guy.
Dude.
Fuddies.
Dude.
Fuddies used to be the noise.
Stop it.
You would walk in, there'd be like Elvis pictures and all. But the best part about Fuddruckers is you go through, you get your burger, you get your condiments, you do what you want to do.
Toppings bar, man.
The toppings bar was silly, but at the end of that meal, you would pull up that paper off the basket, and there was a redeemable coupon for a chocolate chip cookie. And you would walk up, and you'd get that chocolate chip cookie, and there wasn't one better. You thought about it the whole time you were eating that perfectly crisp, buttered, toasted bun on your burger. Now, I think that's a little bit of cheating because, again, I think they still exist to an extent.
So they're way
but they are
fewer
an endangered species, bro.
So there was a time where they had there was one at right by Capital One in
Yeah,
that neighborhood.
I kept that place open for about 4 years.
Well, there was one in DuPont Circle, too. We would do a move where when I was working in alumni relations and development, like decades ago, my buddy was in commercial real estate, which meant he left every day at 11 and just sort of pretend that he was doing something. Anyway, we'd go hit golf balls at Haynes Point and grab Fuddruckers for dinner on the way back.
Oof.
It was perfect.
Some of the responses here on Twitter, Heckingers. I went there with my
We're
mom.
one heck of a store. Let's get it done. Heckingers. I'll go all day.
A lot of people going with Blockbuster, Toys R Us. I'm getting, what about Western Sizzler? Did you ever eat a Western Sizzler?
So we had Sizzler, which is different than Western Sizzler, right?
Is it different?
I think it's different, man.
What I remember about that spot is you go in and there was like cartoons playing on like a big screen, almost like a movie theater. Is that the same as Sizzler?
No, Sizzler's
Okay.
is like kind of your it's like an Outback kind of deal.
What kind of pizza joints? I'm trying to think of.
Shakey's Pizza.
No file. Was that in Northern Virginia, like Fairfax?
No, I think Shakey's was everywhere. I don't know. There may be some Shakey's
We didn't
around.
have one of those down there in King George, I'll tell you.
Well, just Timmy's house. He makes pizza out the back. There were a number of spots like that, but the obviously the Pizza Hut with the book prize that you could you basically like read enough books, you get like a free personal pan pizza. If
Oh.
you read like Gulliver's Travels and crap, just unbelievable. Those
That was the only summer where I did my reading.
you did your thing
when you got to actually go pummel some food after the fact. Someone's telling me CC's Pizza. Those have to still be around.
Dude, there's got to be CC's.
In high school, this was a after school staple. A bunch of us, as soon as someone got a driver's license, we would celebrate because that guy drove. We all got in his car. You told your parents whatever you had to tell your parents, and you went to CC's Pizza in Fredericksburg.
$5 lunch special, dude.
If you guys don't remember, it was like $4.99. You just load up pizza to the roof on your plate. It was all you could eat. You some of them actually like you weighed going in and going out if you weren't too embarrassed about it. But they also had a food bar with like dessert pizzas and
The
like
dessert pizza was delicious.
and just like
that cinnamon icing.
Oh,
sorry
God.
about it. I used to go. When I worked at Skyline with as a government contractor, my buddy Quincy and I would go to CC's all the time. It was one of the fat periods of my life.
I think some people want to chime in on this, so we can do that next. We'll also get you a quick winning off the field, but we're getting ready for the Commanders and the Eagles, Week 16 in the NFL. We're out and about today, a Friday field trip at the Crystal City Sports Pub. Come on by and kick it with us on this Football Friday. Sports Pub over in Arlington. Crystal City is a cool little area. On the way into D.C., they'll stop off. If you're coming back 395 or near the Beltway, you're not far. So come on out and hang with us. It's a Friday field trip for the Grant and Danny radio program. We're enjoying ourselves. There's a ton of TVs. There's bowl games on. There's a lot to enjoy out here, including delicious food. You just had crab dip.
It's a crab dip. I'm Christian pondering something else as well. These, by the way, the tweet responses about places that no longer are some of the like local favorites or little chains and things, just taking me back.
Well, that's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
It's just that nostalgia. I've got 101 responses, and I can, some of them I've never heard of, or, everyone's a little different in age.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, some of them don't relate to me, but I don't know, probably 60 or 70 of them I'm going, oh, my God, yeah, I went to that place.
So Uptown D.C. sent me Swenson's Ice Cream, probably $7,000 over the years spent there. Sullivan's Toy Store in Cathedral Heights, again, tens of thousands of dollars.
So these are in the
years.
city, right?
Yeah, these are all D.C. ones. Armand's Pizza. There is a location in Maryland still, I believe, of Armand's Pizza. That was old school Chicago deep dish in D.C., but it was a great chain. You could go get a deep dish pizza, you and your buddy, with a couple of sodas there at the Wisconsin Avenue location, and you could get out of there for under $20, which is a huge deal when you're a kid on a budget.
Party City's closing. We'll get back into football a couple minutes, I promise. But it's got us thinking about places that are no longer from when you were a kid growing up, your childhood, that meant something to you. Jack is in Springfield on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jack? How are you?
Hey, good. How are you? Yeah, good topic. Of course, I grew up in Springfield, and one think about on the sports was Modell's in Springfield Mall.
Ooh, great one. I got a lot of jerseys from Modell's for a long, long time.
Right, and one thing I'd also bring up, of course, K&B Toys is in there, but big group of us all worked at Chesapeake Bay Seafood House. We all waited tables and went out afterwards. It was a big Redskin following back in the day. We would all go out and watch the Redskins. But the Hush Puppies are a machine that you crank and three come out at a time. And it was I was a fry cook there too when I was in high school. So
amazing.
It was a big following at Chesapeake, and we used to really make fun of the people that would eat forever and take up our tables. That's all.
You mean Danny Rouillet?
Danny kept you busy.
Little kid.
Thanks for the call,
Jack. 10-year-old. You go, how's he putting that away, that much fried shrimp? I don't know.
And he said 3 at a time.
Yeah.
That is not efficient. If you're eating 11,
yeah.
I mean, they're working.
Oh, dude. If you go to Cactus Cantina on Wisconsin Ave, they're making tortillas for hundreds of people.
Right.
This incredible lady never stops doing it. It's the same deal with the Hush Puppies.
Kevin's in Centerville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Kevin? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Happy holidays to you. Grant, I grew up in Colonial Beach, know the trek down Route 3 very well to get to Fredericksburg. And, one of the things that I always did was I'd go to Ruby Tuesdays. And they were impressive in their consistency on mediocrity. And I love getting the sampler. I'm not giving a sampler to anybody else. I'm eating those cheese sticks, those tater skins, and the chicken fingers all by myself. And I'm going to the salad bar. And I'm going to pick out between the wilted lettuce and the ham that maybe was ham, but it was definitely ham flavored water.
Ham adjacent, yeah.
It was just a perfect place to go and spend like $15.
So I love the Ruby's Tuesdays burgers. But the salad bar was my staple because I didn't do salads ever.
Right.
At salad bars where they have cottage cheese, which most did, I would do a bowl of cottage cheese, bacon bits, and croutons and just kind of stir it up. So I did that at Pizza Hut salad bar. I did that at Ruby Tuesdays, just cottage cheese, croutons, and bacon bits. And every time I went to Ruby Tuesdays, which was a lot, that was my mom's go-to when we would go shopping or something. That was where me and her would go get a burger or something. But the salad bar with the cottage cheese slapped.
One of my best buddy teammates from college, we got an argument that actually ended up getting really heated. We had to be separated. We had to apologize to each other later about which was better, the Fridays 3-for-all or the Ruby Tuesday sampler. He said Ruby Tuesday sampler. And I'm like, you're not getting me to say anything bad about it.
I'm a Ruby Tuesday sampler guy.
But the Friday 3-for-all had the potato skins.
It did.
Right?
Potato skins are great.
Isn't that what we're doing here?
I was not a Fridays guy until older in my life. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to turn down potato skins. You also completely forget about how great Friendly's was. And I don't see many Friendlies anymore.
There aren't many.
But when you would go get a burger at Friendlies and then you'd cap it off with one of those ice cream scoops in their little, they had like the weirdly shaped glasses. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Oh, that's a thing. Let's go back to the phones. How about we hit Dave in Woodbridge on Grant and Danny? What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. The Chesapeake was amazing. That would have been my number one. But Shakey's, I don't know if you remember that, but that was like the original Dave and Buster's. They'd have like 3 arcade games.
Do you know how hard those arcade games were after eating the Shakey's pizza? So in other words, you sit there, you're starving. Shakey's pizza, super thin crust, very greasy. I mean, this is Bob. You know what I mean? Like it's coming to you, and your fingers, no matter how many times you wiped off your fingers, they're so greasy. Now you got to go play Pac-Man.
Why were they so Brian? You just didn't use enough napkins?
There's nothing you could do.
Okay.
It was the greasiest pizza of all time. It was delicious. I love Shakey's pizza. But now you're going to try to play Ms. Pac-Man with the greasiest thing ever? There's no way.
Anthony and Calvert, you're on the Fan. What's good?
What's up, guys? So I kind of got on this topic a little late, so some of these might have been said, but, you know, like Tower Records or Sam Goody when, like, the new CD came out. And then, obviously, Circuit City's gone. But I got 2, maybe 3 of them that might, like really, like, hit home. So do you guys ever remember Fireside Pizza? It was, like, the predecessor to Lido's, I think.
No.
I've never heard of
No
it.
file on that. Was that College Park type bit?
Yeah. And then there's Orange Julius. I don't know if they're still in business, but they were usually in, like, malls. You go in there and you with your mom. And you get, like, the vanilla creamsicle. And then the last one was Record and Tape Trader, where you'd go and buy used CDs for a third of the price of new ones. And it was great.
How about just the process? Thanks for the call.
Thank you, buddy.
Of going to buy the CD you couldn't wait to get. For me, it was Best Buy. But for a lot of people, it was just, you know, whatever record store. But you would run in, you'd be like, oh, the new, you know, whoever just dropped. You cut the plastic off, you open it. They've got the little book you sift through of their pictures and the lyrics. And then you put it in your CD player and you just give it that listen where you're just skipping through the tracks that first time. That'll never happen again. Like a kid today will never
get it.
Ever buy a CD and experience any of that.
So on November 23rd, 1993, the new Snoop Dogg album came out. It was called Doggy Style. It's just the name of the album. That's the name of the album, okay? Just saying the name of the album.
That's the name of the album.
Anyway, I had a free period. I left school. I took the bus up Wisconsin Avenue to one of the record stores. I think it was Tower Records. And I waited for them to stock it, and I bought it, and I made it back in time for my next class. And I was like the king of the school. I was like, you guys, I've got it.
Party City is no more.
No more Party City.
As of today. That's a tough one to hear. That was the stop before all the birthdays growing up. The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We're going to span all of the DMV and the sports teams you care the most about. And at 425, we'll give you some props. Over, under, make some predictions on the Commanders and the Eagles for the individual player performances that lie ahead. You are listening to the Grant and Danny program on site on a Football Friday from the Crystal City Sports Pub. If you want Caps tickets, we're giving them away as soon as we return on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We are live at the Crystal City Sports Pub, getting you ready for another weekend of football. An awesome college slate starts tonight into tomorrow. College football playoffs, first time ever. And the NFL winding down. We've got playoff ramifications all over the ledger, including in Landover, Maryland, at Northwest Stadium, where the Commanders will be hosting the Philadelphia Eagles at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Capitals take on the New York Rangers in the good seats. For tickets and the complete cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests. This is courtesy of the Washington Capitals. We appreciate everybody listening to the show all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7, in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1. If you are watching our streaming video on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page or listening on the Odyssey app, thank you very much for making the show part of your day. With that, let's get to our Beltway Blitz. Starts you off on the ice. Our guy, the voice of the Capitals, is John Walton, who joins us now. The news today on the Caps was not ideal, but tell you what, I'm not overly bummed about it. Still seems like a speedy recovery for Alex Ovechkin, John, but he's not going to play before the Christmas holiday.
Yeah, you don't want to rush him back, and I guess, we get caught up in, hey, it's going to be sooner than we think, and with the news coming out of practice yesterday, maybe it is before the holidays, and just after is okay, too. So they only really have to get through tonight's game with Carolina, and then you've got Los Angeles here on Sunday at 5, and then we've got to run to Boston quick for a game against the Bruins before we get 3 days off. So, but on the other side of that, you've got a day of practice on that Thursday, the 27th, fly to Toronto, morning skate. It probably makes sense. There have been so many back-to-backs. You weren't going to bring him back on Sunday anyway because he would have been playing 2 games in as many. It would have been 1 game and a break. So it probably is the right decision. And when he loves playing in Toronto as much as he does, I'm sure that he's going to come fired out of the cannon when we get there next Saturday night.
So, John, we're not used to this. They dropped a couple straight games here on their mini road trip, Dallas, Chicago, travel logistics notwithstanding. What went wrong?
There was not enough offense. I mean, there's not enough 5-on-5. I thought the game in Dallas, I thought they did what they've done for the most part. They've got decent chances. They probably had better than Dallas did. It was a close game, and they just didn't quite have enough. Chicago, they weren't very good at all. There just wasn't enough from the jump. They just didn't seem to have it. And, yeah, the travel's an issue, and Spencer Carberry didn't want to have anything to do with that post game when he's talking about it. We were asking him questions, but we weren't getting anywhere quick. It was obviously a frustrating loss for him and the team and the coaching staff, but really felt like they just didn't have anything of any offensive jam. And it's kind of quieted down here the last week or two. So tonight, it's going to look a little different. Andrew Mangiapane is going to be up on the top line. He's going to play on that left side. Protas is going to move down. So Strome and Wilson with Mangiapane. Connor McMichael's been a little quiet, too. No goals in 5 coming in. So Pierre-Luc Dubois and Alexei Protas are going to be aligned. Just getting a fresh paint job on it, I think, just to see how it goes tonight. And, this happens through the course of 82 games. We'll see what happens with it tonight. But I would imagine with as many offensive weapons as they have and as well as they've been going, by and large, through the course of the season, I would say a little bit of a rumble strip, not much more than that.
John, the Hurricanes are excellent. They're in town tonight for a 7 o'clock puck drop. They're 20-10 with a loser point on the season. Not quite as good as the Capitals, but who's as good as the Capitals? What do you make of the Hurricanes?
Good team, offensive, fast, and I've talked with Spencer this morning for our pregame tonight, and he has a pretty good handle, I think, on the Canes and, with what they do. They just play hard. I mean, they come at you under Rod Brindamore, and they don't give you a lot of time and space, and they've got a lot of speed. I mean, Marty Necas is having a fantastic year. He's got 44 points in 31 games. Andrei Svechnikov has always done well against the Caps, and he does pretty well against everybody. Sebastian Aho. Containing their top 6 is not easy, but they also haven't won a lot on the road lately. They had a lot of home games. They haven't had to leave Raleigh a whole lot. And when they haven't won. They're 0-3-1 in the last 4. So I think the wake-up call that was Chicago is what gets them going tonight. I think they've been winning and not with their best. Thinking back to the Buffalo game last Saturday, yeah, they won, but they weren't at the top of their game. I think Chicago's a wake-up call. I think they're able to come out and just establish a little bit of first period dominance. Both these teams are pretty good in the first period, but I think the Caps are a little angry about what happened in Chicago and will come out fine tonight.
Yeah, not a complaint here, an observation. They've come from behind really, really, really well. It's almost extraordinary how comfortable the Caps seem playing with the deficit. That's one of the things, though, you kind of live dangerously that way, though, right? Sometimes you can't come back, and it's not your fault. Doesn't mean you didn't play well. Is that something that you've kind of got an eyeball on, John? I know they've had good first periods, too, but it feels like they've been behind, even in a lot of their wins. They deserve credit for that, but also you're falling behind a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy that you get to this point in the season and you have more wins when you give up the first goal as opposed to scoring the first goal. That's not usually the way hockey works, but it seems to work for this bunch. And they always feel like they're in it. They never feel like they're out of it. They always band together. You talk to them after a game like that, and they say, there's a lot of belief in the room. It doesn't matter what's going on. We feel like we're going to win a hockey game. And by and large, that's been true. But to your point, I would rather see them, get that crooked number in the first period and then play a little bit more defensively, not have to worry about what's going on maybe and trying to get a comeback together. You want to be able to play from in front. That's just the way the NHL is. But it is nice to have in your pocket that you have the swagger of a team that says, you know what, we don't care if we give up the first goal, we're going to be fine. And more often than not, that's been the case. They've been pretty good at doing that too. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen that way tonight, but if it does, they'll take it as long as they get 2 points inside the division. Big Metro clash with these guys tonight.
John, have a good call and call a bunch of Caps goals, would you?
Hey, let's do it, fellas. Thank you.
Be good, buddy, and have a great holiday. There's John Walton on the Beltway Blitz. Let's keep it moving and talk a little NFL. And to do that with us, we've got our buddy Nate Davis, USA Today Sports. Why don't we start with the double dip tomorrow, beginning with the AFC collision, the Texans and the Chiefs. Do you think Houston could make a playoff run, or are they just not as good as they were supposed to be?
Yeah, Grant, I don't think they're as good as we thought. Obviously, C.J. Stroud's had a bit of a regression from his rookie year. Still solid season, but I don't know. I thought they were a team that let some young guys that were up and coming last year, like Jonathan Grenard, go and instead brought in older guys like Daniil Hunter, and I thought it was a mistake to some degree in the spring, and now I kind of more so feel that way. And then you kind of look at some of their offensive line issues in terms of protection. You've seen Joe Mixon have less than 2 yards of carry, I think 3 times in the last 5 weeks, and they just haven't looked to me like a kind of your class one and done team at this point.
What'd you make of that Chargers-Broncos game last night? Kind of reshuffled the seating at the back end of the AFC playoffs. What did we learn about each team?
Yeah, I think we learned that the Chargers, to me, are kind of proving that they're becoming that tough team that they want to be. They're able to win a game against a quality opponent, even though they don't have all of their guys out there. You're seeing Jim Harbaugh have a direct impact, on the game before halftime, and kind of everyone's citing that as the reason that really propelled them after kind of a rough first half. And this is a team I think it's going to continue to get better. I mean, it's a pretty remarkable. Not a huge turnaround. I mean, they had talent last year, but I mean, they're certainly pointed in the right direction, and I think the arrow's pointed up for them. Don't know that they'll make a deep run, but I don't know that anyone's going to want to face them, next month either.
How about the second of the games tomorrow? AFC North, Steelers, Ravens. If Baltimore wins, I mean, they are in at that point a record tie for the top of the division. Baltimore's favored to win. It looks like they're back in the driver's seat, maybe in the division. How do you see that?
Yeah, I'll be up there for that one, guys. I'm looking forward to it. It's kind of remarkable if you just kind of look that the Steelers haven't lost in Baltimore in 5 years. But a lot of those games, Lamar Jackson didn't play in. A lot of those games were kind of week 18 kind of games, and maybe didn't have a whole lot of ramifications. I think Lamar's kind of played in one meaningful game in Baltimore against the Steelers, so I think you kind of throw some of the history out. If the Ravens will win tomorrow, I still think I think strength to victory or something, or a common opponent tiebreaker. I think we keep the Steelers in first place, but you basically got a dead heat at that point. And we've kind of seen the Steelers offense kind of limited by the absence of George Pickens. He's not going to be there again tomorrow either. So I think this is a big opportunity for the Ravens. I do think that Lamar and those guys probably really want to prove to themselves that they can kind of beat the boogeyman, and they're going to need to if they want to have any shot of having a home game in the playoffs.
Who's a dangerous NFC team that nobody's really paying attention to right now?
Yeah, I feel like we all maybe have kind of said it, Danny, but I mean, I feel like nobody's really given the Vikings probably the props they deserve. I mean, this team could be the number 1 seed. If just a few things break their way. I don't think anyone's really putting them in the Super Bowl conversation, and it's kind of understandable why. I mean, hard to maybe believe in a guy like Sam Darnold, despite the fantastic year that he's had. But I mean, they're 12-2. I mean, at some point you can't argue with that. They've beaten the brakes off of a pretty, a number of good teams. Took the Lions to the wire when the Lions kind of had everybody in their lineup. So I don't think that we're quite talking about them enough. And I'd also throw in the Rams. I thought they would make a deep run last year. Kind of had a tough, hard luck loss at Detroit in the wild card round, but I think they're another team that's kind of rounding into form and peaking. And even the Packers. I mean, I would think a lot of those teams at the bottom of the NFC bracket could make a lot of noise, particularly when you see the issues the Lions have up there at the top. And is the NFC South team going to be great? I mean, we'll see. But I think the NFC playoffs should be at least look like more inviting matchups to me than the AFC side.
Nate, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Happy holidays.
You too, got it. Grant and Danny's Beltway Blitz continues. Let's talk about the local footballers. And to discuss the Commanders on the Beltway Blitz, making his debut, buddy of mine, local guy who actually writes at NBC News, was in the press box for a Commanders game recently. That's Greg Rosenstein, who hops on the Beltway Blitz. That's right. You should check out his piece. He wrote a national story for NBC on what has been a awful last few decades of football and the fact that the Commanders are starting to turn a corner here. So, Greg, give us an idea of just why you wanted to write the piece, and other than myself, and thank you for including me, who you talked to and what you learned.
Thanks for having me on. And yes, Grant is a honorary Annandale Adam. I will accept him into the group there.
Thank you.
But yeah, the story basically came about when I saw it as a fan myself, how horrible life has basically been for the last 30 years and how we haven't had any happiness. And then finally this year, things have really seemed to change. And I think if you ask a lot of my friends, if you ask a lot of people who I spoke with in the story, there's just a completely new feeling for this franchise. So I wanted to kind of let the national audience know that even though maybe for us as locals, we know, how hard things have been and how things have been changing, what people have really gone through. And I'll just say the people I spoke with were multiple fans. And in addition to that, Jeffrey Wright, the actor, he spoke a lot about life as a fan of this team. His mom had season tickets since 1970. Peter Rosenberg, the host and radio host in New York. And Eddie Wong, who's kind of a celebrity chef. He and also is a TV host as well.
That's so weird. I was looking for my quotes from me in there, Greg. I didn't see any. That's tough. I'm kidding.
We had a quota. We had a quota for the amount of 106.7 the fan host.
Yeah, like I don't. You can't.
Tell Danny you'd have to be in the press box for him to have bumped in.
Well, I was going to say you can't have 2 St. Albans guys in there. Jeffrey Wright, shout out Bulldogs. But how sustainable do you feel like this difference is? I think that's the most important part to me. Is it's nice to have a nice season. There have been some nice seasons, once in a blue moon every handful of years. This feels different, though, doesn't it?
I think it definitely feels different, and it really comes from the top. I think a lot of the fans I spoke with said the biggest thing is just the fact that Dan Snyder is no longer here, basically ruining the franchise, ruining the fan experience. And once he's sold, I think everything basically changed. I know, Danny, you've spoken in the past about how, you felt like this team had like extra weights on them at the starting line, because he was in charge. But now that he's gone, I think with Josh Harris, Magic Johnson, the coaching staff they put in place, and now that they finally have a starting quarterback that seems to be a future quarterback for this team for years to come, I think the general vibe is this can be sustained long term.
What do you think a playoff berth would do? And if we want to get real crazy, what might a playoff win do this year for this operation? Meaning the new name, the growing fan base again, the whole deal.
I think it would be monumental. I think as you and I spoke about, Grant, like this team has always been the number one in DC for years and years, no matter how bad they are. And so it's a kind of a fan base that's like just waiting for happiness, waiting to erupt. And I think if they finally had something to cling on to, a playoff win, the first one since 2005, I think that would do, wonders for the fan base and for the future of this team. I don't think people are necessarily thinking, oh, this is a Super Bowl winning team this year. but I definitely think a playoff win would show, hey, we have major potential with the offseason coming up. Things can really be different.
Greg, where you mentioned the fan base. Where is this fan base now? Grant and I, have a pretty unique position that, it allows us to kind of have direct, indirect contact with so many fans over the course of these years. I know it's not the 100 out of 100 that the fan base was pre-name change, before all the Shabinguses or whatever. It's back, but to what degree? Give me kind of a state of the union here.
I don't think it's necessarily what it was, pre-Snyder levels, but I definitely think fans are starting to come back. I think once he sold the team, fans who maybe felt kind of, for lack of a better word, growth supporting him, and maybe they didn't like the name at the time, and now that the name has been changed, I think fans are really starting to feel like things are back. And I definitely think that, talking to other fans about this team, the investment is there. I think if you ask some fans in the past handful of years, whether they won or lost, they wanted to see what was going to happen with the team. But at the same time, did it really matter? There was no hope. There was really no chance anything would happen. And I think the fact that they're actually winning games, and with the new ownership group and everybody in charge right now, wins do matter. Losses do matter. People are taking it more seriously than ever before. And I think that's a really good thing.
Great job. Thank you. And it's a really good story. People should check it out. I retweeted it at Grant H. Paulson. You want to go look for the link. Greg, thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. That is your Beltway Blitz. Next, let's get into some of the individual props that we see for this week. Try to make some of our predictions for how different guys on the team are going to play. We'll go over or under. You're listening to Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30. Remember, we are at the Crystal City Sports Pub. So come on out and enjoy a football Friday. It's a field trip. We are out here with you guys until the end of the program tonight. You're locked into the Fan. Believe it or not, it's week 16 in the NFL season already. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. John McMullen's going to join us in a half hour. He will help us scout the Eagles. Sounds like A.J. Brown is a go. He's telling the media today that he is absolutely going to play, despite the issues that he's been having with his knee since getting rolled up on awkwardly. Did you see that injury?
I actually didn't see the play, no.
Foot got landed on. It looked like a high ankle sprain or a knee issue. I know initially a lot of I call them Twitter doctors, like the medical people that do fantasy advice on Twitter. Like, this is a several-week injury. He came back in the game, I don't know, within an hour or so, and next thing you know, he's playing this week. But
I'll never know. I mean, just like the certain plays, right? Just go back to Washington's game this past week. The Jeremy Chin play looks like, oh my God, like so bad.
I'd put that on par with the Eckler concussion.
Yeah,
right.
you
Where
go,
he's like unconscious on the field.
I mean, it's just two guys like head bump, like, oh my God, looks so bad. Whereas Zach Ertz, I'm like, oh, did he cramp up? Did he twist something on the way? Did he land kind of hard on his leg? I'm not making light of it. I'm just saying you never know just how the a certain collision ends up doing it, man.
We're live at the Crystal City Sports Pub. We are out and about on a field trip Friday. You can come on out and spend some time with us, watch the show, watch college football, and get something to eat. Why don't we bring in Dad, our producer, Darius Dameron, back in the studio to give us some of the FanDuel props, individual player props for Commanders Eagles, make some predictions on how we think the game's going to play out.
What's up, guys? I miss you back here. Let's start with the passing props. Jaden Daniels, they have him set at 214.5 passing yards. What do we got, over or under?
Under for me on this one. I don't think this is a good day throwing the football. I think Philadelphia's defense is excellent. I think they're going to be really, really good when there are an incredibly limited number of options for Jaden Daniels to throw to. They know it. We know it. It's Terry McLaurin or bust, and I think the answer is bust.
He threw for 191 in his worst game of the season against the Eagles last time. Part of the reason why was a final drive where Washington made the move down the field, got a touchdown, got closer. Some garbage time production, obviously. Having said that, he still got to 191. And I think whether they're chasing the game from behind and they get some garbage time production or they win the game outright, he's going to have to make more plays. I will say over, but barely. I don't think he throws for 230 or anything like that. But I'm going to say slightly over 214 and a hook. I think it's in the high teens, maybe low 220s. And he has 2 touchdowns. So I will say over as Washington keeps the game close, scores in the 20s.
Speaking of 191, the opposing quarterback has his passing total set at 191.5. That will be Jalen Hurts for the Eagles.
I will go under that total for Jalen Hurts. He did throw for 290 last week, which was his highest passing total since week 3 against the New Orleans Saints. But 108, 118, 179 the 3 games before that. They just haven't been clean throwing the football. It has not really looked right. I also think they're going to be able to run the ball. They're a top 5 rushing offense. Washington is a bottom 5 run defense. I think Saquon Barkley is going to get 25 carries. Jalen Hurts is probably only going to throw the ball 18, 19, 20 times. I will go under the total for Jalen Hurts.
I think this is a slight over, but like ever so slight, by like a yard or 2. I don't think this, to your point, is a 300-yard passing game, which they don't really do. I think it's there are a couple big plays where Washington maybe bets big, goes all in, it gets picked up. A.J. Brown catch and run, or Devontae Smith doing the same thing. I think they get over, but barely. That's right around where I think the total is going to be.
Moving on to the rushing props. Let's start with quarterback 1, Jaden Daniels, 39.5 rushing yards, over or under.
This is an over. And by the way, we have reached the point of the season now where if you're not going over, you're probably going to be wrong. If you look at how often he's running recently and for the yards he's running for, 2 of the last 3 games, 66, 74 yards. He's run 7 or more times in 4 straight games. One of the big problems against the Eagles last time is that he wasn't able to make enough plays with his feet. Danny, you accentuated several times the play where he didn't get out of the pocket, couldn't shake one defender. I think it was Nakobe Dean, the linebacker who brought him to the ground. He just didn't look right. I think a healthy, refreshed Jaden Daniels is going to run probably 9 or 10 times. I'm going to say for somewhere around 70 yards this week. I think it's going to be a heavy dose of Daniels because they're light on pass catchers. They're missing 3 of their top 4 receivers and receptions on the year. And Danny, no Austin Eckler as the safety valve. So a lot of times, instead of that check down, we're pulling the ball down and running.
I think it's under. And I just kind of gives you an idea how I think the game is going to go. Philadelphia gets paid to play too, and they're really good at this. And you see the 007 spy technique that they employed last time. I think they'll be more of the same. They're not concerned about your option out of the backfield. They're not concerned about backup tight ends or wide receivers off the scrap heap. KJ Osborne does not scare them. They will be able to leave somebody there and be able to contain Jaden Daniels with their rush lanes, discipline. That's what Vic Fangio's defenses are. They are disciplined. They are accountable. They force you to do things you don't want to do. And I'm worried about this one in terms of rushing totals. If he breaks free a couple times, I think those are game changers. I just don't see it happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Eagles, by the way, if you're curious here, over the last couple of weeks, have not faced – there's not really quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels, if we're being honest, but the couple of mobile guys that they have faced, Russell Wilson, they mostly kept in the pocket, 4 carries for 13 yards. And he doesn't run a whole lot anymore, as most people know. But, the week before that, Bryce Young's a guy who can make plays with his feet. Not looking to run, but can extend plays, can create. In that game, Bryce Young ran for 30 yards. So they have shown that they'll give up some scrambles, especially on obvious passing downs.
Brian Robinson's going to be looking for a bounce back this week. They have his total set at 56.5 rushing yards.
Under. I think Philadelphia knows. They know that the offense is buttered in these 2 ways, Robinson early and McLaurin, and I think they're going to be able to take it away. I think Robinson goes under. It's going to be a frustrating day on the ground.
I will go over on this. They're going to try to stop B-Rob. I think they will mostly do that, but 56.5 is now low. I mean, we've gotten to a point because of his injuries, because of the ineffectiveness against the Saints, and it wasn't his fault in this game, but the Cowboys game as well, that he could have a bad game and run for 60 yards on 19 carries and still be over that. I think the commitment's going to be there because they need to run clock. They need to stay on the field. They need to keep Philly's offensive explosiveness to a minimum. They got to help their defense not wear down against Saquon Barkley. So I think it's going to be quantity over quality. I'm going to say like over 17, 18 carries for B-Rob. It's not going to be more than 80 yards or anything, but it'll be over 56.5.
Can the Commanders keep Barkley in check? They have him set at 94.5 rushing yards.
Over. I think he blows past this total. I think it's going to be a lot like the first game where they'll do a decent enough job for a while, but it's a matter of time before that guy breaks one. It's going to be, you don't have the right defense called. We think it's going to one of their outside guys, or you've got a pass coverage called, or, maybe you got a run blitz and he, breaks a tackle and squirts through. There's going to be that home run type run. And that's what I'm worried about. So I think he goes over that total.
And he just does it every week. This past week against the Steelers, who are just a different level of run-stopping defense notwithstanding, 94.5 is child's play for him. Look at his totals on the season. 124, 107, 255, 146, 159, 108, 176. He just gets there yawning, waking up in the morning. It's the best offensive line in the league. Look at Washington's defense. They are, as we talked about, 25th in yards per play against the run, giving up about 4.8 a pop. And you're going up against, offensively, the team that does one of the best jobs in the league, 4th at yards per play. So it's just a bad matchup in that way. Barkley is inevitable. He's going to get over 100 yards in this game.
FanDuel thinks that Jalen Hurts is going to run the tush push approximately 36 times. They have his rushing total set at 36.5.
I'll say under that. I think he has a touchdown on that annoying play. Might have 2, because he is automatic from the goal line anytime they get close. They like if they're 2 yards away, they'll run that play twice. Just saddle up, buckle up. That's what they're going to be doing. They came here to do the tush push. But to me, and I don't know if you're seeing the same thing when you watch him, he does not really play with the same kind of aggressiveness as a runner that he did a couple years ago. It's one of the reasons, actually, I think his production's waned a little bit. But, lately he's been more aggressive. He had 15 runs, only for 45 yards, 3 a pop this past week. But mostly, you see the 7, the 8, the 9 carry games where he's in the 20s or 30s. It's a lot of scrambles out of bounds. It's a lot of let me dive forward to avoid a sack. he doesn't really run to run that often anymore.
Yeah, I'm not going to be playing this prop because that's right around where I feel like he's going to end up, in that 33, 34-yard range. I don't think he hits the homer, kind of to your point. I think there's 10 carries, but 3 or 4 of them are tush pushes, so that limits his yards per carry. I think there'll be a couple times where he scrambles out of danger, and again, it's just looking to move the chains maybe, as opposed to Daniels is losing guys in his wake on the way to like a 20-some yarder like it did last week against New Orleans. So I would say slightly under this total, but it's right around there.
Quickly onto the receiving props. The only Commanders receiver listed is Terry McLaurin, and they have him set at 60.5 receiving yards.
Under, sadly. He's gone over this total 3 straight weeks, and it's because it's Philadelphia who shoved it on him and didn't let him do anything at all. He's number 1 on the scouting report, number 2 on the scouting report. He's their passing game at this stage. The only guy that can hurt you. They'll pay a lot of attention to him and force someone else to beat them, no matter how much he moves around. Hopefully it's more than last time where he didn't at all at Philadelphia, but I think he's in that 4-catch, 41-yard kind of range for the day, and we're going to be frustrated.
I'll go over that. They don't have other players that are going to be featured. It's a low enough total that he's the bulk of their passing game. The highest quarterback rating for any passer in the league throwing to any wide receiver this year is Daniels throwing to McLaurin.
Oh, how about that?
He also doesn't need to be open to catch the football. That was my great frustration with his lack of productivity and involvement against the Eagles last time. Everyone made it some story about, oh, well, look how he was covered. Look what the rookie Quinyon Mitchell did against him. How about throw him the ball anyway? He doesn't have to be open to catch it. He's going to move the chains with or without space. They have to throw him the football because they just don't have anybody else. Who's going to put up yards? Zach Ertz moving forward. Let's say he plays. Is he the same guy? You could be without 3 of your top 4 pass catchers, and he's the last man standing. So I think it's like a 10-target week with 7 or 8 catches. I don't think it's going to be a great game for him. I think it's probably like 65, 70 yards.
Workman-like.
Yeah, but it's going to be over that in a possession game where they force him the ball around the line of scrimmage.
A.J. Brown meet Marshawn Lattimore. They have A.J. Brown's receiving total set at 77.5.
So I got over here, and my thinking is they're going to move A.J. Brown around a lot and try to prevent that Lattimore matchup as much as possible. Now, it's up to Washington if it's nothing but traveling or Lattimore lines up on one side to try to keep things simple and easy. I don't know, but I think Philadelphia knows that this is their easy button. This is how you get to what you want, which is giving the ball to Saquon Barkley. I think you're going to see A.J. Brown with some gaudy totals this time. I think they got that not big A.J. Brown game the first time.
He has only gone over that 3 of the last 7 games when he's gone for 100 against the Cowboys, the Rams, and the Steelers. But we've seen 43, 66, 65, and 36-yard games sprinkled in there for him. That inconsistency is what is annoying to the 27-year-old wide receiver who's been at odds with his quarterback. I'll go under. I think it's a run-heavy approach, run-heavy game. I think Devontae Smith worries me a little more. Maybe it's Dallas Goedert. It's stuff underneath to the tight end. But I think he's the guy they plan for to try to take away in the secondary with Lattimore and maybe some help as well. Make Devontae Smith, who has been in and out of the lineup, not healthy. Make those other guys beat you, not the 3-time Pro Bowler who has feasted
He
on
has
Washington.
had such good meals.
Not to mention he's also very banged up after this week, missing practice time. Says he's going to play, but maybe that's another reason to not think he'll have one of his bigger games. Grant and Danny on the Fan will scout the Eagles. We'll ask about A.J. Brown coming up in 20 minutes when we go behind enemy lines. But next, the Nationals lost out on one of the players they apparently really liked. We will give you the details on that and look at the playoff game in college football tonight that all eyes will be on. You're listening to The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny, live from the Crystal City Sports Pub. We're with you until 6:30 on the Fan. College football playoffs kick off tonight, on into the weekend, and then a great 16th week in the NFL to preview. But I wanted to start really quickly while we have a moment with the Washington Nationals, who yesterday did spend $9 million in real money, so I give them credit for that.
Hey,
They
all
spent
right.
$9 million, not in monopoly money. But they went out and they kicked the tires on and acquired a pitcher who struggled last year pretty immensely. Former top prospect with the Braves, Mike Soroka, was a runner-up in the Rookie of the Year vote. His first year in the big leagues, was an all-star actually early in his career. But in 2020, in the pandemic year, he got hurt and barely played. And then he missed all of 21 and all of 22. So most teams looked at his body of work from this past season with the White Sox, where he was really bad as a starter and really good out of the bullpen, and most teams said, we'll pay you a little bit of money as a reliever. The Nationals, to acquire him, from what I can tell, were the team that said, we're going to give you a spot in the rotation, we'll give you $9 million, and we'll give you a chance to recapture your career. So we chose Washington, and that's kind of where they're at now.
That's what they got with Trevor Williams, the same process, right?
Exactly. Like in their rebuild, that's kind of the deal at this point. So I don't hate the move. It's a little more money than I would have probably paid for Mike Soroka. But in the same way that when someone goes for a fourth down and doesn't get it, I'm not going to beat them up because I like the idea of being aggressive. I cannot be angry when the Nats spend any money. This is a low-risk, potentially decent reward move. Worst case scenario, Danny, you move him to the bullpen, and he ends up
He's an expensive reliever. He's
being
not, yeah.
overpaid, like not very good middle reliever. But there is also a path to him being a five and dive quality, decent fifth starter.
So he changed his pitch mix last year a little bit when he went to the bullpen and experienced more success. Maybe that pitch mix that he switched to can now be used as a starter, right? It's not as if he just abandoned something. He's, a little bit more four-seam fastball, to go with his breaking ball.
His
and maybe,
numbers, by the way, against his slider and his four-seamer were marvelous.
Yeah.
He got just rocked when he would throw his sinker.
right. So I don't know if he abandoned his sinker, but pretty much abandoned his sinker, right? So maybe that's what you do now, that you find something like that and a value where nobody else did. That's what you do when you're on a shoestring budget. The problem is they're on a shoestring budget. That $9 million could have gone to Kyle Finnegan, and I'd rather have, if it works out, 150 innings out of Mike Soroka than innings from Kyle Finnegan. That's basic math, and that's fine. The point is the idea that it's impossible to fathom doing both things is outrageous still. So again, I'm happy they signed Mike Soroka. I'm into it. I think it's smart. I think it's shrewd. I think they're hoping that they found something no one else did. Maybe he's a trade candidate. If he's throwing well, I have no idea. But the point is, it feels like, look, see what we did? You use the money. That should have been Finnegan's to sign that guy, and it's not that much of a big deal.
Here's the bigger issue to me. Today, Christian Walker, who is one of the players that I was told that they liked the most in this free agent market, who a lot of the baseball people in Washington have kind of highlighted since late last season as, here's the guy we'd like to go sign, agreed to a deal, according to reports, for $60 million over 3 years, so $20 million AAV, to play for the Houston Astros. The Nationals were kind of nowhere to be found at the end of that negotiation. This is the market well below the top-of-the-line sluggers. They have not really in any meaningful way been linked to Pete Alonso. The team name has come up occasionally. But I would say the exact same thing about some of the other top bats. There's a 40-homer bat from Baltimore.
Yeah, it's come up in this would make sense for them kind
Exactly.
of way, not in they're linked to them kind of way.
So at this point, I would say that the Nationals, as far as power, which costs a lot of money, are not only not in the top tier, but the middle tier first base slugger, because of his age, who wasn't going to get more than 20, was only going to sign for a couple to 3 years. They also weren't in on that market. So I know that we're not supposed to be upset yet, according to all the blogs out there that love the Nationals. But let me know when it's time that we can start being upset, because it's starting to look, as we had predicted a couple weeks ago, like this offseason is headed toward a light spending, not particularly impactful free agency, which is not what this was supposed to be.
Yeah, you're in the Thai France tier now, if that's even a thing.
This was supposed to be the offseason where they spent, where they got aggressive, where they married the young guys like James Wood and Dylan Cruz, and CJ Abrams to some impacts, veteran players. They're going to end up probably with like Anthony Rizzo or Paul Goldschmidt, if I had to guess, at first base. And those guys have resumes and have played in World Series and All-Star games. And so you'll be able to trick some people into being pretty fired up. But that is not what this offseason should have been about. In my opinion, hopefully there's still a move or two that we don't see coming that hits us in the face here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you could spend 30, 40, 50, $60 million and still be well below some of the elite teams in baseball by, $100 million, give or take. My worry and my fear is that this ownership group, and I guess this is not based on anything other than just, read the same stuff that you guys are, looks at it and goes, well, money's coming out of our accounts and going to players. Scherzer, Strasburg, and others. What's the difference? In other words, we don't have the money. The money's the money. So whereas we're going, your Major League Baseball team payroll needs to be higher, their response might be the money's leaving our account either way. Not that they know the difference. They'll be better if they spend money. But the point is, I don't think the money's there. I think they're still tied up with the $36 million plus that's going to Strasburg. However much, $7 million, I think it is, that's still owed to Scherzer in deferments. To me, this is the central issue, is that they just don't have it. And they're not willing to spend it what they don't have.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, let's scout the opponent and check in on the Eagles with one of their beat reporters. Who's in, who's out? Is A.J. Brown healthy enough to hurt Washington this weekend? We're going to find out on the Fan. Grant and Danny from the Crystal City Sports Pub. Come on out and enjoy an evening with us. We're here until 6:30 on The Fan.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We've been previewing the Commanders and the Eagles for most of this program. Let's dive in deeper on Philly and find out just what Washington is getting itself into on Sunday over in Landover, Maryland at Northwest Stadium. It's time to scout the Eagles. And to break the Eagles down for us, we've got John McMullen, Eagles Insider, SI now in Philly. John, thanks for a few minutes. Why don't we just start with the status of A.J. Brown? Was missing some practice time. Originally, when he got hurt last week, people thought he'd be out for a little while. Then he was back in the game. How healthy is he, and will he play?
He is going to play, and he is banged up. It was interesting. He got hurt last week against Pittsburgh, where a lot of people assumed the Twitter doctors, the ex-doctors, had a bit of a hip drop tackle that looked like it might have been a high ankle sprain, but that's not the issue. The issue is he tweaked his knee in practice on Thursday. So that created a little bit of concern. Was able to get out there today. Spoke to us afterwards. He said, I'm playing. So, but he's banged up, and most people are. If you make it to week 16 in the NFL season and you played a lot, you probably got something going on. So whether he's 100% or not, doubtful, but he's played through things before, and he's obviously been a very effective player.
How is the drama, perceived or real, not really seemed to have affected this team at all as they've ripped off 10 straight wins, John?
Well, I think everybody, the drama was interesting only because I think it was focused on the wrong thing. I think, the passing game was not nearly as effective as it had been, and it bottomed out where they had 83 net passing yards against Carolina, which is obviously not acceptable when you look at the talent that Philadelphia has. So, AJ said, what can get better? And he said passing. That's all he said. And by the way, after the game, Devontae Smith said the same thing. Jalen Hurts said the same thing. Nick Sirianni, Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson. And then there was a sort of Brandon Graham faux pas on the radio.
John, let me ask you real quick. Let me ask you. I bet you they didn't all say passing as a one-word answer.
No.
Leaving that vague was the problem. And him and Hurts have had problems. We've seen him barking at him on the sideline whenever he's not catching balls. It's not like the media is the big bad guy here. He should do a better job speaking.
Everybody calls me the bad guy. I think it's ludicrous. It was completely self-inflicted. I agree with you, Grant. As soon as AJ said that, I said, oof, that's going to be a problem.
Right.
Because, again, if you do it contextually, and that's what Jalen Hurts did, that's what Nick Sirianni did, it's what Devontae Smith did, it's not a problem. So leaving it open-ended like that. But it turned out that wasn't even the issue. The issue was Brandon Graham went on the radio and said Jalen and AJ were having some personal problems in their relationship. And, that's the soap opera nature of that is what took off. So, look, the passing game hasn't been nearly as effective as everyone expected, and it hasn't been good at times. And with this talent that they have, despite the record, the 12-2 record, everybody's looking at this passing offense and saying, what the heck is going on here?
John McMullen, SI, with us here on G&D, breaking down the Philadelphia Eagles, Washington's opponent this weekend. So, to me, I think they're just as likely to get the number one seed as anybody else. Maybe they're probably the inside track at this point. John, how important is that to them, or is it just we've done enough here, let's be healthy going into the postseason?
Oh no, it's very important to them. The odds are against them. They don't have the inside track. They don't control their own destiny. Both Detroit and Minnesota do. If one of those two teams can win out, and obviously Detroit has so many issues injury-wise. But there's still a good chance because the Eagles have the lightest schedule down the stretch. Washington, their only tough game on paper. So there's a possibility they could win out. If they win out, I would say they have a decent chance to get that number 1 seed. But this team has reached the Super Bowl twice since 2017, and both times they had the number 1 seed, and everything had to go through Philadelphia. So that's what they want. That's their goal. It's a very difficult place to play, but still a lot of work, and they almost have to win out to get it.
Speaking of trying to get something down the stretch, Saquon Barkley was on his way to the all-time rushing record in a single season, it looked like. But after the Steelers game, maybe Eric Dickerson is off the hook here. How likely is it that he can still make this a Week 18 storyline? Because I just love the idea of him playing the Giants.
Yeah.
And having a chance to break the record.
Out. I mean, it has to mean something. Obviously, the Eagles have bigger goals than setting an individual rushing record. So if they're locked into the number 2 seed by Week 18, I can't imagine they're going to try to beat a rushing record. You know, Saquon Barkley gets hurt. I don't think they're going to approach it that way. So a lot of things have to fall into place. And he probably needs one more big game, one more 200-yard game. So if that happens to happen against the Commanders, all of a sudden it's back in play. And I think, you know, I don't know if the Eagles even want that. I don't know if they want that pressure to try to get him this record, even though it would be cool for him and the players. And I think the franchise as a whole, I think they got much bigger goals than that.
Great Jalen Hurts' season overall. You touched on it in general as it associates with the drama and some of the passing game at times. But how good a year is he having? It's not that MVP candidate year of a couple years ago, but I also think it's not as bad as maybe some people are making out. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's his worst season as a starter. And that goes back to 2021, his first season when they made a late run to make the playoffs. I think, you know, individually, game to game, I don't think he's had a great season. That doesn't mean he's a bad player, but I don't think he's played well compared to his demonstrated performance in the past. Certainly not close to 20. I argue he played better individually last year when they collapsed, but they had one of the worst defenses in the NFL. Hasn't played great. Hasn't been consistent. As I said, you had a 2-week stretch where he threw for 118 yards against Baltimore and 108 yards against Carolina. It hasn't been great, guys. And I got killed for this on my show locally. He hasn't, you know, considering the talent around him, it hasn't been good at times.
I thought he was bad against Washington in the first game, especially in the first half. Like, legitimately,
another game. Yeah, there were a lot of games like that, Grant. A lot of games like that.
Rusty or just kind of off. But I will say this for him, and I'm sure you can echo these sentiments better than I can, but he has not turned the ball over. I remember at the beginning of the year, you know, the thing that was hurting them a little bit was he had the 2 picks against Green Bay, and he had 4 through 3 games. He has 1 interception since then, and that's like 1 time now in 11 games where he's been picked off, I think the numbers are. So to his credit, maybe they're not making enough plays, they're not throwing the ball downfield enough or effectively, but he is not turning the ball over, which seems like a big change from the first month.
Yeah, I think there's an unintended consequence to that. I think that was one of the things the Eagles hammered home in the bye week, and they have taken they protected the ball tremendously since then, and they're 10-0, so it's hard to complain. So we're nitpicking here, but I think he's been very cautious. They drilled it into his head so much. And it's a difficult tightrope to walk because you want explosive plays, but you don't want to turn the football over. And I think he's been so cautious, it's impacted the offense as a whole. And then you have the aspect of the running game, which has been historic. And the unintended consequence of that is the passing offense is atrophied a little bit. So there's always, it might seem great, but you prefer to have a little bit of a better balance. And maybe they're getting there. Certainly Pittsburgh was their best game of the season, I would say. But yeah, there's been some issues, and part of that give and take of taking, such good care of the football. They've been very, very cautious in the passing game.
This Vic Fangio defense works. They're first in the NFL in terms of points allowed. They gave Washington fits the first time they played. They've been really, really impressive. What makes this group so good, and is there a weak link that maybe Washington might be able to exploit?
Boy, I don't see a weak link. I mean, the defense has been the story. It's been amazing because it wasn't supposed to be this. And, I joked that when Vic Fangio got here, the reputation was so big. I said, there's no way he can live up to it. It's been better. I mean, he's been better. And so many people have copied Vic's schemes around the league, and nobody runs it as better. I don't think it's the scheme. I think it's the teaching of it, getting players up to speed. And you talk about rookie cornerbacks like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. That position's so hard to play as a rookie. People are talking about if Quinyon could ever catch a football and get an interception, he might be an all-pro. That's how well he's played. And Cooper DeJean has been one of the best slot cornerbacks in the NFL. Zach Vaughn has played like an all-pro at linebacker. He's never played the position before. He's an edge rusher and special teams player. The Eagles signed him for $1.6 million. He's arguably been the best linebacker in football. And then Jalen Carter has taken off and turned into, I think, what a lot of us thought he was going to be if he could, mature a little bit and keep his nose clean off the field. He's just a dominating, game-wrecking player. So it's been an impressive unit and almost worse to first. They were one of the worst defenses in the NFL last season, and they're number one this season in top five in just about every every category there is.
How much talk is there about the 1 seed? Like, I think there's some feeling in town maybe as if, you're catching Philly at a time where they've put a lot of hay in the barn and they're coming down the stretch of a season where they're going to win the division. It would seem to me like they are going to play with a ton of urgency, and you're getting them at their peak because they can still get the 1 seed. But, what is the vibe and the tone up there in that regard?
Yeah, they know. Both of their Super Bowl runs recently were from the 1 seed, so they know how important it is to keep things in Philadelphia, especially if you think about Detroit and how difficult that environment is, Minnesota, how difficult that environment is. So, yeah, as long as the number 1 seed is on the table, the Eagles are going to be playing. Everybody playing hard and playing the fight and get that because that's the easiest path to the Super Bowl, and they know it better than most, and they want it. The problem is there's a bunch of really good teams in the NFC, and right now, Detroit, as I said, controls their destiny. Minnesota controls their destiny. The Eagles do not. So they can't afford to lose a game.
John, if Washington wins this one, I'm not picking them to, but if they do, how did they do it?
I think you saw it in the first game, on the Thursday night game. I mean, they were leading into the fourth quarter. They were doing a solid job on Saquon. And I think Dan Quinn talked about it down there. You just got to finish. The 2 Saquon touchdown runs late, they were 20 seconds apart. You had the turnover. But they were less than 5 minutes on the clock. So if you think about it, 55 minutes of that game, Washington was a tip ball away, a fumble away from winning that football game. So Jaden Daniels has got to play better. I always judge Vic Fangio. I'll take Vic Fangio against any young quarterback because I think he's going to throw things out that confuse young quarterbacks. It's not an insult to Jaden Daniels. I think that's anybody. I think Daniels is obviously going to be the rookie of the year. He's completely helped turn that franchise around, and he's going to be a pain in the you-know-what in this division for a lot of years to come. But early on, I think they made it very difficult for him. I think he was very tentative. He was very indecisive. So hopefully he learned from that experience. He's got to play better, and he's just got to trust himself. As I said, that's the one word that stood out to me about Jaden Daniels in that first game. He just looked tentative about everything.
John McMullen covers the Eagles for SI and Philly. Thank you for helping us scout the Eagles. We appreciate you.
I always enjoy it. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, buddy.
We're live at the Crystal City Sports Pub for a Football Friday, a little Friday field trip, getting ready for the Commanders and the Eagles, talking all things NFL and college today. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. So Brock Purdy, the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, like every quarterback does in the league, has to get his offensive lineman gifts. So I guess the way the 49ers put the video out, seems like they've been waiting on their gift from Brock Purdy, and you normally get it the week before Christmas. So the film crew from the 49ers is like following him down the hall. He walks into the room where all the O-linemen are. They got 10 offensive linemen on the roster. And Purdy goes, hey, guys, it took a little longer than I wanted it to, but I got you your present. Follow me. So they all follow him out the door. Did you see what he got them?
I did not see, no.
Brock Purdy got all 10 of the linemen on the San Francisco 49ers brand new vehicles. So
Cars?
Cars. So they walk out to the front of the practice facility, and he goes, now it's obviously sponsored, like he has some deal with Toyota, I guess, or something. But he shouts out the car company, and then they walk out to the parking lot. He goes, I got 5, I don't remember what the 2 types of cars were. Like one's a giant SUV, one's a giant truck. They're like tricked out with like nice seats and everything.
Oh, wow.
He's like, so you guys can pick what you want. So I have a million questions. The first of them is, though, Brock Purdy made $900,000 this year. Brock Purdy is one of the lowest paid quarterbacks in the league and the lowest paid starting quarterback in the league over many, 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 many years. 10 offensive linemen get these deals. Now, he struck some kind of deal with the car company.
I think the car company recognized the great opportunity there.
Okay, but no other quarterback has done this. Some money is changing hands.
Yeah.
So is it possible that the car company's like, when you get your $60 million AAV deal this offseason, when you cash in on
Take us a few thousand.
190 million guaranteed or whatever it's going to be,
Yep.
come on back and we'll take our, I don't know, whatever the deal that they struck is then. But that's the first of my questions. And then how do you decide, like, who gets what car? I want that one. He wants that one. Are we paper, rock, scissors for him? It was just, there's nice presents. Yesterday, Patrick Mahomes got his offensive line watches or whatever. They all walked out, and little Brock Purdy got him cars.
Little old Brock Purdy. I did not get you guys cars this time.
You didn't get Baresh and
I did not.
Clary cars?
I did not. I got you guys Christmas gifts, but I did not get you cars. Spoiler alert.
You didn't say you didn't get Darius a car, so he may have gotten a car.
You're right. I specifically did not say that. So, Darius, I wouldn't hold out hope, but you can if you want to. I firmly believe it's a sponsorship thing. I don't think there's any way. Because you
don't think he spent a penny?
I don't think he spent any money. I think he used his juice. I think he used the hookup. And I think they recognized, his publicist did, or somebody that's really smart, recognized what an unbelievable opportunity for advertising inventory at the end of a year. So in December, you're basically making room for the next year's models in a lot of cases. And that is one of those, like, I'm sure there's like a tax deduction involved and some accounting, fancy penny, different stuff that I don't know anything about. But that's my guess, is that, you got to make a lot more money than that to not notice. Let's just call it 10, call them $60,000 vehicles coming out of your account. Like that's too much money for a guy that's not making $100 million.
Yeah, so I think it's somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's nothing, but I also don't think that he dropped $600,000. But he stroked a check. He did. I mean, it's the present to these 10 guys. I think he said, I'll give you X amount up front. By the way, he's got some deal with them. He's sponsored by them, whatever. And I'll pay you the rest when I get my fat contract this offseason. Because whether you like it or not, people, Brock Purdy's about to get $60 million a year.
Enjoy yourself. Take a swim in those waters. It's happening.
It will absolutely be happening. Speaking of Brock Purdy, San Francisco still has very, very slim playoff hopes. They're essentially cooked. But there are 2 teams in that division, Seattle and the Rams, who are hoping to make the playoffs, that are chasing Washington down. What games matter most to the Commanders this weekend? We'll get into that next on The Fan. And Danny, it's a football Friday and a field trip Friday out and about at the Crystal City Sports Pub. You are locked in to the Fan. I think I just learned something about our producer. Ryan can play a little ping pong.
Ryan can pong a little bit.
I just came over to the table a minute ago, and I said, where's Clary? Where's Danny? And I look over, and Rhino's at the table. He's getting after it.
He can play a little bit.
He's giving you the what for over
That's
there.
right.
I mean,
where'd your ping pong skills come from?
So we grew up with a ping pong table actually in my grandma's basement who lived across the street from us. And we also kind of had like our own kind of crappy ping pong table down in our basement. We ruined it as kids, but we had like a professional setup back in the garage. And me and all my buddies throughout the summer, that's what we would do. Go to the pool, you'd bike home, you'd play ping pong every single summer. And I haven't played ping pong in years. And at first, I mean, Danny and I were both rusty, and then all of a sudden
came back.
Now it's starting. I mean, it's still rusty, still ain't right,
Yeah.
but it's starting to come back a little bit.
A little
bit for the boys.
Well, I got to tell you, I was impressed.
Thank you.
Well done. I'm looking over there thinking I got some amateurs, and then you're just making moves forehand, backhand.
Oh,
Andre
I've got
Agassi
some,
situation.
the boys are hitting it a little bit. It's as the two-time Chesterbrook Women's Tennis Club champion, I can identify good play, and I see good play right there.
Oh, I see what Danny's doing. Danny's taking your shine right now.
Not at all. Ryan can play.
No. I mean, he's acknowledged that.
Now, I will say, Danny, I didn't mean to not compliment
No,
you.
I didn't need it.
You're blocked by this wall, as
Yeah.
you can see, so I didn't see you. So that's why I was complimenting Ryan.
So here's why we should.
Champion, I will also compliment you.
I didn't need it, but I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Here's why, though, if I may. This is gonna. Ryan, you're not gonna look good here for a
That's
second. The number of times Ryan has claimed mastery or excellence or intimate knowledge thereof of something, and then we've come to find out, like, maybe he's not the stadium guy, maybe he's not the weather guy,
Yes.
maybe he's not the guy that's a U.S. history guy, maybe he doesn't know how many justices are on the Supreme Court or how many votes are in the Electoral College. Maybe he's not even sure what the Electoral College is, despite his boasting. So when he boasts about his acumen and lives up to it, that's cool.
So did he
We got
say
one.
before you guys went over there that he was good?
Well, he told me you sleep on my ping pong, and I kind of went. Now you've told me I sleep on a lot of things that I don't sleep on. I slept on his ping pong. He can play. He's good.
Chris Russell will be very disappointed to know that you guys on the job today.
On the job.
We're playing ping pong. But I normally judge jobs by can you play ping pong while on the clock?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can, it's a good place to work.
Yes.
If so facto, we should probably do more shows here. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, Crystal City Sports Pub has ping pong, just as a quick side.
That plus the Old Bay wings
that I
and
just
the
destroyed.
crab dip and all the other things that we've crushed today.
Yeah.
Do they have a pool table? I guess
There's
they
a pool
do.
table.
Okay.
Yeah, pool table.
So that's
as
what I
well.
grew up with. Now I don't have the same story as you, where I'm just going to go over there and I'm Minnesota Fats it up or something. It was one of those things we had in the basement. We occasionally played, but there was never a hunger for me to get really good at it. I think I probably played it 100 times in the first 75 nights that we had it, and then it was like once every few months after that, where a buddy would come over and they go, "You got a pool table? Let's play."
You're like, "Oh yeah, okay."
You play, and then you end up on Madden playing video games the rest of the night.
See, back in our day as well, we actually had a pool table downstairs. Also, we had a sweet little setup there.
What basement is this?
It was silly. It was silly, and Mike got us a pool table / hockey table / ping pong table. And back in the day, I got really good at pool because my dad was also really good at pool. And
Is he a pool shark a little bit?
He was a little bit of a pool shark back in the day, and he used to play. And he was like, "If you beat me, you get to skip school." One time, I did beat him. Did I get to miss school?
You did not.
I did not get to miss school.
That's
He
an unfulfilled
lied.
promise,
Tough.
Mike.
You got to figure that one out, sir.
I know.
You promised the young man, and he remembers it to this day.
Until this day, I was still exactly where I'm like, well, I get to miss school. He's like, no, you don't. I'm like, okay.
He should come pick you up one morning from your apartment and be like, "You're not going to work today, son. You beat me
beat me
that
in
time
pool."
in ping pong or in pool. We're going to go see a movie together."
I'd love it.
I was at a bar in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Dude, there's a whole bunch of life choices. Anyway, the point is I was there, and like a pool shark guy tried to hustle me. You know what I mean? Like it was like such a cliched bad, like 1980s sort of like, he looked like a dude that's trying to hustle you at pool. And then he's sort of like, "You want to do some friendly wages on the balls?" Like, it's not even his voice, but like that's that level of sophistication. I was like, "No, man, like I can tell you're probably really good. And
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to
can
lose
beat
my
me.
money
It's
to you.
fine.
Like we can play for fun though if you want." and he didn't want to do that.
Here's some of the games that matter the most, boys, to the Commanders in the NFL this weekend. Washington, obviously, head-to-head with Philadelphia is where it starts. You get a win, there is a chance they could clinch the playoffs, get to 10-5 with some help. They're not going to clinch outright this weekend just with a win. But the games outside of theirs that matter the most to Washington, we can start with the Rams, who are playing this weekend in a gotta-have-it game. If they win out, they're in control of their own destiny at this point. The Rams would be a division champion out of the NFC West. They are at the Jets, 8-6 LA, 4-10 New York. That's a 1:00 game on Sunday. The Seahawks, who are also 8-6, tied for the division lead, also have control of their own destiny the rest of the way. They play the Rams to end the season. They're hosting 12-2 Minnesota. That's a really tough matchup for them. Geno Smith got banged up last week. We saw Sam Howell play. The other game in the NFC that matters the most to Washington, the Atlanta Falcons, who host the New York Giants. Very, very winnable game. Frankly, there's no reason Atlanta should lose, and they are going to their rookie quarterback, Michael Penix. You want to talk about a soft landing spot for the kid?
There you go.
They benched Kirk Cousins. They're going to Penix to take on a 2-12 Giants team. 1:00 kick at home, indoors, 72 degrees in Atlanta on Sunday.
So this is kind of quirky, but despite the fact that Atlanta is 2 games behind Washington, they can still catch Washington. I'll get to that in a second. And despite the fact that Seattle and LA, one's going to win the division, the other's not, is only 1 game behind Washington, they can't catch Washington. It's a weird little quirk of the way that the schedule is. So to this point, if Seattle or LA loses a game and they play each other, they can no longer catch the local Washington 53 before that 7th spot. It means inherently that one's going to get the division, and that of course assumes that Washington wins one of their remaining games, at least. So back to the Atlanta Falcons. They're the team that everybody's watching like a hawk here at this stage, right?
Kind of like a falcon.
Almost like a falcon might watch something. That's very good. So if the Giants do the Giants thing where they lose to Atlanta then becomes 8-7. Let's just say for the sake of argument that Washington loses this week, they are 9-6. Those 2 teams match up with the chance to then have Washington fall to 9-7. Then Atlanta would be 9-7. Then they're in a virtual tie. Atlanta would get the tiebreaker because of the head-to-head matchup. And then it's anybody's game there for the last week to see what happens. So that's so much more intriguing. And it's so strange, the fact that Atlanta's 2 games behind, but has a better chance to catch Washington. For Seattle and for the Rams, their path basically is through the NFC West. There's some exceptions, but that's kind of the basic way to think about it.
In the AFC, it looks like both the Chargers and the Broncos will make the playoffs and be a wild card team at this point. But Cincinnati is still alive. So is Miami and Indianapolis. With a win this weekend, the Colts, Dolphins, and Bengals will all pull to within 2 games of Denver with 2 to go. The Bengals play Denver next week, so they would take the tiebreaker from Denver with a win. They'd be 1 back. And then they would need the Broncos to lose again with them winning in the final weekend, and the Bengals could get in. I don't think it's going to happen. Still very unlikely. But Cincinnati getting in the way Joe Burrow has played this year, even though their defense
is horrendous,
dog water,
just horrendous.
I think that they could still be a team that no one would want to see. I mean, Burrow has played at an MVP level. You can make the case. He's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL, having the best year of his career, and he's done it kind of in anonymity because everyone's thought all along they're not going to make the playoffs. What if they did, though? So you got to keep close tabs on Cincinnati this weekend as they try to keep their slim hopes alive. They play the Cleveland Browns at 1:00 on Sunday.
So you touched on it. So all 3 teams that are chasing in the AFC, they've all dug themselves holes various ways. It happened. Miami was injuries. Cincinnati was just bad play, to be frank with you. The Colts, little of everything. They all have very winnable games this weekend, right? As you kind of look at their schedule. The Dolphins have a banged up, bruised 49ers team. They're only a 1.5 favorites at home. You look at the Colts play a wretched Titans team that's already made a quarterback change. They're a hot mess. And you already touched on it with Cincinnati. I believe they have Cleveland in this one. They're one of the biggest favorites of the week. 8.5-point favorites at home are the Bengals over the division rival, the Browns.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30. Still got our final predictions for the Commanders and the Eagles to come your way next. I want to tell you about a rule that John Gruden says should be changed in the NFL. See if we agree with him or not. On the eve of 3 college football playoff games tomorrow, one that kicks off tonight. He wants to see the NFL take a page out of a college football book. We'll get into that next, live on a Football Friday. We're at Crystal City Sports Pub, so if you're getting out of the office for the final time on this Friday before the holidays, stop by and say hello. This is The Fan. on site at the Crystal City Sports Pub. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Starting to get a little nervous. The time it's expected to take me to get to MGM for my live show at 7 o'clock for Caps hockey tonight on Monumental Sports is climbing just a bit.
Yeah, it's not going down.
There could be a little bit of solo Danny Huhe in the offing on Grant and Danny.
Marty can do it anyway. If you want to, get yourself on the road, you should do it.
Might just have to happen.
it's
But
all
we
good.
are going strong here down the stretch ahead of a big Week 16 in the NFL. The 49ers just ruled out running back Isaac Guerrero, who is their fourth running back, by the way. Think about this. They cannot keep anyone on the field.
I'm telling you, they have this year once every 4.5 seasons.
They really do.
Where
It's
they
wild.
just can't ever get healthy, ever get right, and you just go, this is not going to happen. The
What are
ship
you
is not
supposed to
turning
do?
around. Yeah.
Trent Williams is also out this week, by the way. The Bengals at the Chiefs is in play for round one. I just saw Bill Simmons tweeted this out. People are talking about the calculations on how that would happen.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you how must-see that would be if the Bengals, as a bad team,
somehow
crowbar their way in with the 6% chance that's now become a 15% chance that after this weekend could be a 25% chance, and then they get, let's say, Kansas City at Arrowhead for that awesome Burrow Mahomes. Like, I tell you right now, Chiefs fans want nothing to do with the Bengals. I got a buddy I do a show with on BetQL who broadcasts out of KC, and with every Bengals loss this year, he's like, one step closer to eliminating them. And they kind of, I think, hide behind the idea that it's like, oh, we just hate them. But I think there's a part of it, too, where you go, I don't want to have to play that.
Yeah, I do think you hate them.
They got their number.
Yeah, I also think they're terrifying.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a thing, by the way. So, yeah, I mean, as you...
Especially, like, in a playoff game as, like, a 10-point favorite or something.
Yeah.
All the pressure would be on the road, on the home team.
I mean, it's basically that since Burrow in that offense, now that's assuming T. Higgins is health, which you can never assume. He stays missing 17 days of practice in a row and then, like, is in the game, is out of the game.
How is someone going to pay him number one wide receiver money?
Someone's going to do it.
He can't stay on the field.
I love him, but I also can't be the one to pay him. Like, he scares me so much in that regard. Anyway, but when they've got all the things working, Chase Brown at running back, Chase on the outside, and T. Higgins, that offense is awesome. And it's not as if this Kansas City Chiefs offense is overly prolific. They'll be plenty good when it comes to playoff time because it's Andy Reid, it's Pat Mahomes, and there'll be a couple guys you never heard of to go with Kelsey and company. But I don't know if they can win a shootout. Are you confident that they could win a 33-31 game against Cincinnati right now? I mean, their defense is awesome, but let's say it's not a game where the defense is a factor. Let's say it's everybody brings every gun they have in the arsenal, and then we're just doing a shootout at the OK Corral. Would you feel confident that Kansas City wins that one? I'd be shaking if I was a Chiefs fan.
A couple of updates from out in Ashburn today. We're getting ready for Commanders-Eagles. Pro Bowl voting. Polling is continuing as of the final 3 days of voting now. So up until the 23rd, I think, is when things close. Jaden Daniels is 8th among all players and behind only Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen in Pro Bowl voting. So no NFC quarterback has garnered more Pro Bowl votes at this point than Jaden Daniels, number one. Terry McLaurin is 4th at wide receiver overall. So Terry McLaurin will be in the Pro Bowl this year almost certainly. Bobby Wagner is 4th right now at inside linebacker among Pro Bowl voting. On the defensive line for Washington, Dante Fowler is 5th in Pro Bowl voting. You want to talk about
that
stuff in the ballot. Commanders fans have been getting out the vote. Frankie Louvu, 6th at outside linebacker. You've got other guys that are hopefuls, also top 10 vote receivers at their positions. Jeremy Chin, Zach Ertz, Austin Eckler as a kick returner, Tyler Ott as a long snapper. So Commanders fans, just like they've done every week for Daniels as the rookie of the week,
they've been voting.
They are making sure their guys get nods as Pro Bowlers.
So I've been referencing this a little bit here of late, but I think Terry McLaurin has a great chance to make an all-pro team. Probably not first, but I do think he can.
I don't think there's any way he could be first.
Yeah, I think there's usually there's 3 right on your first team. So I think he could absolutely end up on the second team. Last year there were 4 receivers, for example. So you might go, well, how is he 4th just in the NFC? Well, you start to look at the list. Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Neighbors is having an unbelievable season. Jackson Smith and Jigba's had an unreal year.
Justin Jefferson.
And Justin Jefferson also plays in the NFC. So there's a bunch of guys that, no disrespect to Terry, kind of is the point. he's having the year. He's plenty good enough. I think he's got a great chance to make an all-pro team.
Yeah, I'm with you. As far as health goes, John Allen ruled out. Didn't really need to be done because we knew he wasn't playing, but he is making enough progress that they wanted to make it clear he would not play. They're not going to activate him. But in the concussion protocol still listed as questionable, Zach Ertz and Jeremy Chin. Both of those guys still could be playing this weekend. I think Chin, from what we've heard, is ahead of Ertz, but Ertz was moving around okay on the practice field from what I saw.
Both those guys would help an awful lot. I mean, Chin especially maybe in run support, or just, anything kind of flared out of the backfield, deal with the occasional tight end type deal, or Jalen Hurts on some scrambles.
John Gruden brought this up on Barstool Sports' Pardon My Take show, and I just want to bounce this off you. He said that he thinks the NFL should adopt college football's pass interference rule, which is instead of a spot foul, that could be a 40, 50, 60-yard penalty on a long throw, no matter where and no matter what the pass interference call is, it's just a 15-yarder and an automatic first down. He likes that better than the spot foul for 30, 40 yards at a time.
I wonder what the rationale is for it, because I've always felt that too. Like, I don't like the idea of a 41-yard penalty or a 26-yard penalty. I think that's too punitive. I guess it stems from the fact that if the player wasn't interfered with, that's what he would have caught and that's what he would have gotten. So I understand that you're taking it off the board, but I don't know. I've never felt that same. I wouldn't hate it if they did it, but I don't have the same passion that maybe the Gruden does. What do you think?
I'd keep it as it is. In fact, I don't mind college's rule the way that it is either, but in the NFL, I like the fact that if I make the business decision to illegally break up a pass way downfield for 42 yards, I give up the same 42-yard completion that I just saved myself. Because otherwise, it's just easy math. Why not tackle people all the time?
Yeah, if it's going to be a touchdown, you just tackle him.
A guy blows past you, just start grabbing at his shoe, dive, and knock him to the ground. Like, I think it should be a bigger penalty because these are on plays a lot of the time that are the biggest throws, the biggest plays of the game where these are deep shots. So a 5-yard throw on a hitch route should be different than if you interfere with someone on a 47-yard throw at the end of the game.
So, yeah, I smell what you're cooking there. So I wouldn't protest either way. That's not one I feel strongly about. There are others I do feel strongly about. Like the automatic first down. On a 4th and 31, there's a 5-yard illegal contact. That's a first down. You'll never get me to understand how that makes sense. That's just one example. But, yeah, this one I wouldn't feel passionately if they changed it. But I think I kind of like it the way it is, though.
Grant and Danny on the Fan up till 6:30. Crystal City Sports Pub is where the show is live on a field trip Friday. Week 16 in the NFL, and Commanders-Eagles looms. Predictions coming your way next.
One last segment here on G&D on 106.7, The Fan, live from Crystal City Sports Pub in Arlington. This has been an awesome Friday. Field Trip Friday continues. Not next week. That's the whole Christmas holiday type thing. But a couple weeks from now, we will reveal the location at the appropriate time. I want to remind you guys that as Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you update your last will and testament or set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. I'm sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Got a few little elements, few little things we're going to do this segment. We'll get your prediction before we get out of here. We'll do some more breaking down of the old athletic contest between divisional rivals Philadelphia and Washington. But first, let's start on the ice. Get your little Caps power play. Hit it, Darius. Caps are playing the Carolina Hurricanes tonight. I hate the Carolina Hurricanes. They can rot in the bad place. I hate Rod Brindamore. I find him unbelievably irritating. And I will never forgive Warren Fogle for illegally cross-checking TJ Oshie into the boards and breaking his collarbone and forever changing the sort of most recent course of the Washington Capitals post-Stanley Cup. They're really good, though. That's what's most annoying about it. They are 20-10-1 coming into play here this evening. They do pretty much everything well at this point. They are 6th in goals scored, 7th in goals against. Caps have their work cut out for them after a little Mississippi two-piece, losing over two straight nights. No Ovechkin. We know that now. We know that here for a little while. Spencer Carberry in the most Spencer Carberry way. I'm going to go ahead and do it, Ryan. I'm not going to dance around it anymore. I'm just going to do it. So he's basically like, this is not a direct quote. This is what he was basically like. So we're not going to see O before the Christmas holiday. He's been, more than we could ask for at this stage, obviously skating around, but he's not going to play on the short term. He's going to be there, after the holiday. Okay, so now let's get on down to their business. That's pretty much the deal. But the fact is, I didn't expect Ovi back until sometime deep into January. We're still way ahead of anything reasonable at this stage for Ovechkin coming back, and it's all a bonus. But Caps, Hurricanes tonight, and that is your Caps power play. That's how we do it. Also want to give you here for this game this weekend, your player to lock in on, right? And the player to lock in on is presented to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. Let's get to your player to lock in on, presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. Pretty simple to me. You could pick a bunch of different guys here. You could pick a bunch of different players for this game that have to play really well against a really, really, really strong Philadelphia side. But to me, it might be as simple as Jaden Daniels, and that's what I'm going with. He's got to play a much better game than he did the first time. I expect him to, by the way. I expect him to look better. I think physically he wasn't right that first go-around. Just didn't have the explosiveness, didn't have the smoothness, was uncertain, I think, for some things. That was the first time he'd ever played in the NFL on super short rest, that quick turnaround. I think he looked hesitant. I think Philadelphia deserves a lot of credit for that. But I think now that he's got more under his belt, he's now physically a lot better than he was a month plus ago when these two teams last matched up. So I think Jaden Daniels is the player to watch here. You're playing a huge December game, which is a blessing in and of itself. This is not something that we really anticipated, I think, a lot of us, that we're sort of taking a realistic look at this Washington team in the first year of a cleansing, of a rebuild. Right? You're talking about a rookie quarterback you're hoping can do it. Well, we're past that point of hoping he can do it because he can. That's the dude. He's awesome. The fact is we're here because in large part of the fact that he's that good and kind of taking a team that's under-talented in a lot of spots and isn't particularly deep, especially at some skill positions, into a position to be in the postseason in a really competitive NFC, a deep NFC, and they are in the catbird seat against an excellent team. They're probably not quite ready to beat just yet. If they played 10 times, what would Philadelphia win? 7, 8 maybe at this point, given how much better their season to this point has been than Washington's? That doesn't matter to me, honestly. This is still a house money type situation here that we find ourselves in as Washington fans, and we should be grateful. In a season of being grateful, in the season of holidays and giving and all that jazz, I find myself reminding myself, let's be grateful here. Let's be grateful that Dan Snyder is still in this thing. Let's be grateful that an ownership group, their first order of business was to have a general manager and not have it be the same guy as the coach. That was important to them. Josh Harris said it very well. That's two distinct different jobs for me. That's two different positions. You're damn right, Josh, and you stay with that. coach-centric is stupid. A general manager is required, please and thank you. And they've got one that happens to be very handsome, who looks awesome in a sport jacket and slacks, especially when he's going up and down the sideline there in New Orleans, barking at an official who didn't issue a pass interference call against Terry McLaurin. There we are. So there's your player to lock in on. So in breaking down this game, if you listen to the show today, you can cast any of it with the Odyssey app, rewind function, the whole 9 yards. Is very handy, if I may say so. You've kind of gotten a feel for how I feel about this game. I don't feel very good about it, to be frank with you. I think Washington, kind of my instinct on this one, is they had their shot. Washington had their chance in a game where Philadelphia wasn't playing particularly well. Washington had their chance when a Philadelphia offense that is, over the last 10-plus games, been outscoring teams by an average of 13 points per game, which, by the way, is patently absurd in the NFL. In a series of nothing but one-score games almost everywhere, they have been outstanding as they've beaten people up, winning by double digits more often than not. There have been a couple times where they played with their food a little bit and had some teams that aren't very good hang with them for a little bit longer than you think. To see the Carolina game as an example, you can look at Washington even over a handful of weeks ago. Although Washington obviously dramatically superior to Carolina. But Philadelphia is really, really good. Every number says that. In fact, they've won 10 straight games says that, etc. Partly, it's how they match up for me, too. On paper, as we've looked at this a couple different times, this Washington run game is so instrumental for their success. And it's not your reflexive old guy football, somebody yelling, run the dang ball. You got to establish the run. Establish the run should be code for run effectively. Establishing 2nd and 10 doesn't help anybody. Establishing 2nd and 9 isn't establishing anything. It's establishing Tressway. It's establishing punts. That's not how you win football games. You do this effectively. So I think that whether it's a commitment to the run or some of these old misnomers that I think a lot of football fans had, because Washington was good in the 80s when they ran the ball really well, I think you got to run it effectively. I really do. I don't think you can just say, okay, you took the run away, say like Baltimore did the first time when these two teams matched up months ago. Said Jaden Daniels beat us from the pocket. I don't think you're able to do that against Philadelphia. I think that defense is too good. I really do. So to me, you got to do what you couldn't do against New Orleans. You got to do what you couldn't do against Dallas. What you did do against Tennessee, you imposed your will and you dominated those guys. I don't know that people have done that really to Philadelphia over the course of this year. They got some wildebeests up along that defensive front. They are really, really good in that regard. Vic Fangio's defense isn't necessarily about causing havoc and blitzing, like Greg Williams or Todd Bowles off the bus, but it's a challenge you to be accountable, stay in your rush lanes, disciplined, allow your playmakers to thrive in their roles kind of a defense. And to me, that presents a great challenge for Washington's offense. We saw it again in the first game. A lot of 3-and-outs, a lot of punts, a lot of 2nd and longs, a lot of bad down and distance. That has to change this week if you're going to win. Period. End of story. If you're good on first down, if Washington's good on first down this game, they have a chance to win it. I don't know that they will be. I am not confident in that here this week. Again, that doesn't put a big damper on the long term. Doesn't put a damper on where I feel big picture, how elated I am. I just look at this group right now. Their number 2 receiver is it KJ Osborne? Is it Olamide Zaccheaus? Does that scare you if you're an opposing defense? It shouldn't. It ain't Luke McCaffrey. Otherwise, they'd give him more than one target. He'd play more than 12 snaps if they thought that highly of him. They don't have an answer opposite Terry McLaurin. And a lot of games, you don't need one. See Carolina, see Tennessee, see Arizona. This, to me, is the kind of game where you need more. You can't just do it via scheme. You can't just do it via design. You can't just do it because, Terry's better than their guy. They got guys. Philadelphia has enough to stop one thing in the pass game. They got enough to stop 2 things. They got enough to stop the run, which they did the first time they played, and they got enough to shut Terry McLaurin down. Now, I think I'm with Grant. You need to give Terry a couple YOLO balls, give a couple Heineke balls, a couple bleep it, Terry's down there somewhere type throws. I think that's important just to get him going, or it's on Cliff to move him around, which he's done a lot better job of, by the way, in recent weeks. Whether you want to say that we did it and he heard our criticism, or he just did it because he felt like it, I don't know what. But you saw it against New Orleans. You've seen it really the last 3 weeks where he's not just standing on the left side, looking in towards the line of scrimmage and waiting to go. He's been in motion. He's been on the right. He's been in the slot. He's been in stacks. He's been in different types of formations to get him going. Not coincidental, by the way. 3 big games in a row. Ta-da. You got to do more of that against Philadelphia. This cannot be just some sort of macho, let's see our best against your best, put him on the left and see what happens kind of game. You've got to move him around. He's got to be involved because, again, you don't have much otherwise. I don't know if Ertz is going to play. I don't know if they know just yet at this stage. So your top pass catchers, it's Terry McLaurin, a giant gap if Ertz doesn't go. And then Olamide Zaccheaus is their second leading pass catcher that's going to be active this week. No, if Ertz is out. No Ertz, no Brown, no Eckler. It's Olamide Zaccheaus, it's De'Ami Brown, it's Luke McCaffrey, cobbled together like a Voltron into a just below average number 2 receiver in terms of numbers. So there's no consistent threat there. These are the kinds of games where I think it's critically important. And these are the kind of games you want to be in. These are the kind of games you want to win. I don't think they're ready to win them just yet. Even if they get this one, I wouldn't trust them consistently against the upper tier of the NFL. And again, I understand that anybody playing the upper tier of the NFL is not going to have a great record. I'm not asking for that, even just yet. The point is, right now, if you gave Washington 10 games against the 4, 5, 6 best teams in the NFL, I don't think they'd fare particularly well. And that's okay. Again, we're in year 1 of this thing. And that's kind of my sort of thing that I keep harping on, keep banging the drum on, et cetera. So to win this football game, what has to happen? I think Philadelphia has to kind of do what they did the first time, not play their A game, especially on offense. Be sluggish, be slow, punt a little bit, maybe turn it over, get yourself something easy. If Washington gets up in this game, for whatever reason, whether they come out hot and Philadelphia doesn't, whether they got a great first 15 and Philadelphia doesn't, whether there's a turnover or a crazy play, something major has to happen early. If Washington has a 3-score lead, 2-score lead maybe, deep into the second quarter, thinking like a 17-0 or 20-3 or something like that, they can win the football game. Now, you're sitting there going, Danny, that's not very novel. If a team gets up by 20 points, they can win the game? That's not great analysis. I'm telling you, if you are in a pushing contest within a score of Philadelphia, look what happened the first time. I keep going back to this. I know that's one sample, but this is what happened. This is what the Eagles have done. They've been right there with somebody. You look up, all of a sudden, you're down by 3 scores. They've been right there going back and forth, back and forth. Next thing you know, somebody fumbles a pitch like against Pittsburgh, and now Philadelphia is winning by 2 touchdowns. If you go back and forth with them, they're going to impose their will at some point. That offensive line is too good. Their skill guys are too good, assuming A.J. Brown is good to go. That triumvirate of Smith, Brown, and Barkley is really, really, really tough to defend. Nobody's done it. It's not as if Washington's defense is some buzzsaw. This isn't the 2000 Ravens. I know they're better with Marshawn Lattimore and company. But to me, Philadelphia always has a counter, always has an answer, and it starts with that excellent offensive line. So to me, any kind of short yardage they're going to get because they got the tush push. And if you really load up on that, they got a couple counters, which you've seen at times where they fake it, pitch it to somebody or throw it or do something else. The RPO game challenges you and your discipline. They basically know you're going to get tired of taking body blows. You're going to get sick of getting hit a little bit, and then they've got the shots. Then they've got kind of those intermediate deep balls, down the field to Smith. They got the intermediate stuff to A.J. Brown and company. This is a really, really, really good offensive football team, despite not being prolific in the pass game all the time. They've got enough elsewhere. And again, that offensive line is so damn good. And defensively, this is really the story. Here, John McMullen on with us earlier. This is kind of the deal to me, is this defense has stopped everybody. I don't think they've allowed more than 20 points, but 2 times since their bye week. 23 to the Jaguars and 20 to the Rams. Other than that, it's been less than 20 points in 8 of the last 10 games. And it's not as if they played nobody. The Ravens are in there. Steelers are in there. The Rams are in there. That's a lot of decent offenses. Cincinnati, they shoved it on. They give up 17 points to Joe Burrow and company. It ain't because of the offense that Cincinnati stinks, right? This defense is excellent. They stop everything. They're really, really, really good. They're really disciplined. So just back to what it's going to take to win the damn thing. It's basically to me about first down for Washington. Can you run it effectively? Can Brian Robinson get going? Can you use McNichols and company just to maybe get ahead of the sticks some? Just to keep Philadelphia off balance. I think there's got to be a couple shot plays in there, right, where you get them tired of covering their gut. You get them tired of the stomach punch. Then you go for your Mike Tyson uppercut. Then maybe you hit them with the play action. Then maybe you get something over the top or an easy button where you get Terry in some space. But I don't know, man. It's an uphill. It's an uphill climb looking at this game. There's a reason Philadelphia's favored. They're only 3.5-point favorites here, by the way. Now, I know Washington's probably getting some points for being at home. It depends on your expert. It varies as to how much is assigned at this stage. But the Eagles are 3.5-point favorites here on the road. And I could have seen anywhere from 4.5 to 6.5, maybe not 6.5, probably 5.5 in terms of Philadelphia being favored over Washington. So to me, if I'm picking it, and Ryan, I'll get your pick here in a second. If you want to come around and turn on your dealio here, I'll get your pick in a moment here. But I think ultimately this game is going to come down to if Washington catches a ton of breaks at some point, they've got a shot, but that's not something I would count on against somebody as good as Philadelphia is. Give me your call. Give me your prediction for this one.
So, first off, my score prediction is actually going to be 27-24 Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it will be closer. I think it's going to be kind of similar to what Thursday Night Football happened with against the Eagles a few weeks ago. I expect to see Terry McLaurin involved in some capacity, but even then,
it's got to be moved around, right? You can't just do that lineup on the left.
Exactly, yeah. They got to move him around, and I think they will, because I think they have kind of realized that, like, hey, like, this is an issue. If you keep him on the left side of the field, people are going to realize that. You're going up against Vic Fangio and a very solid defense here, so I'd like to see the Commanders kind of capitalize on this, move Terry around, get him involved, and you might have a chance, but overall, Saquon Barkley, that offense, I think this is the best roster in all of football when talking about the Eagles. I think they're going to overpower Washington, unfortunately. So I've got 27-24.
So that's an
Eagles.
interesting point, and I appreciate it. The best roster in football, it might be, honestly. I mean, you look at the quarterback spot. I like Hurts more than Grant does. I like Hurts more than maybe a lot of people do, but hard to argue that he's having the same kind of season. I mean, the gaudy rushing touchdowns kind of belie how inconsistent he's been at times as a passer, despite incredible weaponry, a great offensive line, and for goodness sakes, having Saquon Barkley in the backfield makes everybody's life easier. But in terms of up and down the roster, it might be them. You know, when you look at every position, you go, yeah, that guy's pretty good. So is that guy. Well, their corners are excellent. So are their linebackers. They got two guys with 130 tackles in Dean and Bond. Their offensive line is really good. Their running back's probably the best in football. Their receiver tandem is as good as, anybody in the top 7 or 8. Crap, they might have the best roster in football. So there you go. I mean, I would have probably said Detroit before they lost 30% of their roster to injured reserve. So, yeah, it's a good point by you. So, for me, this is a sad note to end this really fun day on.
Yeah.
A frustrating note, I think, to end what's been an awesome week. And, we'll get ready for the holidays next week. I'm already looking at next week. I don't like this one at all. As I said before, I think Washington had their shot. I think Washington had their shot in a game where Philly wasn't playing that great, and they couldn't take advantage of it. Again, I don't blame them. No one's taken advantage of it over the last 10 weeks as Philly has rolled. I see this as not really close. I don't think Philly's going to end up with 35, 40 points or something like that. I think it's like a 27-16 game. There's a kicking issue in there for Washington probably. Maybe it's an extra point. Maybe it's a field goal that's going to come back to bite them. I just don't see them having the horses to be able to beat a team like this without a bona fide set of options opposite Terry McLaurin. I just don't think there's enough here to counter what I feel like Philadelphia is going to be able to do to them and say somebody else. Someone else is going to have to do it. It ain't going to be 17. And I don't know that Washington has an answer right there because they're going to be able to leave that defensive front alone to be able to shove it on Brian Robinson and company, knowing their linebackers will flow and get there and kind of limit things on first down, and then it's a feeding frenzy. They don't let Jaden Daniels out of the pocket, and when they do, it's to keep contained. I just don't see a great answer offensively for Washington in this one. Now, I love being right. Listen to the show. I love being right so much. It's the best. Being right is so wonderful. It's better than being wrong. I would love to be wrong about this one. I would love to come in on Monday with you guys and hang out and party. I've been doing the show by myself in advance of Christmas, talking about a win. I just don't see it happening. But again, I hope I'm wrong about that. Appreciate everybody that came out today to Crystal City Sports Pub in Arlington. Thanks to Darius, to Chris, to Grant, to Ryan. And again, everybody here, this is awesome. If we don't talk to you next week, have a great happy holiday. But we'll be back at it on Monday. We'll be doing some Han Solo shows for a couple days. It includes, by the way, the annual Holiday Impression Shabingus, the segment that our old producer Brendan Darr still to this day hates with a passion of 1,000 suns, and that's why we carry it on. But until then, go Local 53. Please change the name and get me a stadium at some point, not in Landover. Enjoy the game as much as you possibly can. We will see you guys after a great football weekend on Monday. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.